In the beginning, there were the black-winged beast and the white-winged beast. The two warring creatures fought for 1,000 days and nights, so the world fell into endless chaos. But one day a divine being appeared in female form, and with her power she was able to unite the two beasts and build the kingdom of Logos. And after that, the goddess began to rule over people, and the beasts around her helped the kingdom to flourish. And these two beasts, having turned into people, became the first nobles, who were called the guardians of the Logos, the white-winged Santella and the black-winged Ruav. The kingdom is under the protection of two families who own the magic inherited from their ancestors. The remaining nobles were divided into white and black factions under the leadership of two families, but among the guardians of the sacred Logos, one was born whose power became either his blessing or curse. People called him the Demon Duke. Suddenly, the passing carriage suddenly stopped. Their path was blocked by a fair-haired lady who asked the gentleman to stop. The coachman was outraged because the girl threw herself under the oncoming transport, clearly went crazy. She begged the Duke to listen to her. The boy sitting inside merely glanced away, and the man accompanying him noticed that it seemed that someone was trying hard to meet His Excellency again, wondering what he would do. The Duke explained that he had been silent for some time, so he thought it would be better to meet her and end it all. Therefore, the guy, namely Kahel Ruav, the current Duke of the Ruav family, as well as the head of the black faction, ordered the carriage to stop, after looking at the girl from the window with an indifferent gaze. She blushed, smiled, and kept repeating how glad she was that they had finally met, after which she began to say that her soul had been unable to find peace for so long and had not expected anything else from him. Cahill was amazed. Was that really all the lady wanted to tell him? The girl kept saying that it was love and it couldn't be any other way. She openly admitted to him that she loved and it couldn't be described in words, but he replied that he would ignore it and advised her to buy a purification potion. But the lady was serious and declared that if the Duke did not accept her feelings, she would commit suicide, warning him that she was not joking at all, and ordered him to come to the Temple of Urn at night to swear eternal love. Taking out a small dagger, the girl put it to her chest and shouted that if the Duke did not appear, then tomorrow morning her corpse would be found in the temple. Cahill did not bat an eyelid, saying that he understood how high the lady's feelings were, that she was blackmailing her beloved. After this, the carriage moved off, leaving the lady standing in the middle of the road. She watched them go while the man interrogated the Duke, asking if he was all right, to which he replied that this was not the first time for him. Cahill immediately began to remember his childhood, how dozens of strangers' hands surrounded him, frightening him and bringing him to tears. They all confessed their love to him and begged him to look at them. And this was constant. The boy grew up, and nothing changed. When he finally grew up, he began to take it easier. He didn't care, because then insults were added. People called him evil spirits, seducing people. All those who succumbed to demonic power were no different. But he was happy that for now it was over. The Duke was tired of everything, and dreamed that he at least had a new business. Sitting in his office, the guy realized that he was too bored, and everything around him was like a carbon copy. He decided to turn to his subordinate, Gerard, asking if there was any interesting news. He shared that rumors about Viscount de Loin had recently started circulating. The Duke immediately perked up and asked if he had really decided to touch a young lady from a noble family again. The guy confirmed the host's guesses, adding that Vicno had even tried to defile a lady from the white faction, which is why he had been expelled from the capital. Cahill remembered this, because at that time they claimed that it was his fault. Gerard, sighing, said that now, it seemed, there was no place where they would not dare to discuss His Excellency, but he suggested that this was quite possible in some alley. In Kerouac at this time, a fair-haired girl named Rena visited her friend Sid, whom she calls Sister. While she was messing around with hay, the girl happily greeted her. Smiling at her, the heroine asked her to guess what she had brought her. Hiding her hands behind her back, not wanting to keep her waiting, she showed a red ripe apple. She explained that the noble gentleman from the capital had spent a lot of money at the market, so the uncle from the fruit shop was in a good mood, and gave Renee the remaining apples, and then added that thanks to her friend, she had managed to sell all the herbs. Smiling radiantly, the main character declared that she wanted every day to be the same as today, and for that she was even willing to listen to young Mrs. Elliot scolding her all day long. Sid looked at her interlocutor strangely, then stroked her head, thanked her, and said that thanks to Renee, she was able to taste an apple today. Having bitten into the fruit, the girl suddenly asked why a noble gentleman from the capital would suddenly come to such a backwater and spend money. The heroine assumed that the man wanted to take a break from the city routine, after which she was suddenly called out. The owner was cursing, trying to find Renee. She immediately began to look around, afraid that she might be punished, so she quickly said goodbye to her friend, saying that a little later she would definitely come to see her again. Approaching the office of the head of the estate, the girl asked herself what could have suddenly happened that the owner called her, and moreover, at such a late hour, hastily going inside, she asked if she had been called. The entire Padelia family had gathered in front of her, and they immediately paid attention to her person. Even the young lady was there, so the girl had even more confusion about why she could have been called here. The hostess looked at her with a serious look and reminded Renee that she was already 18. The main character immediately began to say that she would never forget the mercy that they had shown her over the years. After this, the woman asked her if she had heard rumors that a noble gentleman had arrived in their province, adding that Renee would need to get closer to him soon. The lady explained that he would soon get married, and his bride would be Renee. Upon hearing this, the girl opened her eyes in shock, not understanding anything. The daughter immediately asked if this would be too much for an ordinary housekeeper. The heroine at this time began to shake. She could not understand what they were all talking about and what the hell it all meant. Stuttering, she tried to explain that she was just a servant and she was not supposed to marry such a noble man. The young lady laughed, noticing that Renee still knew her place, and then asked her not to worry because they were going to accept her into their family, asking her to consider it a great honor. The head of the family suddenly became nervous because, according to him, the Viscount wanted to marry the daughter of the Baron Padelia family, and what should they do if they were suddenly discovered? Then the woman explained that this would not be entirely a lie, but he was still worried and insisted that he was not sure that Renee was his daughter. The lady, slapping her hand on the chair, said that no one would believe it because everyone saw him enter her mother's house. Moreover, after her death, the main character was immediately brought to their house, so the woman understood that this could not be an ordinary coincidence. The chief immediately covered his face with his hands as she continued to talk about how lucky it was that her mother was a foreigner, since if she had been from the provinces, it would have been a stigma for the entire family. The Duke had to agree to the proposal. With a sly grin, the lady declared that then their agreement with Viscount Deloaine would now be concluded, and with the help of this union, their family would take a stable position in the capital's nobility. Renee could not believe her ears and was in shock. When the heroine was told the whole plan, she was immediately told to go, and the daughter of the family said that it was very good that she had Renee, because she herself would not have been able to accept a marriage proposal from a 50-year-old man who would not even be able to have children. The girl rushed to her mother, saying that the mere thought of having to share a bed with him frightened her, and the mother asked her daughter not to worry. Rena, meanwhile, was crying into the shoulder of her best friend, who was like a sister to her. The situation was getting out of control. No one expected this, especially the heroine. The man, hitting the table with his hand, is indignant, because he is being asked to leave the capital. He did not like the way Duke Ruav treated him, who could not stand up for him and simply threw him out. The butler standing opposite quietly asked why there was a need to touch the young lady from the white faction, and he immediately told him to shut up and asked if he thought it was his fault. After all, Kahal Ruav, in his opinion, who bewitches women and men, does not dare to humiliate him like that, thinking that the young guy's impudence knows no bounds, after which he added that he was going to wait for another chance. But because of this, he will need to stop for a short time in the village, which means that meeting the girls there is much more difficult. He asked who owns those lands. The butler explained that Baron Fidelia, who has a young daughter. The Duke immediately reacted. Cahill was discussing the arrival of the one who had started all the commotion. The young man was ashamed that such a person belonged to the Black faction. Rueff spoke with the aristocrat of the Black faction, Count Gerard Rantail. He asked if there was news from Ruahala. He answered that there was not. And then he asked if they had met Marquis Ruvahola Ronjak for the first time at the reception, so it might be too early to hear from him. Gerard, not hearing an answer, panicked, and immediately began to ask the Duke if he wanted to release the demonic power. Cahill silently looked away, and then smiling, said that only a little. And he began to sort through his papers, quietly humming something to himself, while his colleague continued to question him, saying that this was not a power that he could control, but a curse that the Duke himself wanted to get rid of, so it was not clear to the guy why he was going to use it. Ruav suddenly looked at him and asked if the Count also considered him a shaman. He was confused, looking at him, and immediately asked if that was what he meant. He chuckled and replied that because of this curse, he was forced to live in fear, so he believed that he could well use it when it was absolutely necessary. But noticing Gerard's frightened look, he asked if the guy was afraid that the Duke would seduce him too. Having put away his papers, the boy opened the lock on the table. Kachel asked the Count not to worry, adding that he himself did not want to see his friend exhausted, saying that everything would be fine until the Duke removed the Kalia in front of him. Ruav looked down, smiled, and asked his friend if he remembered the day when the Duke himself was about 10 years old, and it seemed to be the New Year's banquet. It was the day when Cahill first used that cursed power. A man bowed before the boy. The young Duke asked if he really needed to go there alone, because he was afraid that something might happen again. He replied that the Duke would join him soon, but for now, the knights would protect him. Having thrown a cloak from the temple over the child, he was sent to the banquet hall, while the child himself was thinking about the fact that all the important dignitaries and noble people who came to the celebration should gather there. They are the pillars of the noble Logos. Cahill understood that these were loyal knights who protected the queen herself, and they would not easily succumb to his curse, so, throwing his hood over himself, the boy stepped inside. And when I went in there, I carefully took it off and mentally prayed that nothing would happen, but no such luck. Strange voices were immediately heard around. They were wondering who this boy was. Ruava slowly surrounded the people as he looked around in fear, not knowing what to do at all. The atmosphere was frightening him. And when he heard strange hands and voices very close by, which were talking about the Duke's beauty, he could not understand why this was happening, because all these people were definitely reserved and decent. Why then did they all behave in this way? When everyone started asking to hug them, begging for a touch, Cahill trembled with fear, and tears appeared in his eyes. The boy was very scared, and he kept telling everyone around him not to come one step closer to him. But people were getting closer and closer. Here in the crowd, a familiar voice was heard, which called out to the boy, while at this time someone had already managed to grab him by the face, but the father quickly came to his son, saving him from a terrible situation. Damien Ruav was worried about his child. Approaching him, the man calmed the baby down and said that everything was fine now, praising Cahill and saying that he had done well and could now relax. After these words, the father put some kind of amulet on his son's neck. After this, the people around immediately woke up and could not understand why they were behaving this way and what had just happened. The boy, smiling, had already begun to thank his father for his help, but then the people around began to shout that he was a demon. Hearing this, Cahill turned around in shock, while they kept saying that the little Duke was definitely an evil spirit that was intoxicating the nobility. The people thought the child was a terrifying creature. Everyone pointed their fingers at him and shouted that the queen should punish this demon because he dared to desecrate the place where Her Majesty was present. Cahill froze. His face was emotionless, as if the essence of the people around him had become clear to him. His father put his hand on his shoulder, calling out to his son. Looking at everyone around, Damien suggested that the boy return home. After that, all the nobility was ashamed of having succumbed to the demonic power and therefore filed a petition to bring the child to justice, and the queen ordered Cahill to wear Kalia, a sacred relic that suppresses the demonic nature. Because of all this, the reputation of the Ruav family has fallen to the lowest point, and over time, the demonic power has only become stronger, and now it is difficult to suppress it with just potassium, so the Duke uses his magic power. Now, the Duke was looking out the window at the people walking along the streets, and then suddenly he started talking about how he, who had so many peasants, could not acquire at least one servant. Anyone who heard this would probably laugh. Gerard suddenly called out to the guy, who replied that he was a little distracted, saying that the Count could go, and then turning to him, advised him to take a purification potion with him, saying this with a slight grin. The young man agreed with him, saying that he would probably really go then, after which he wished the gentleman a good day and left. Cahill brewed himself some tea and thought about how this tea was always tart and cold, how he always ate cold food alone, how he was never helped while bathing despite his title, and how he threw his head back and decided that he would probably never feel human warmth in the future. The main character was prepared for the meeting, given makeup and advice that could help her in some way. At the end, Rena was dressed in a beautiful dress, which was adjusted by the maids, after which they asked her to wait a little, sitting her on a chair, and they themselves left. The heroine was frightened. She recalled her best friend's words about how this family was clearly up to something, since it was very strange that they would marry a commoner off to a viscount, advising her to flee at the first sign of danger. Only now did Rena understand how right Sid was. The Baron was offered such good conditions, and instead of a daughter they were marrying her off. It was also strange that the main character had not seen her fiancé for all these 3 months. Suddenly, the one the girl was thinking about appeared in the doorway. Mrs. Elliot looked at her with a grin, asking if she was glad to meet her future husband. Rena was embarrassed, and the girl continued, saying that since the heroine had been taught etiquette for several weeks, she should be able to cope, because the Viscount was quite lenient, assuming that he would forgive the girl her ignorance, after which the servant announced the arrival of the man. Mrs. Fidelia met Duke de Luynes. She immediately began to say that perhaps their castle would seem dilapidated to him. He replied that he had already stopped expecting anything, and the main character was approaching them. The hostess began to explain that their little girl was still quite young and lacked a lot, so she asked him not to be too strict with her. He replied that he would teach her everything and take care of her. A couple of seconds later, Rena was noticed. She clearly didn't like the man. He was surprised to see the heroine, immediately began to shower her with compliments, and pulled her towards himself. Within seconds, his nasty mustache was tickling her hand. He was covering her with kisses. He was telling her that he really hoped that they could get along. Rena looked at the man with disgust, while Madame Fidelia rejoiced, saying that the Viscount was now connected to their family, reminding him of the matter they had discussed earlier. He asked not to worry about it. The heroine understood that she had ended up in some kind of hell. Here, Elliot grabbed her hand, asking with a grin how the main character felt after meeting her husband. She, stuttering, asked if it was true. This is all. The girl was shaking, and she could not believe that she really would have to marry him. The lady confirmed her guesses. At this time, the maid touched Rena on the shoulder, because Elliot ordered her to teach the heroine how to behave in the bedroom. According to her, the girl still has a lot to learn. The heroine's main task is to charm the Viscount, according to the lady, and if he leaves her, the girl will have to work in some eatery for the rest of her life. When the maid took Rena away, she laid out all the information for her on the shelves, how and what to do. The heroine just absorbed everything like a sponge, although she herself was still very nervous and afraid. There were strange and creepy points in the book that concerned personal and adult life, which made it even scarier. The servants only watched the suffering girl with a grin, telling her that she should not look away and remember everything well, as Mrs. Elliot ordered. Taking the main character by the chin, the woman explained that she needed to try harder, then she would live happily. After these words, Rena had tears in her eyes, especially when the servant said that she needed to work hard to deserve the Viscount's love. Turning away from the woman, the girl realized that this was the end of the line and that there was no point in waiting, but rather, it was time to run, because it would only get worse and worse from here. Drops of tears dripped onto her hand, and a plan for escaping from here was being built in her head. The Duke and the young man were discussing that a message had recently arrived from Viscount Horace, who wrote that he was going to detonate a bomb in the heliotrope mine of the Duke of Ruava, and he needed help with this, but the boy did not understand whether this would affect the Duke's authority in any way. De Luynes, with a displeased expression on his face, said that the boy was only 23, and no Duke at all, and besides, the problem was also in his father's past. The man was outraged despite the fact that his wife was sick. He could not understand why he should transfer authority to his stupid son. The man sitting on the right agreed with the Duke, saying that it was scary to even imagine how outraged Viscount Horace was, considering what he did to his young, beautiful daughter. The daughter, whom the Viscount cherished so much, committed suicide due to her obsession with Cahill, and they believed that his demonic power was to blame, so it was clear that the girl's father would not let the young Duke get away with something like this. The men discussed how difficult it was to imagine what it was like to lose a little daughter, because Ruav had so cruelly rejected the poor girl who was ready to give her life for him. The Duke slammed his fist on the table and declared that their nobles had to gather their strength and protect Logos from this demon, or simply lock him in the mansion and contain him. But execution was the best solution in this situation. In their opinion, they were going to send Horace a bank check to easily carry out their plan. Deloin chuckled and thought about making Duke Ruava pay for his exile to the village. All these words were later conveyed to Cahill himself. He only responded to all this with a grin, answering that Deloin and Fidelia were rather impatient. Gerard explained that there were several small fry, but Viscount Horace played a significant role from the White faction. The Duke, hearing this name, was surprised. The Count added that he thought that all this happened because of what happened between Ruav and his daughter. The Duke asked which daughter he was talking about. Cahill really didn't remember her, the girl who threatened to kill herself. Then Gerard reminded him of how she jumped under the carriage and asked the Duke to come to the temple. After that, he remembered, and the Count explained that she was then found dead in the temple, and Viscount Horace, apparently, was completely obsessed with the idea of avenging Cahill. And then he also added that the bombs installed in the mine were safely defused. But another problem arose. The guy immediately asked what Gerard was talking about. He explained that explosives were also installed in 2 of his carriages. Cachel explained that he did not want to delay, so he asked the Count to prepare everything to seize them, and Horace and Delane would immediately appear before the court, after which, looking at his friend, Cachel asked if he could trust him with this matter. He smiled and said that His Excellency could rely on him. He was ready to carry out any order of the Duke of Ruava, so he was going to start his work right away. One day, the main character was sitting in a shabby room, thoughtfully looking out the window and thinking about what would happen to her next. She thought of the Duke, thinking that several days had passed since Viscount Delane had visited her and that preparations for the wedding were going smoothly. But Mrs. Elliot found all this very amusing, and she constantly made fun of the poor girl, and the maids joined in, and Renee began to think about running away from Kerouac, but Mrs. Marvin did not leave her alone for a minute. So now, sitting on the bed and putting her hand to her forehead, the heroine thought about what she should do, because even soldiers were watching her now. Was she really doomed to marry that old man and live with him until the end of her days? But, unexpectedly, she was distracted from her thoughts by shouts in the street. Rena immediately looked out the window, not understanding what was happening, because it was too noisy outside. There were many soldiers, and they ordered others to search everything inside, and they talked about how they couldn't miss anyone. But only then did it dawn on Rena that she couldn't hear the soldiers standing near her room, which meant that now she had a chance to get out and finally escape from here far and for a long time. Therefore, the main character immediately rushed to the door and frantically grabbed the handles, and when the door opened, she saw no one outside. Looking around fearfully to make sure that it was really possible to go, the girl realized that something had apparently really happened down below. But then a crowd of knights appeared from around the corner, and a servant girl next to them. Rena thought that they were not here for her soul and already wanted to leave because she needed to take advantage of the opportunity. But then the maid screamed and started pointing at the girl, saying that she was the young lady Elliot Fidelia, and the knights immediately pointed their spears at her, after which they grabbed her. The heroine immediately began to say that she was an ordinary maid. She couldn't understand since when she suddenly became Mrs. Elliot, and for what reason she was suddenly taken and arrested, but no one was going to answer her questions. The girl was silently led by the hands, so the heroine appeared, saying that she didn't know anything. Rena, with panic in her eyes, turned around, trying to understand at least something, but she was only told that she would soon find out about everything, after which she was taken to an unknown place. And after some time she was already lying on the floor in the dungeon. She was immediately ordered to sit quietly, but, not listening to the knights, the girl immediately began to cry, asking to wait. Rena grabbed the bars of the grate and begged to be let out, saying that she really wasn't a young mistress, but then someone grabbed her hand and told her to shut up. It was the mistress of the family. She looked at the main character and sternly ordered the girl to sit quietly. She was very surprised, because the owner was sitting in the same cell with them. The woman explained to the girl that from that moment on, she was Elliot Fidelia. Of course, she didn't have time to explain, so she asked Rena to act recklessly, because even though everything happened suddenly, the woman was sure that they would soon be released. Poking the main character in the chest with her finger, she explained to her that if she said too much, then not only she would be in danger, but also the family of her friend Sid. The girl began to arise, but the mistress only told her to do what she was told. Then a male voice was heard, slowly approaching the camera, saying that their family was too loud. They immediately looked up at the voice in fear. Duke Ruov stood before them, talking about how they were being so noisy even while under guard, hinting at their bad manners. The head of the family immediately rushed to the bars, starting to get indignant and say that he did not dare to just lock up noble people. He could not do this, even being a duke, but Cahill explained that the dukes of the Logos have the right to punish nobles, starting with the barons for their crimes, and then added that the man had just been stripped of his title of baron in court. He immediately began to explain, kneeling, saying that all this was more of a misunderstanding and the plan was thought up by Viscount Deloigne, and they only had to obey. So the man begged the duke to pardon them. He, taking out the stone, said that he was just about to do this. They immediately perked up, saying how merciful Duke Rauv was, since they didn't know his true plan. But the guy looked at them with his eyes in cold blood. Cahill, continuing to look at them, said that he would do everything not as painfully as he had originally planned, but they stared at him as if hypnotized, unable to tear themselves away. And then sweet words began to come from their lips. They wanted hugs from the Duke, warmth and affection, but Rauv only looked at them coldly, while they repeated that they loved him, and that their hearts belonged only to him. Grinning, he was glad that at the moment of death they would be happy. After which, taking out his sword, with one movement of his hand, he took the lives of both family members. Without blinking an eye, drops of blood immediately splattered around, and a quiet sob was heard from the corner. Looking up, Cahill saw a crying girl in the corner of the cell, begging for mercy and shaking with wild fear. But the guy thought of her as his next victim. Rena begged the Duke to leave her alive. The Duke immediately noticed that the girl, for some reason incomprehensible to him, did not succumb to his influence, but he did not use his demonic power completely, because it was necessary to bewitch only the Baron and his wife, because he did not think that something like this would happen. He forced a smile and extended his hand to the heroine, thinking about how disgusting it all was. But he had to finish the job. With such a quantity of demonic power, she shouldn't feel anything. Trying to use her charms, Rao, calling her cute, asked the girl to come to him, but she only hiccuped in fear, continuing to beg for mercy. Then, frozen in surprise, he realized that Rena was clearly not giving in to his influence. Cahill saw something like this for the first time and was a little confused, because this girl was very close to him, and despite the fact that he released so much power, she still remained in her right mind. Looking at the tear-stained face of the main character, Duke Rauv still could not understand what the hell was going on here. There were 1,000,001 questions in his head. The Duke also noticed how easily the girl begged for mercy. She, according to his remarks, clearly did not have the pride inherent in the daughter of a noble family. Ruov, coming closer to the main character, asked her to answer her name. She, stuttering, said that her name was Elliot Fidelia. This answer did not satisfy the Duke, and he asked again whether the girl was really the daughter of the Fidelia family. The main character, looking down at the floor in fear, replied that in fact, Baron Fidelia was her father, and the lady was not her mother. Cahill replied that for some reason he had never heard that Elliot Fidelia was an illegitimate child. Thinking that Rena was lying to his face, she immediately began to explain that everything was not so at all, adding that in fact, she was not the young Mistress Elliot. Rena explained in a barely audible voice that she was just an ordinary servant of the Fidelia castle, whose name was Rena, after which she apologized for her lie. Then the Duke said that her dress was too chic for an ordinary servant, but the heroine replied that the mistress made him wear it. Tears slowly rolled down the girl's cheeks, while her gaze was fixed on the floor. Cahill, looking at her, understood that apparently this girl had her own story, and the fact that she was an illegitimate child made the whole story 100 times more interesting. Besides, she did not succumb to the influence of the Duke's powers. Ruov ordered the knights to get rid of the corpses, and leaving the cell where Rena continued to sit, the guy said that he was taking this girl to his mansion, which was a completely strange decision for him. That same day, He asked the main character in detail who she really was, and then asked her to come a little closer to him. Cahill tried to use his demonic powers on the girl again. His red eyes glowed as if trying to hypnotize the young lady, and a strange demonic smoke appeared around. This scared Rena. She became noticeably nervous. While the smoke enveloped her, she slowly walked back, but his power still had no effect on him, because even after completely releasing the demonic power, she still did not become possessed. Although less than half was enough for everyone for the power to start working, even the removed potassium could not enhance the effect in any way. For the guy, all this was too suspicious. Rena was shaking with fear at this time, and Cahill realized that, apparently, the Baron used her so that his real daughter could escape. Crossing his legs, the Duke explained that it would be a great injustice to execute the main character instead of her, but since it is known that the main character is Fidelius's illegitimate child, it is not yet clear whether she will be executed or not. It will depend on how useful the heroine will be. So he asked to answer all questions honestly. Cahill asked if Rena was really an illegitimate child, and if her mother was a foreigner. He decided to recreate the chain of events, asking if they were going to marry her to Viscount Deloin instead of Elliot Fidelia. She answered that all this was true. Then the young Duke realized that the Viscount had been deceived, and if this was true, then the Baron would be braver than he seemed at first glance, even if this was so, but it still seemed to him that it was all very stupid. Cahill thinks that there are two options for who Rena could be: an innocent victim with a rare feature, or a spy sent by one of Duke Ruav's enemies. He even suggested that the girl was hired by the Santella family. Therefore, it was difficult to say now what could be true and what could be a lie. At the moment, he had no opportunity to find out the truth. Looking at the confused main character, the Duke decided to leave Rena and find out who she really is. Because of her confusion, she did not hear the Duke's question, and asked again. He said that he asked about what the main character was doing in the castle at Fidelius, working as a servant, because he wanted to know what benefit could be obtained from this girl. She immediately began to tell that she had been working since childhood, so she could handle almost all the housework. Rena said that she served the young lady, and she also knew how to read. Cahill saw that she was in complete despair, so he decided to ask if the girl had looked after the male master. The main character, smiling, said that if the Duke took on teaching her, she would try hard, and then she suddenly awkwardly asked if she would have to serve at night too. The Duke asked why she was asking this. Rena explained that she had never done anything like that. And then she added, sadly lowering her eyes to the floor, that she didn't look very good on the face either, so she thought that she wouldn't be able to make Cahill happy. Rising from his seat, the Duke informed her that she was accepted, adding that he would notify his butler, and that he would give her this week to get used to the mansion. The girl, stuttering, agreed. Looking her straight in the eyes, the guy told Renee that starting next week she would become his personal servant. The girl couldn't believe it. How could a commoner like her take such a high position? Cahill only chuckled, reminding the heroine that she said that anything would suit her, asking if she was lying again. Rena replied that this was not so. The Duke, leaving the room, asked his butler, Ardo, to teach this girl everything, giving them a week, explaining to the man that the young lady would become his personal servant. He was shocked by such information. He could not believe that his master would suddenly have a personal servant. The Duke explained that the girl had a lot of experience working as an ordinary servant, which meant that the butler would have to work hard with her. Rena, stuttering, said that she would try. The guy turned around and looked at the worried girl. It was clear that she was talking about this very sincerely, and was really going to try. Cahill, smiling at her, said that they would meet next week. He still did not know what to expect from this person and whether she would be able to cope with the new position. The Duke was haunted by nightmares in his sleep. He was chased by a crowd of people who assured him of their love for him, telling the guy that if their feelings were not mutual, they would kill him. He, turning to the mad crowd, could not understand whether people really were becoming like this just because of him, and whether he really had to die in order for everything to be decided. But suddenly, a bright beam appeared in the dark light, which attracted the attention of the young Duke. He could not understand where the light came from and began to look at it, as if enchanted, after which he ran straight to the source. And only a couple of seconds later, waking up, the guy realized that it was the same dream again. Turning around, He saw where the dream came from in his dream. The curtain suddenly opened. And it was his new maid, Rena, who did this. She looked at him questioningly, and then wished him good morning. Later, over a cup of tea, the butler told the Duke that Viscount Deloin had committed suicide in prison, the man having allegedly hanged himself in his cell. The butler then added that it meant the verdict and compensation in the ongoing trial would probably be different, but Cahill explained that his goal was not the fortune, and in any case, Deloin was still a member of the Black faction, so he would like to know about the next successor. When the man was about to leave, the Duke, taking a sip of tea, suddenly started talking about the girl who had looked in on him in the morning, saying that he was very surprised because no one had appeared in his room for a long time. The butler immediately apologized, asking if she had caused him any inconvenience. Cahill replied that it was quite the opposite, and memories of how he had scared Rena by immediately pulling out his sword surfaced in his head, but he did not talk about it, but asked the man about what the maid had planned for today, and he shared that they were training today. Taking another sip of tea, the young Duke asked him to keep an eye on Rena and not tell her about his curse for now. The butler looked at Cahill in surprise, asking if he had really decided to keep everything a secret. The boy explained that someone who cannot keep a servant around him suddenly has a servant with a special ability. It seemed too good and too suspicious to him, which is why he asked to keep a close eye on her. After this, the man moved towards the young lady, telling her that today he would show the girl another part of the mansion. She responded to everything with a smile. She willingly followed the man, looking around with great curiosity. The main character understood that she was in such a magnificent place for the first time. It seemed to her as if this place was a real castle. Now it was clear why everyone was proud of this work. The view sincerely delighted Rena. But the butler suddenly called out to her, saying that she apparently knew nothing about His Excellency, and she replied that she did, because she had lived in Kerouac all this time, and therefore had heard little. The man was surprised, and then asked if the main character had felt anything at her first meeting with the Duke. She suddenly became noticeably tense. Seeing her reaction, the butler explained that everything was fine, and she could tell everything honestly. Then the girl shared that in fact, the Duke seemed to her to be a rather scary person, and that moment in prison was deeply imprinted in her memory. So even when Cahill smiles, she gets scared. The man decided to clarify whether this was really all. She answered that yes. Then he quietly asked himself whether the curse really did not work on this girl. Rena, not having heard what he said, suddenly asked him again, but the man turned around and replied that nothing, adding that all that was required of her was to take care of His Excellency, and then asked her to follow him, because he was going to tell her about her duties during tea drinking. The main character looked at the butler and said that, as far as she knew, only high-status maids did such things, so she suggested that she should learn something else. The man turned to her and said that he forgot to tell her something. He explained that in this mansion, Rena was the only servant. Hearing about this, the girl looked at him in confusion, and the phrase that she was the only one repeated in her head. At this time, a girl was walking down the street in a dark hooded robe, clearly trying to hide her true identity. She was sighing tiredly. It was Elliot. She kept thinking about where her parents were taken, because there was still no news from them. Suddenly she heard that a decree had been posted on the notice board, immediately perking up. The blonde wanted to know what exactly was written there, and the text contained the following. From today, a new feudal lord of the province had been appointed, namely, Baron Cedric Jenkins, and the text also contained information that the Fidelia family had been stripped of all titles and beheaded. The people gathered around the board immediately began to enthusiastically support this decision, saying that they got what they deserved, because they took a lot from ordinary people, but Elliot could not believe her eyes. The girl began to shake, and she began to speak in a barely audible voice about how unfair it was that her parents were killed just because of a few meetings with Viscount Deloin, because they could not go against his power, which is why they had to indulge him. Fidelia considered such a decision merciless, and Duke Ruava an insensitive demon, and could not understand what to do now. But then she suddenly remembered that she could very well go to the Santella family, because they were the only ones who could resist Ruav. Besides, these were the people who were called the incarnation of angels. She thought that they would not turn away from her. Covering herself with a hood and trying to hold back her tears, Elliot understood that first she needed to go to Arden, because no one could help her here, and also come up with a plan for revenge together with Santella. The girl was going to take revenge on Cahal, no matter what it cost her. A girl with blonde hair entered the room where she greeted her father, wishing him good morning. He was surprised that she came. The blonde girl named Riddell smiled happily at him, asking if he slept well. This girl was Riddell Santella. She is a member of the Santella family and also a candidate to succeed the Duke of the White faction. The man, in turn, did not answer his daughter, but on the contrary answered her question with a question, asking if she had slept well and asked her to sit down quickly. She exclaimed, saying that she was seeing this tea for the first time. While they were discussing the tea, the door to the room slowly opened, after which another male voice was heard, which began to be indignant, asking why the father woke up his son so early, who had only recently returned home. Riedel immediately intervened, outraged by her brother's behavior, and asked him to be at least a little more polite, but he kept talking about how much he wanted to sleep. A guy named Ryan Santella yawned sleepily, saying that it was a great miracle that he got up even before lunch. He was the eldest son in this family. Ryan plopped down tiredly on the sofa, and his sister was indignant again because she did not consider all this important. She thought that as a member of the Santella family, her brother should behave with dignity. He immediately reacted, saying that he understood everything, and then suddenly began to talk about the fact that their Riedel was losing his beauty day by day. The father and the girl immediately looked at him in surprise, and the guy continued to talk about how after his sister was nominated as a candidate, she couldn't even be distinguished from her father, and that was why Ryan left this house. The girl, smiling, ignored her brother's words and said that they hadn't met him in the mornings for so long. The father intervened in their argument and asked both of them to stop. They immediately obeyed the head of the family and quickly fell silent. The man, putting some papers on his desk, suddenly started talking about how Viscount Horace had gone bankrupt in the end, and his actions were truly reckless, and he himself seemed out of his mind when he took on Viscount Deloigne. But this was expected because it was crazy to go against the Ruev family, but they asked for too much compensation, so Horace had a reason to do so. The daughter suddenly intervened in the conversation, saying that, on the contrary, she was worried that all this would cause even more difficulties for Cahal. The brother suddenly remembered how the girl had said that she felt sorry for Horace, and she only blushed silently. Then Ryan realized that his sister was clearly up to something. She didn't understand what he was talking about, and asked what he meant, saying that she just thought that for someone who lost a daughter, this was clearly not too much. But the guy asked the blonde not to act like a fool, because in his opinion, she knows very well what influence she has now. Perhaps all the nobles of the White faction curse Cahal, and she herself, in fact, wants the Duke to have problems. Hearing her brother's guess, the girl folded her arms across her chest and shook her head, saying that everything was completely wrong, because, besides this, there were no people here who would recklessly discuss such things at their religious readings, and Ryan did not understand why they were needed at all. This infuriated Riedel, and she asked him to stop, because if he continued, she would get angry. He, smiling, only agreed with her and did not argue further. And he himself thought about how the Santella and Ruev families were competing with each other, but at the same time they had a hard time, because they were comrades who led the country shoulder to shoulder forward. And those who would take responsibility for the family in the future were very friendly in their childhood, although they later became distant when Cahal became a duke so early, but their relationship was still sincere. Ryan recalled that Cahal was especially close to Riedel, because she was with him even after he took his post. But if it had been the old her, she would not have defended Viscount Horace in front of everyone. And now, looking at his sister and father, he couldn't believe that in the end, Santellam and Ruev would have to move away from each other. Everything was really very difficult in this situation. One day, Duke Ruev, holding a red stone in his hand, looked at it. The name of this jewel is heliotrope, a resource mined in the mines of his duchy, mainly used for high-quality lighting. It stores sunlight and releases it at night. With the help of this mineral, the intelligentsia could enjoy parties until dawn. Turning the mineral over in his hand, Cahal reasoned out loud that if heliotrope were combined with lilac ore from the kingdom of Hildebrun, the light would become twice as bright. He reasoned that the kingdom must obviously know about this research, and if so, they should try to portray their family as the largest miner of heliotrope. and in order to win the exclusive supply contract, the Duke wants to use Marquis Ruvahala Ronjak in his plan because he is a celebrity in high society. And since Marquis Ronjak is also the second prince, as well as a diplomat of the kingdom, he will obviously be interested in this deal, and with his help, Rauv will be able to achieve what he wants. It was known that he was currently staying in Logos, so it would be easy to contact him. Then, Rina appeared in front of him, who prepared him some tea and put it on the table in front of him, smiling. The girl explained that it was black Darjeeling tea. He was surprised by this, because he still wasn't used to the fact that now someone was bringing him tea. Quietly thanking him, the man began to try it. Taking a sip, Cahill was suddenly surprised and asked out loud if tea always tasted like this. Looking into the cup, he realized that due to the demonic power he had already forgotten the taste of tea prepared by another person. He could not believe that it could be so pleasant. The Duke immediately smiled and thought that the sincerity of this girl could be clearly felt in just one cup of tea. He had a feeling as if he had regained a small part of what the curse had taken from him. As Rina looked at him with worry in her eyes, Rao realized that although fear could still be seen in her eyes, she was clearly holding up well, and it was noticeable. Taking another sip, Cahill continued his thoughts, because, of course, it was still impossible to rule out the fact that Rina could be a spy. But he wished that this did not happen. The girl was scared, because the Duke mentioned the taste. She could not understand his question about whether the taste was always like this, and thought that he meant that the tea was bad, so she immediately began to think about what she did wrong. The heroine was very afraid of making a mistake. The girl, standing in place, was shaking like a frightened rabbit, and the gentleman saw it all perfectly well. The heroine was able to squeeze out only a short phrase about how next time she would try even harder, to which the guy replied that he would wait. Carrying a tray of tea to the Duke, the main character kept thinking about how she had been working for him for quite a long time. Serving Ruav was certainly more pleasant for her than serving the Fidelia family, because all the local inhabitants were friendly, but when she was told that she was the only close servant, naturally, the girl was very surprised. That day, Rina asked the butler if Cahill was not the second most important person in the country after the queen, since his servants must clearly be of noble birth. He explained that this was usually the case, but at that moment, His Excellency did not want anyone to hang around him. The main character was worried about this, because she worked only as an ordinary maid, and she herself is a commoner, and if the girl makes a mistake, then who knows what they will do to her. But the man assured her that she can be calm, because the Duke does not kill workers who do not cope with their duties. Although the butler tried to calm Rina down, the image from the prison where Cahill killed the master and mistress was still in her head. It was difficult for her to forget something like that, and just throw it out of her head. The main character tried to convince herself that everything would be fine, and that she would succeed. Arriving at the Duke's for lunch, Rina explained that she would help him with the preparations for dinner. She carefully rinsed his hands, and even asked if she was causing him any inconvenience. He immediately replied that she was not. And then, looking at his hands, he noticed how well the girl was coping with her duties, which he informed her about. She was surprised, and, looking at the gentleman in surprise, replied, "Thank you." And she herself thought about how he suddenly praised her. The girl did not expect such words from the Duke at all. After that, Rina began to tell Cahill about the dishes that awaited him for lunch. She made mistakes, but quickly corrected them, although in the end, she forgot a lot. The main character immediately began to apologize, saying that she had not quite heard the name, but Ruav did not particularly react to her mistakes. On the contrary, he said that the main thing was that the food was not poisoned, and there was no need to worry about the rest. After trying a piece, the guy was surprised, because the food was neither hot nor cold, just right, so he shared that the food was very tasty. Smiling, the girl agreed with him. Silently looking at the man, Rina was pleased that His Excellency liked the food. Even in the kitchen they said that they had tried their best, and it seemed to her that everything looked very appetizing. Cahill froze, noticing how the main character was looking at the food. From one glance it was clear that the young lady was apparently hungry, so the Duke suddenly called out to her. She jumped up in surprise. He, looking at her, said that it seemed there were not enough dishes on the table. Hearing this, the girl was surprised, saying that there seemed to be enough, but the Duke did not think so. Then Rina quickly ran away, saying that she would go to the kitchen and immediately return. A few minutes later, the main character brought another tray with dishes, but Ruav, drinking wine, suddenly said that he had apparently overestimated his strength, and the first portion was enough for him, and that she would probably have to eat what Rina had just brought him herself. Cahel also noted that it was time for her to have lunch, and he didn't like throwing food around, so let her eat it. As a result, sitting at the same table with the Duke, the main character felt a little awkward because it was the first time she was eating at the same table with such a person. So she couldn't understand whether this was some new kind of bullying, where for every rule of table manners broken you get a blow, or whether this was torture that led to indigestion, but she was lucky that she had studied table etiquette. After taking a bite of meat, Rena knew she couldn't stay here for long, so she needed to finish as quickly as possible. Having finally tasted the food, the main character was pleasantly shocked, because the taste was incredible and the meat literally melted in her mouth. The Duke suddenly asked if the girl liked the food, watching her with interest. She, with a radiant smile on her face, replied that it was the first time she had tried such meat and it was simply excellent. And after trying the soup, the girl immediately began to praise it. She was sincerely delighted with the taste of the local food. Looking at her, the Duke also slowly began to try the food. Closing his eyes, he agreed with Rena, saying that the food really tasted good, and the main character suddenly remembered an interesting fact that the shellfish for the soup were brought from the province of Ivana. Cahel knew this, and added that this province is famous for its seafood. The girl continued to happily gobble up her portion. She did everything carefully and was in no hurry, while the Duke watched her with interest. After which, wiping his mouth with a napkin, Ruav said that an important guest would be arriving this week, so he asked the girl to prepare everything well. She immediately replied that she would do everything. In the evening, returning to her room, the main character landed tiredly on a chair, sighing heavily, and then began to think that today's meal with the Duke was extremely good, but it was unclear why he suddenly wanted to dine together. The girl chuckled quietly and suggested that Cahel might not like eating alone, and immediately imagined the man sitting at the same table and being sad. But now it was clear to her that he was not like the other nobles. Duke Ruav does nothing but work, and he doesn't have that many servants compared to the rest of the intelligentsia. Rena immediately remembered Cahel's wardrobe, thinking that he was different in this too. Just simple, unremarkable clothes. It was a small problem. After all, the Duke had announced the arrival of an important guest, and now the main character suddenly wanted to please him, but the girl could not figure out how exactly this could be done, because she needed to come up with something that would be within her power. And then, looking at the table nearby, the girl came up with something. Taking needles and threads in her hands, Rena realized that she now had an idea in her head on how to please Duke Ruava. The main character was going to rely on her sewing skills. Since the main character had been embroidering all night, now, standing in front of the Duke, she desperately wanted one thing: to sleep, and the deathly silence seemed to make you even more tired. Rena couldn't understand if all male hosts were like this. Although the atmosphere was completely different from what it was when Elliot was getting ready, the girl didn't know how to diffuse the situation. But then the idea came to her mind to compliment Cahel's hairstyle. He, looking at himself in the mirror with displeasure, tensely asked again, not hearing the main character's compliment. Apparently, he himself was dissatisfied with his hairstyle. Frightened by his tone, Rena thought she had said something wrong, so she replied that she hadn't said anything. The guy didn't interrogate her, and quickly got distracted by something else, losing interest, and the main character again concluded that being a personal maid is very difficult. While Cahel was changing, he noticed how tired the maid looked, immediately assuming that the girl had apparently not slept all night. She really was literally sleeping on the go. The Duke remembered that he had heard that novels had recently become popular among maids. They read them everywhere and always. And this child, who was almost forced into marriage, perhaps wants real romance, like in the books, or so Cachel thought. But then, adjusting his cuffs, the guy realized that this was clearly none of his business and did not concern him at all. When the Duke finished with the shirt, he asked Rena to give him the vest. She immediately carefully put it in his hands, and it had a beautiful pattern on it. Ruav immediately noticed this and said that he had not seen this vest before, and asked if Ardo had really ordered the clothes. The main character quietly replied that the Duke had this vest, but she, with the permission of the butler, added a little embroidery, which surprised the guy. The Duke began to slowly examine the pattern on the clothes. It really did look simply amazing. Only after that did Cahel realize that, apparently, It was because of this that Rena looked so tired. She had been sitting over this vest all night. The girl asked him sadly if he didn't like the pattern, but the guy complimented her, saying that it looked very beautiful, after which he thanked her, and he himself understood that, it seemed, this girl was a more reliable person than he thought. After these words, Rena immediately perked up, smiled, and said that in the future she would try even harder. His words gave her a little motivation. Then the girl suddenly noticed a speck of dust on his shirt and began to clean it up. He looked at her with interest, after which he asked if she had sewn clothes before. The heroine said that she had some embroidery skills, but did not know how to sew a finished product. The Duke, without much interest, thanked Rena, after which he told her that since she was tired, she could go and rest, and she thanked him. Leaving him standing near the mirror, the girl said that with his permission she would leave. He only silently watched her go. Clothes filled with someone's sincerity and ordinary kindness, without any evil intent, Cahill understood that he had waited too long for such a life, and finally, the moment had come. While adjusting his jacket, the guy started talking to himself about how he no longer had to be afraid of everyday life, and now he really liked it. At this time, the blonde, sitting at breakfast in the garden, handed a letter to the servant and asked her to write that she would be present at this tea party, to which she was invited, after which another servant informed her that a guest had arrived. Riedel, taking a sip of tea, asked who had arrived. The maid explained that the guest had introduced herself as Elliot Fidelia, who had said that she too had suffered in that matter connected with Viscount Horace. The girl immediately understood who it was about, the daughter of stupid swindlers, okay, Viscount Horace, but she could not understand why everyone else was so stupid, and besides, people kept saying that all the Fidelias were dead. The maid asked the mistress what she would order. Riedel, smiling, asked to let the girl in, but to do it in such a way that no one would find out. After these words, the servant went for the guest. She greeted the lady, stuttering. Riedel asked her to come quickly and raise her head. She obeyed, and quickly took off her hood, showing her face. Seeing how beautiful the lady she came to was, Elliot realized that the rumors were not lying, and she really was an angel in the flesh. She smiled, apologized for making her wait so long, and then asked what exactly brought Fidelia here. Without further ado, Elliot fell to her knees in front of the young lady and began to beg her with tears in her eyes, telling her that her family had been unjustly killed by Duke Ruav, to which she only exclaimed mockingly. Looking at the girl kneeling in front of her, Riedel asked if she understood correctly that Baron Fidelia was her father. She confirmed this, stating that she was his only daughter, but the lady did not understand, because they were declaring the death of his daughter. The girl began to explain, saying that on that day a servant had died in her place, although she was her father's illegitimate child, but she lived like a commoner. Elliot pretended not to know how she got there at that moment. The girl covered her mouth with her hand, holding back her tears, and Riedel asked if the man Ruav had killed was innocent in that case, and she confirmed this. Unable to hold back a grin, the lady was demonstratively surprised and said how unfair everything was, adding that she alone could not do anything to the Ruav family. And then she suddenly added, saying that she understood her feelings, and Elliot could stay in their house. Having heard this, the girl was genuinely surprised. But after that, a much more unexpected request followed, to become the mistress's servant, because the title is important. And in the future, when she gets married, this will serve as a good characteristic in her biography. The poor lady, hearing this, was delighted, and tears appeared in her eyes again. But this time from joy, she immediately began to admire Riedel, saying that the rumors about her were not lying. Bowing again, she thanked the young lady, who asked her to stop and get up from her knees. And she ordered Maria's servant to take Lady Elliot to her room. She nodded, accepting the order, after which she led the joyful girl to her new room. And the lady, watching all this with a smile, realized that everything would go much more fun than she initially thought. Apparently, the situation really did amuse her. The butler of the Duke of Ruav greeted the Marquis of Ruvahala Ronjak, asking him about his journey and whether he had any troubles along the way. He replied that everything was fine and thanked him for his kindness. The man asked him to wait here, saying that the Duke would be there soon. All this seemed strange to him, because usually Ruav kept people away from him, but here he invited him. The Marquis kept thinking about how straightforward Cahill was when it came to business. thinking that this was quite a good opportunity for him. But on the one hand, the guy thought that the Duke was taking too much liberty. The guy started talking to himself about how the Duke himself invited the man to his place, and now he was making him sit and wait. He was outraged, thinking that the curse was supposed to remind Ruav that making someone wait was not nice. After some time, it seemed, he finally approached, thanking him for waiting. Ruvahala, although thinking about how indecently long he had waited, still replied that everything was fine. Noticing how beautifully Duke Ruav was dressed, the prince became embarrassed and, stuttering, said that Kahal was shining today, who restrainedly thanked the prince. Smiling at him, the Duke explained that Ronyak did not need to address him so formally, asking him to call him simply by his first name. The Marquis immediately turned away in embarrassment, covering his mouth with his hand. The guy thought about how amazing it was that the Duke had charmed him in an instant, and despite drinking the purification potion a few days ago, he was still very attractive. Ronjak asked to call him by name too. Ruav said that he was very glad that they had found a common language, inviting them to sit down. While the butler was pouring them tea, the young man remarked how unusual it was in this mansion. Since usually the servants had to take care of them during the meeting, the Duke reminded him that he could not have ordinary people near him. Ruvahala became nervous and asked for forgiveness if he had been rude, but the situation had surprised him a little. Kahel replied that he understood, adding that usually butlers of the highest aristocracy did not do such things. And so Ruav decided to explain that Ardo used to be a knight who was capable of leading an army. He was one of the few who could be at the Duke's side, but after being seriously wounded during a battle with monsters, he took the place of the butler and began to protect Kahel. This surprised the Marquis. He enthusiastically raised his head to the butler and said that the warrior could become an excellent servant. As he thought, the Duke exceeded all his expectations. Ardo, in response, thanked the guy for his generous words and added that he really hoped that the Marquis would visit them more often. Ruav smiled and answered the butler that Ruvahala had promised to come to them again sometime, since they were now business partners, so now the Duke wanted to say something directly to the Marquis. Looking at the boy, Kahal said that he would like the Marquis to provide him with his connections and influence in order to manage the exclusive heliotrope business with the kingdom of Hildebrun. He was very surprised by this request, Ruav continued, saying that he was talking about the king and the crown prince, because the Marquis is the only one who can easily and correctly convey everything to them. In return, Kahal promised to help establish trade relations in Logos, because the Duke had heard that Ruvahala was very interested in this country, so he advised him to limit himself to more than just one interest. Besides, if you succeed, the Duke assured that the Crown Prince will see the sincerity of his free brother, and this is a noble cause. The Marquis covered his mouth with his hand in shock. It was clear to him that Cahill had already found out everything about him and had done so a long time ago and confirmed all the Duke's words, saying that he wanted to develop the fashion industry in Logos. After all, Logos is a place where he can diversify the fashion world and then lead it. But now everything revolves only around the young lady of the Santella family. In addition, Her Majesty the Queen is also secretly monitoring the changes, so he would like to develop a competitive business. They continued their discussion without touching their tea or snacks. The Marquis was interested in whether the Duke would really be able to support him, since there would be a lot that would require Her Majesty's approval. Catchell assured her that the Queen would definitely accept this proposal, since she was crazy about fashion and art, and he would provide as much help as needed. Ruvahala rose from his seat and replied that he would try to bring Ruav good news about the heliotrope deal, and the Duke smiled and went to the door and said that he understood, since the Marquis had said that they would meet again next time. So Kahel said that he was looking forward to that meeting. The Duke's smile embarrassed the young man again, and he blushed, thinking that this man did not spare his heart at all, so he restrainedly thanked Kahel for today's invitation. But when they opened the door, Rena came towards them with a tray in her hands, and the Marquis and the Duke were surprised. After Ruvahala left, sitting in his office and looking at the girl who poured him tea, Ruav realized that this had just complicated everything, because if the Marquis was quite smart, then he probably already had doubts about Rena. And if other people find out about this, then someone from the royal side can capture the main character for their research. No matter how much the Duke suspects her of being a spy, with her help, he was finally able to feel real life. That's why the situation was stressing him out, because Kahel couldn't allow the main character to be taken away just like that. Now the man didn't know what to do and how to be. But Rena suddenly called out to him, asking if something had happened to the Duke, and he looked up at her in shock, looking into her violet eyes, which showed concern. Smiling at her, he replied that he was fine, but he thought about how strange it all was, because now, looking into those eyes, Kahel was suddenly able to feel peace in his soul. Without thinking about it for long, the man told the girl that he would soon need to update his wardrobe, adding that he thought that he could rely on Rena in this matter. The girl became noticeably nervous. He, noticing this, reminded her that by today, the main character had coped with this task just fine. It was not clear to him why she began to worry now. Rena answered that it seemed to her that this vest was too simple for the Duke. Then he understood that she was sad because of his modest clothes. Ruav shared that in some time he was going to invite a tailor to the castle, which meant that the main character would need to take measurements. Beaming with joy, Rena said that she would do it and would try her best. She was clearly pleased that the Duke trusted her with such a job. Seeing this gorgeous smile on the girl's face, Cahill froze in surprise. Looking at her, he saw a sincere smile, in which there was no greed, no lust, and especially no sympathy. After all, there appeared someone who could make the Duke happy, just by smiling at him. Reaching out with his hand to Renee and slowly saying it to them, the man wanted to do something, but she suddenly exclaimed, remembering that she had forgotten to clean the table. He, coming to his senses, slowly removed his hand, quietly saying that he relied on her. Lagos is a country in which power has been passed down through the female line since time immemorial. In the ruling dynasty, there is always a daughter who will be the successor, and, having inherited the royal power that subjugates two duchies, she becomes the next ruler. The butler explained to Renee that the current Queen Fabiana Ardenia and her husband, Archduke Valerian Rupelio, had not yet given birth to a princess, and the banquet in honor of the Archduke's birthday had always been more modest than the celebration of the princess's name day, but since there was no heir, the event would be quite large-scale. The Duke, looking at the main character, asked if she had learned to take measurements after all the lessons, while he himself buttoned the cuffs on the sleeves. She, a little worried, answered that yes, but then decided to clarify with the guy whether he really didn't mind that she would take his measurements, because the girl didn't think that maids were allowed to do something like that. He, continuing to look at her, replied that he really didn't like it when some people touched his body, and after Rena's appearance, Ardo could allow himself to rest at least a little. She only calmly gave a positive answer. Smiling at the gentleman, the girl took the measuring tape in her hands and informed the Duke that she would now begin measuring, saying that first she would need to measure the chest circumference. So the heroine asked Cahill to spread his arms out to the sides for a while, warning him in advance that if he felt uncomfortable, he would have to let her know about it. As soon as Rena touched him, those dirty images of people who begged him for attention and tried to touch him in any way immediately appeared in the guy's head. The man's hands immediately began to tremble from all these memories. The way people kept saying that they could get him, even if they had to dismember and eat every piece of Duke Ruava's body, it filled him with quiet horror. Noticing how the man had become silent, the main character suddenly called out to him. He suddenly turned to look at her, and Rena worriedly asked if he was comfortable and if she had done something wrong, but he only replied that everything was fine, and then the girl continued her business. As she began to move towards the waist, the butler gave them a strange look. Perhaps he was surprised by the whole situation. He was surprised by the fact that at last there was a maid who was capable of being at His Excellency's side. It was something amazing. After all, Ardo had always seen that the Duke had a hard time because of his curse, and now he was able to see how he was enjoying his normal life. For him, it really was like a miracle. He was distracted from his thoughts by Rena, who suddenly appeared in front of him. The man was surprised and asked what had happened. She replied that she had done everything. The butler was surprised at how quickly the heroine had completed the job. Cahill smiled, saying that this hadn't happened for a long time, meaning Ardo, because he was thinking about something else during his work. He explained that apparently he was too happy about his decision to update his wardrobe, which is why he got distracted, and then suddenly suggested that the Duke look at some brooch, since he had invited the merchant. The butler decided to play on feelings, making an upset face and turning to Renee, saying how sorry he was, because the Duke refused to buy jewelry, and he so wanted to show the girl the jewelry popular among the aristocrats. Cahill wanted to be indignant, but the main character immediately made an interested face and said that if you think about it, the Duke really should see something new, but since he has no desire, it's a pity. After that, the young gentleman still decided to change his mind, asking the butler to go for the merchant. When boxes of jewelry were brought into the room, the merchant asked how many items they wanted to buy from him. Cahill replied that he didn't know, and Rena looked at the shimmering stones with wild delight, thinking about how beautiful they were. The stocky man with a mustache smiled and said that if the Duke was looking for something discreet, then items made of morion and rauktopaz would be suitable, but he also decided to offer others. Noticing how the main character was looking at the goods with interest, Ruav approached her and asked which one, in her opinion, would be better. The girl immediately noticed the red brooch. She thought that this decoration would perfectly match the color of the Duke's eyes. Rena immediately imagined him in a magnificent suit and this brooch on his jacket. She decided to immediately and directly say that this ruby brooch would be the best option. The merchant praised the girl's choice. Cahill suggested looking at something else. The main character advised the gentleman to buy a buckle made of morion. He agreed, but advised to look at something else in addition. The merchant and the butler silently waited until they collected what they needed. At the end of the shopping, there was a large number of boxes with various decorations of different sizes in front of them. The man thanked the Duke for trusting him and buying goods from him. Rachel suddenly turned to another display case and noticed something. Taking something from there, he suddenly approached Renee and handed her a small decoration, smiled, and asked her to take it, saying that he was giving it to her, after which he added that the girl had tried hard today. She looked at the gentleman in shock. She couldn't believe that he had given her a gift. It was a very precious thing for her. The Duke explained that if she took such good care of her master, then there was nothing surprising in such a gift. The heroine thanked the man while he smiled warmly at her. Rena recalled those days when she looked after the mistress, and one day she straightened her dress, turning around. The girl angrily asked what the main character had in her hands. She looked at her in confusion and answered that nothing, because she was only straightening her dress. Elliot immediately began to be rude to her and call her a fool, accusing her of only pretending to adjust her hem while trying to rip precious stones off her dress. The mistress ordered another maid to undress Rena, saying that she probably hid something under her clothes. When the woman pushed her to the floor and began to undress her, the heroine begged her not to do this. And at that moment, the main character woke up. All these memories haunted her even in her sleep. The girl tried to catch her breath and understand that it was all just a dream. Looking at the decoration given to her by the Duke on the nightstand, Rena sighed heavily, realizing that even here she continued to dream of such horrors, knowing that the moment when the owner hates you can be compared to death. With a trembling hand, the girl took the decoration, thinking that Duke Rachel was clearly different from all the other aristocrats, because he even wanted to give the maid such an expensive thing. At least he was not the one who would immediately kill her. Rena hoped for that. Clenching the gift in her fist, the main character leaned it against her chest, closed her eyes, and began to pray that her guesses would be true, and that he would turn out to be who she really imagined him to be, and that the situation in her previous family would pass her by. The carriage, which was decorated with gilding, was moving forward. Inside it sat the Duke and the Marquise. The latter thanked the former for having put in so much effort. Cachel explained that he was doing all this because the boy had helped him. He added that this was the ideal place for a personal audience with Her Majesty, since the banquet to celebrate the Archduke's birthday would be a wonderful opportunity for him. The Duke asked if this was Mr. Ruvahala's first meeting with the Queen, and he replied that it was not, explaining that they had met once before at a diplomatic meeting. Smiling, the guy added that he was there as the second prince and had been in the shadows all this time, so he thought that the Queen would hardly remember him at all. Cahill smiled back and reminded him that he and Her Majesty would now be strategic partners, and he promised to take care of that, adding that at today's reception, Ruvahala could introduce the Duke as a close friend. He coughed in embarrassment because he was extremely surprised that Ruav would bestow such a favor on him and allow him to call him a close friend, and the master replied that this act showed his trust in him. With a concentrated look, Cahill began to speak with a hint that Mr. Ruahala was not the type to go around telling everyone about the personal life of his close friend. recalling the very incident when they encountered Rena. Getting up from his seat, the Duke approached the prince, looking at him with a terrible look, and added that there was no point in continuing this conversation, because he hoped that the guy himself understood everything perfectly well. He immediately thought that all this seemed like an excessive favor to him. But since he set such a condition, Duke Ruav could not be mistaken. At this time, the Queen and the Archduke were welcomed to the celebration. They were met by the Lord, who said that he really hoped that nothing had happened to the royal family. The woman replied that everything was fine, asking the guy how he was doing. He replied that thanks to the Queen's grace he was doing well. Fabian Ardenia smiled at him, adding that she was very happy for him, and then suddenly said that she had heard that the Lord had been working hard on trade lately. The guy began to answer, but suddenly got distracted by someone. The Queen immediately called out to him angrily, attracting his attention, and he stuttered and apologized for his rudeness. She turned irritably in the direction he was looking, nervously asking what the hell he was staring at so intently. On that side stood the young Mr. Ryan and Mrs. Riedel from the Santella family who had arrived. Their outfits were made in similar styles and shades, and they themselves were looking around. The girl came closer to the Lord and Queen. The man immediately began to shower her with compliments, saying that she really looked like an angel in the flesh. Taking her hand, he continued to talk about how he could not even sleep because of the thoughts of meeting her, after which he invited the girl to talk with the Queen. But she, apparently, was not eager to be in the company of the young lady, so, with a hiss, she turned around and headed away from them, ignoring her presence. Sitting on the throne, the Archduke asked the Queen not to worry too much, because after all, only she was the queen of this country. She, naturally, understood this. Only after exhaling, another loud sound was heard. The woman asked with displeasure what would happen this time. After this, the arrival of the owner of Terra Ruava and Alandoria, Cardelia and Chardon, Duke Ruava, was announced. Then the Queen opened her eyes in surprise, frozen in one position. The same one slowly walked to the entrance. And the people around him kept talking about him, the devil incarnate, who charms people, thinking that this is why he dressed up like that on this day. The girls began to admire him and his personality. The guys were scared, because today they did not drink the purification potion, fearing that the Duke would suddenly seduce them. Riedel also joined the discussion, smiling as she said that Cahill was becoming more and more like a demon tempter. But he ignored any words, coming closer to the Queen and the Archduke, greeting them. And after he said that the glory of Logos would be eternal under the Queen's rule, the woman immediately asked how Duke Ruav had been doing all this time. She even asked who the young man standing next to Cahill was, and he immediately explained that he was his close friend, Marquis Ruvahala Ronjak, and that today he was his companion to introduce him to the Queen. The boy carefully approached the woman, kissing her hand and saying that he very much hoped that the Queen was in good health. He, without raising his eyes, introduced himself again. She, having looked at him more closely, declared that she now recognized him, asking if he was the Prince of Hildebrunn. Without waiting for an answer, the Queen declared that she could not help but greet the Duke's friend cordially, and when she asked what exactly had made him come to her, he began his story. But the Duke intervened and explained that as soon as he heard about the results of the heliotrope research, he immediately recruited the Marquis. Riedel, standing next to Rian, told her brother that their father had sent their uncle to Hildebrunn too late, because apparently he had foreseen this too. The girl folded her arms and said that it was very stupid of them to make a deal with Ruav, because in a few years they were going to lower the price of the ore, but then suddenly they signed a contract. Ryan, smiling, suggested that Cahill was simply very smart, after which he suggested that his sister replace the heliotrope in the mansion with the stone of Duke Ruava, because, according to rumors, it has good efficiency. After these words, the girl pinched the guy on the arm, asking him not to throw words around so easily. He couldn't understand his sister because she reacted so sharply to the joke, and now, looking at Cahill, Ryan understood that he even used his hated demonic power, which meant that he was very determined. Taking a glass of drink from the servant's tray, the blonde decided to explain to his sister that he was saying all this to show that one should think positively, but she believed that one should be more serious. The brother knew that Ruav was clearly much ahead of them, because even the former head of the family, Damien, was not an ordinary person. Holding a glass in his hand, Ryan asked himself with a smirk on his face if such perfect people as Cahill had any weaknesses. Riedel, looking at her brother, suddenly thought about his question. Turning away nervously, the girl began to seriously think about what Duke Ruava's weak points might be, and how they might be useful in the future. The Marquis said that although he was a foreign diplomat, he really liked the country, so with the Queen's permission, he would like to try opening a business in the fashion industry in Logos. The woman looked at him in surprise, but this clearly aroused some interest in her. Besides, she was keen on fashion, and therefore asked the guy if she had made a mistake. He only confirmed that everything was correct. Turning to Cahill, Ruwahala said that he had already received support from him, and was now confident that everything would work out, because it would also be good for secular society. He reminded the Queen that the Logos intelligentsia was now in the hands of one man. After these words, the woman thought about the Marcus's words, saying that she would look forward to talking with the intelligent young man. Sitting comfortably in her place, Fidelia asked Ruvahala to come to the Purple Room in 2 hours, as she wanted to hear the details, and also invited Duke Ruava there, who agreed, bowing to her. Here Riedel intervened in the conversation, saying that she and the Queen had not seen each other for a long time, after which she began to discuss her red dress, calling it dazzling, adding that this image was like the sun, eclipsing everyone around. Her Highness only remained silent in response to this. The girl also greeted the Duke, after which the Queen turned her attention to her, saying that the daughter of Duke Santella was also here, adding that she greatly admired the loyalty of the two duchies. The woman even praised Duke Santella, calling him one of the outstanding ones. After that, she turned all her attention to Cahill, saying that he never ceases to amaze her, because he is serious and wise, despite the fact that he inherited the title at such a young age. The woman even said that others should follow his example. But the Queen did not forget about Lady Santella either, saying that she would root for her to become a role model like her, and she smiled falsely, thanking Her Majesty for her kind words. As the young lady rode home in her carriage, the girl accompanying her said that the Queen really did allow herself too much. She was unhappy that when Riedel came to greet her, she only spoke about Duke Ruava. The girl thought that even her title did not allow her to mock the young lady like that. She was also outraged by the fact that the Archduke could not even be noticed because of Her Majesty's dress, and it was his birthday. Riedel looked upset and said that saying such a thing was disrespectful. But Maria did not care. She was very angry because of the Queen's behavior, although she still had not given birth to a princess. After these words, Riedel became indignant, warning the girl that if someone heard her words, she would get into a lot of trouble later. But she replied that everyone in the kingdom had known about this for a long time, and she was only talking about it now out of concern. And people are now saying that Her Majesty should quickly adopt the young lady and pass the throne to her, and Mary herself thought that it would be good if Riedel took the place of the Queen. She, putting her finger to her lips, replied that she understood her feelings, but asked her not to forget that she always needed to be careful in her words, in response to which the girl said that the only downside of her mistress was that she was overly kind. She just remained silent in response. And the young lady herself thought that she did not have the power that was passed down from generation to generation to the queens, and without it, even having become the ruler, she would not be able to subjugate the Ruav family, and they would interfere with the growth of Santella's power. And moreover, Cahill could also become the queen. The Duke returned home late in the evening, and was met at home by his butler and Rena, who calmly greeted her master, but he immediately paid attention to her, after which he called out to her. Cahill explained that with her help today, all the past was successful, so he decided to ask if she had any wishes. She, hearing this, looked at the owner in shock. The girl became nervous and said that the Duke was being too kind to her because, in her opinion, she had not done anything special. But Cahill did not agree, because it was thanks to her preparations that he managed to get an audience with Her Majesty, so the guy asked the main character to simply say what she wanted. He assumed that perhaps she needed jewelry, so he immediately said that tomorrow he would call the merchant and take from him the latest fashionable jewelry of each kind. What he heard plunged the girl into great amazement. And the men looked at her funny reaction with a smile. Rena insisted that she did not need jewelry, and in general, she did not want to receive anything. Then the Duke asked what exactly she wanted. The girl, after thinking, answered that in fact, she would like to know about the people who lived with her in the castle of Fidelia. This surprised Cahill, and he decided to clarify whether these were the same people with whom she lived before. She answered that yes, because for her they were family. Ruov suggested that if they were like family to her, then Rina must have missed them a lot, which made the guy think a little. He asked the main character to tell him a little more about them. She thoughtfully turned away, saying that when she was left alone at the age of 10, Uncle Theo got her a job as a maid in the Fidelia castle. He himself had a lot of work in the stable, but he took care of the main character as if she were his own daughter. The man constantly asked little Reina if she was having a hard time, invited her to rest at any time, and simply took care of her in every possible way, as a father should. And Sid, her close friend, who was like a brother to her, also protected her, an illegitimate child. Together with her uncle, the guy scared away from Rina those who tried to harm her in any way. The main character told the Duke that she and Sid were considered brother and sister, and that they were family, and she herself considered the guy to be her family, and always relied on him, knowing that he would understand her and not betray her. After these words, Cahill suddenly became thoughtful, repeating the words that the main character and her friend grew up as family to each other. The girl could not understand why the Duke suddenly became so serious. And then suddenly she felt awkward, because it seemed to her that asking for such a thing was already too much. The girl took a step back and asked herself how she dared to forget about her place and ask the gentleman for something, because he did not have to fulfill her requests. But he didn't listen. He only asked about the fact that Sid was not her blood relative, but protected her, which is why people considered them brother and sister. Rina was surprised by such a sudden question, but still answered it positively. After a couple of thoughtful seconds, Cahill suddenly smiled, asking the girl not to worry, because he would send people to find out about the well-being of her friends. But after thinking a little, he said that he had a better idea. The Duke decided to bring them here, because there was still a couple of 3 hands missing. Hearing about this, the main character literally beamed with joy and immediately began to thank Duke Ruava, the butler, stroking the girl on the head, congratulated her, asking if she was happy. She answered that of course she was. Cahill, watching the girl's happy face, could not understand why. Even though he knew that he was doing a good deed, he suddenly felt unpleasant for some reason. The guy could not understand why this situation suddenly hurt him. Both men stood with their hands tied on their knees in front of the maid. She was given to understand that the right people had finally been caught. The woman praised those who had done it. Theo looked up at her, fearfully asking why she was doing this to them. The woman, looking at them, explained that they had received a letter from Duke Ruava, in which he ordered them to be delivered to him right away. It is also known that an illegitimate child born of a dissolute woman was spinning around the Duke. The maid does not know the details, but she assumed that she had greatly disturbed Cahill's peace. Hearing this, Sid immediately began to be indignant, asking why the maid hated Rina so much. But after that, a heavy male fist hit the guy in the face and he was ordered to shut up. The woman asked if he was really asking what this girl had done. She explained that Rina's mother was a foreigner, of unknown origin, who dared to seduce a nobleman and give birth to a child, so the woman thought that the girl should be held responsible for this. Sid silently glared at her, full of hatred. But he still did not remain silent, recalling how the maid herself had run after Baron Fidelia from a young age, suggesting that this was probably why she was jealous, since Rina's mother had attracted his attention, but she had not. Smiling, the guy said that, apparently, the woman was really offended by this, and then advised her to first look in the mirror, adding that if he were in the Baron's place, he too would have remained indifferent to such a woman. She could no longer listen to Sid's insults, indignantly shouted at him and asked what he was allowing himself to do, and then turned to the guards, angrily asking why they were standing like statues, ordering them to immediately put them in a cart and send them to Duke Ruavu, after which the men were immediately grabbed and taken to the transport. When they finally arrived, Theo, shaking with fear, told Sid that, apparently, their song was already sung. Otherwise, why would they be called to such a place? The guy did not understand why, because they did nothing wrong. They assumed that Rina died because she was guilty of something. The young man, on the one hand, did not think so, but just as he wanted to say something, the butler called out to them, suggesting that they were probably tired after a long journey. He had a bottle of green liquid in his hands, and when he offered them to drink it, they immediately became frightened, thinking that it was poison, which meant that they really were going to execute them. Theo, stuttering, asked to tell the reason why they wanted to kill them today. The butler, hearing this, was very surprised and asked why they wanted to kill them. The men suddenly asked if there was poison in the bottle, as they expected. Then they were told that this was a purification potion that was made especially in the temple. They needed to drink it before meeting with His Excellency, and what the men were saying were terrible things. A few seconds later, Cahill appeared in the doorway, his gaze focused and serious. Theo and Sid at that moment began to bow to the young duke, visibly nervous. He asked to omit the formality, because if someone saw it, his back would hurt. After clarifying their names, Ruov sat down in the chair opposite, looking at each of the men, as if trying to find something or read something in them to recognize their personalities. Looking at them, the Duke got the feeling that they were having a hard time. The younger one looked quite scared, but not a broken guy. He still decided to explain why he gathered them here today, saying that he wanted to offer them a position as caretakers of the duchy stables. They immediately asked why he would hire someone like them, but then Cahill ordered Ardo to let her into the room. And then Rena appeared in the doorway. She was wearing a beautiful dress. She looked clean and well-groomed. Seeing her friends, the girl opened her mouth in shock. Apparently she could not believe what she was seeing. Rushing towards them, Rena joyfully shouted out their names. They, too, did not expect to see her here, healthy and alive. The three of them stood in place, hugging each other. Tears of joy could be seen in the men's eyes. They were clearly very happy to see the main character. The Duke, watching them, felt awkward. Rena, falling to Ruavu's knees, with a joyful smile and tears in her eyes, said that she did not know how to repay him for such mercy, thanking him once again. The Duke, jumping down to the girl, asked her to rise, explaining that he did not do this so that she would bow at his feet, and then raised his head to the men, told them to sit down too, and they followed his advice. Cahill told the men that Rena had been very eager to know how they were doing, and when he wanted to reward her, she had refused the jewelry and asked him to find her friends, so the master decided that it would be easier if he offered them work here, since every time he wanted to reward the girl, it would be rather unwise to send for her friends. Hearing this, all three gasped with delight, and the Duke left them alone so that they could discuss everything. When he left the room, he thought about the fact that he didn't even know that the main character was capable of such bright positive emotions, because when she is with Cahill, she experiences mostly fear. So, the guy thought that inviting her friends was definitely a good idea, but he was too embarrassed by one factor. Namely, too close a relationship with her friend Sid. Ruov didn't care that they were like brother and sister, because these two are not blood relatives, and having grown up so casually hugging each other is strange for him. Walking into another room, Cahill continued to think. He didn't know about Rena, but it was obvious that Sid definitely had feelings for her, so they would have to pay special attention. Sitting down in his office on a chair and covering his face with his hand, the man suddenly became embarrassed and sighed heavily. There was a strange picture in his head. He was tenderly hugging the main character, smiling happily. It was not clear for what reason such pictures flashed in his thoughts from time to time. Cahill began to think about her often, and his amulet on his chest suddenly lit up with a bright light when he said her name out loud, as if trying to taste each letter. The butler stood in the middle of the hall, wiping trays. Suddenly a female voice was heard nearby, which greeted the man. He in turn wished Renee good morning, and she offered him her help. While carrying the flowers, the main character admired them, asking how about putting freesias in the Duke's office, while the man, watching her, thought that since those grooms were brought, Rena's emotional state had improved a lot. The girl who was afraid of everyone and everything is now full of energy, which means that meeting with loved ones made her feel more comfortable, but that's not the only thing that changed. Due to the demonic power, Cahill had to grow up too early. No one knows how deep the wounds he received in childhood are, and he himself did not tell his father, the previous Duke, about it. But everything changed after the appearance of the main character. The butler one day looked at the Duke. He was smiling and looking at the flowers that Rena had put in his office. He wished the man a good morning, saying that he would like to ask him for something, namely, that he call the merchant who came last time. There was a magazine on the guy's desk. He decided to explain that it was the latest issue of a wardrobe book with descriptions of the latest new items, after which he added that the main character advised him to do so. Ardo reacted to this with a smile. He was very surprised that a person who had previously not been interested in clothes suddenly began to pay attention to such things, Perhaps it was good that the Duke was changing little by little. When the man turned to Renee, she turned to him with a smile. He explained that Kahel would soon have tea and needed to get ready, after which the girl immediately went to fulfill this request, and the butler suddenly decided to trust her and conduct some kind of experiment. A few minutes later, the main character was already in the Duke's office. With a tray in her hands, she told him that she had brought tea, suggesting that they take a short break. He exhaled, said that he had not noticed how quickly time had flown by. Leaving his business, he approached the table, paying attention to the tray. Rena announced that there would also be a dessert with tea today, which the chef himself recommended, a cake decorated with strawberries and cream. The girl said that it looked quite appetizing, but the guy replied that he didn't like desserts. Then the main character remembered Ardo's words about what to do if his superiority suddenly refuses sweets. The girl sadly began to talk about how it seems to be really very tasty. Taking a sip of tea, Cahill suggested that Renee eat something sweet. She immediately replied that she couldn't do that, because servants weren't allowed to touch the master's food. Well, unless it was something he hadn't finished. After which the guy thought about it, breaking off a piece of the delicacy. And he himself plunged into childhood memories when he ate exactly the same cake, sitting next to his mother in an embrace, and she asked him if it was tasty, and he answered with a smile that it was. Seeing the Duke's reaction, the girl excitedly asked if he didn't like the dessert, and he replied that everything was fine. And then he put his fork down, thanked the main character, and said that now it was her turn to have dessert. She replied that he had tried just a little, offering to eat more, but another idea came to his mind, to eat in turns, which he informed the girl about. And then he sat Rena down at the table. The situation made the heroine a little tense. She felt awkward, but she still picked up a fork and said that she would try just a small piece. And when she finally put it in her mouth, she was beside herself with delight. The taste brought joy to the girl, and the Duke at that time stepped aside. He was shaking a little, noticing this. Rena turned around, but the guy apologized, explaining that she was simply eating too nicely. The heroine looked at him suspiciously, embarrassed, and then asked if he was lying, and then remembered that it was his turn to have dessert, and he didn't argue. He grabbed the girl by the hand with which she held the fork with the piece, put it from her hand into his mouth, looking with his red eyes into hers. Rena seemed to stop breathing for a couple of seconds, but then came to her senses and became very embarrassed. But something else worried her, that she had just eaten with this fork. The guy at first did not understand what she was getting at, but then he said that he had had the utensil a little earlier. Rena immediately began to apologize to the gentleman for daring to touch his utensils. He stood up, wiped his mouth with his hand, and then said that everything was fine because no one died after that, adding that he no longer wanted sweets, which meant that everything else would go to the heroine. Rena, with a happy face, began to carefully eat the dessert, enjoying every piece. Seeing her reaction, Kahel asked if she liked it. She answered that it did, because it was the first time she ate something so delicious. The guy looked at her with a smile, after which he added that the chef should be awarded. After that, Rena and Ardo met in the corridor. The man was surprised that the Duke actually tried the dessert, the girl confirmed, saying that he did it only a little. The butler didn't think at all that it could work at all. Who would have known that the stubbornness that had been preserved since childhood would collapse like this? It seemed to him that the main character had too much influence on him. The man was pleased with the changes in Cahill, but if this girl became more than just a maid, a lot would change. Because what would happen if Rena suddenly wanted to leave the Duke? He did not understand whether it was worth letting things slide. The butler's soul was somehow uneasy. The man, standing over his wife's bed, asked the doctor sitting next to him how she was. He was silent for a couple of seconds, after which he replied that it seemed that after the birth of the young gentleman, who possessed strong magical energy, his mother's body suffered greatly. Therefore, now it was not clear what could help her. Therefore, it was unknown what would happen in the future. What he heard upset the head of the family, but suddenly a child's voice was heard from behind, which asked the father if all this was happening because of him. The father turned around and saw little Cahill. The man immediately became nervous. The boy stood in place, his hands folded in front of him, and tears were shining in his eyes. He asked his father again whether he was to blame for everything, but it was as if he already knew the answer to this question. The man immediately ran up to him, but first asked the butler how his son had ended up there, Gently taking the boy by the hands, he told him that everything was not at all as he said, while asking him not to cry. Kahal explained that all people say the exact opposite, that his mother is sick because his son is a monster. The father, hearing this, was outraged by how rude people were. He began to ask his son who had told him such a thing, after which he explained that these were just rumors, asking him not to pay attention. The doctor joined the conversation, supporting the head of the family. After which he added that if his mother starts to take care of her health, she will feel better, because she should abstain from sweets and start eating healthy food. This upset the boy, because his mother loves desserts the most. Burying his face in his father's chest, he cried again, asking his mother for forgiveness. All the following times, when the butler offered him the sweet that was prepared especially for him, the young master always refused it, without even raising his eyes to the dessert, because, in his opinion, it was because of it that her mother could not eat even a piece, so he refused too. At such a young age, the boy kept telling himself that people like him simply weren't supposed to eat such things, and the child blamed himself heavily. So now, when Ardo looked at the empty dessert plate, he was surprised, because this stubborn man took and ate the sweet at Rena's request, because no matter how much he thought about it, the Duke clearly felt something for Rena. And this was not at all surprising, because knowing how this girl communicates with the Duke, because she is the only one who does not succumb to the influence of demonic power, being near Cahill. And if this continues, and Rena really does leave, then everything will return to normal. The Duke will again become the same as he was before, and will stop trusting people completely, but he cannot interfere with her future marriage. Gerard suddenly looked in on Ruav, who was sitting in his office, and announced that he had brought him documents that required his approval. Then the guy asked if the Duke was going somewhere. He was putting on his jacket at that time. He explained with a smile that today Ruvahala wanted to discuss the building's construction plan, and he needed to show that he supported it. Gerard sighed, saying that there was a lot of paperwork here, and it would be a shame to leave. It seemed to him that the Duke was spending too much time with his new friend. Cahill assumed that the guy was jealous. A funny picture immediately appeared in his head, but he was indignant, asking how the Duke could even think of such a thing. The gentleman explained that if you look at it through his eyes, then this is quite logical, because only Gerard bears the title of his close friend. He argued with him that everything was not so at all, saying that this foreigner seemed suspicious to him. In the end, he decided to go with Cahill. He suddenly took the bell in his hands, ringing it. After some time, Rena came, because the Duke was calling her with this sound. She asked with a smile whether the man was calling her. He confirmed, telling the girl to get ready to go out, and also brought him a robe with a hood, and advised her to put on something that would cover her face. The main character was surprised, asking if he was really telling her this. Cahill, smiling, answered that yes, because she had not gone outside since she came here, after which the Duke explained that there would not be much work, because she would just need to be nearby. Rena was immediately happy with this news, after which the girl ran off to prepare her things and herself for the exit, while Ruav looked after her with a smile. And Gerard, with his mouth open, watched this whole picture, after which he turned to the Duke, asking what was going on. He could not understand how this girl remained so calm, and the guy immediately began to build different theories about her. Cahill, leaning on the table, grinned, saying that at first it also seemed to him that Rena could be a spy from the White faction, but judging by her actions, this was not so, after which Gerard stopped understanding anything at all. After some time, the young people were already sitting in the carriage. The main character was happily looking out the window. The views delighted her, because the city was completely different from Kerouac. Dressed-up people were walking along the streets. The streets were shining with cleanliness. Looking at everything through the window, Rena asked why there were so many people on the streets. The Duke at first did not know what to answer, but then, smiling at the girl, said that they could stop and look if she was so interested, and they did so. Cahill helped the heroine down. Jared was a little indignant, saying that this way they would be late for the meeting. At this time, Cahill, who had slightly hugged the main character around the waist, turned to his friend and told him not to worry, because the Duke, in his opinion, could afford to be a little late. In response, he only quietly groaned. Looking at Ruav, Gerard couldn't understand when he had managed to change so much and what had contributed to it. And Rina and Kahal at this time approached a huge fountain. The girl looked at it with admiration, saying that she did not know that an ordinary fountain could be so beautiful, and the Duke looked at her reaction with a smile, while she continued to admire it. A few seconds later, the heroine noticed how the girls were throwing something into this fountain, about which she immediately asked Ruava. He explained that they were throwing coins there. If you hit the stand, then your wish will come true. After the explanation, the Duke said that he would give the girl a coin, asking her to make a wish. She said that she had never thought about it and did not know. Handing her a coin, he asked with a smile if the girl had something she had dreamed of all her life, but it didn't matter. The guy gave her some advice. Whatever she wanted, let her be honest with herself. Then the girl immediately remembered something. Kahal asked what her wish would be. Rina, closing her eyes, with a blush on her cheeks, said one word: family. She explained that someday she also wants her own family. Hearing this, the Duke froze, assuming that if this was her wish, then the heroine was planning to get married. And this means that in the future, Rina plans to leave her position as a maid and leave him. In Kahal's mind, immediately popped up the image of the main character in a wedding dress, walking down the aisle with the groom on her arm. Rina's mother died too early, but she loved her daughter, and Baron Fidelia may not have been her real father. The heroine always watched him and his daughter with envy. Uncle Theo took care of the girl, always helping and supporting her in everything, like a father. But he was not her blood relative, and he had his own child, so always, looking at happy families, Renee wanted her to have a strong and friendly family. The girl dreamed of a simple and calm life, a warm home and a loving husband, as well as a happily smiling child running around the house, and in the harmonious family that she would create, she wanted to feel not alone. The Duke turned to her in surprise, asking if her desire was really a family. The main character confirmed her words. He asked her if she was eager to get married, suggesting that she had probably already thought about when to have the wedding and with whom. She replied that she had not thought about it yet, saying that it would be nice to just have a loving family. Cahill had a feeling that something had taken his breath away, but when Rina suddenly left because of marriage, he didn't know what he would do. So now he said that it was too early for her to think about marriage. The girl reminded that initially, she was almost married to Deloigne. And then Ruav remembered this incident with a displeased look on his face, while the girl was talking about how they usually all got married at 15. But he seemed not to hear. He kept thinking about how he could have been late, and Rina would have been married to that idiot. He was disgusted by just the thought of it. While the man was thinking, the main character was accidentally hit by some man, pushing her, but he quickly apologized. The Duke didn't like the fact that the stranger was looking at the main character, so he put his hand on the girl's shoulder, pulled her towards him, and looked at him with a displeased look, and Cahill himself couldn't understand why all this was bothering him. Then Rina called out to him. He looked back at her. She embarrassedly pointed to his hand, which was still on her shoulder, but he did not particularly react to this. The girl, stuttering, thanked the man. And then she turned her attention to the fountain, because the coin that the heroine threw did not land on the stand. Cahill unexpectedly thanked God. The girl immediately asked him in surprise what he had just said, but he was going to avoid answering. And then, closing his eyes, he assumed that it was all because she was far away, after which he said that he would throw a coin for the main character. Taking it out of his pocket, with one movement of his hand, Ruav threw it into the fountain. Rina was immediately happy, because he managed to throw the coins on the stand, but the guy was not particularly happy. Turning away, Cahill still said that he hoped that the main character's wish would come true. She replied that it would, because the Duke himself helped her. The girl looked very happy. She hoped with all her heart. Ruav also thought that her wish would come true, although he himself dreamed that she would stay with him forever. After a while, they got into the carriage and went to the right place. The transport stopped at a large building. Cachel went out into the street, telling Renee that it was time for him to go. He said that he would come soon, asking her to wait in the carriage, but warned that no one should see her. She said that she understood, after which they left. Ryan, who was standing nearby, was watching all this, looking out from the alley of the neighboring building. He looked a little shocked. Seeing Reyna, who was looking out the window with delight, the guy couldn't believe what he saw, assuming that he was hallucinating, and besides, it seemed to him that Cahill was very nice to her. The guy became interested in who this girl was, because before that he was wondering why Ruav's carriage was standing there, and then he was lucky enough to see something like this. He considered it a stroke of luck. Coming closer to the carriage, he waved to Renee through the window with a smile on his face, greeting her, after which he asked her name, and the girl became frightened. And she immediately pulled the hood over her face so that it wouldn't be seen. She immediately began to panic and didn't know what to do, because she had been seen, which meant she needed to hide urgently, because the Duke had said that no one should notice her. Ryan began to knock on the carriage door, asking what happened to the main character. He explained that he was not her enemy, asking if they could talk a little. The people standing behind the guy looked at him suspiciously and whispered, because from the outside his behavior looked strange. A young man acting up in front of a carriage in which a lady was sitting. It certainly looked strange. And no matter what Rian did, Rena did not want to look in his direction. He could not understand whether all the girls near Cahill behaved like this. Suddenly, the voices of the Duke and Gerard were heard nearby, after which the guy tensed up, realizing that he needed to hide. While the men discussed things important to their business, Rian quietly hid behind the other side of the carriage, eavesdropping on their conversation, although he so wanted to talk to this mysterious stranger. When the carriage left, the guy was thinking out loud that the main character didn't look like a member of a noble family at all, so it was unclear how she managed to stay close to Cahill. And if his father and his sister Riddell found out about this, they would immediately try to find out everything about this girl. Then Ruav would most likely try to protect himself and Rena, so he understood that now it was best to remain silent about what he had seen. Now it had become clear that the most interesting things were happening near Cahill. Someone who is not affected by demonic power, and also not an aristocrat. All this is very suspicious. Rian was interested in what Duke Ruav was really hiding from everyone, so the guy was going to find out more about those around him. Ever since she was a child, little Riddell was admired by everyone around her. There were many questions about how she could be so beautiful. People really compared the girl to an angel, asking for their blessing. She herself began to believe in it. Her father carried her in his arms, assuring her that she would be at the top of the kingdom, because, according to him, she was sent to them for this. Her father asked her to fulfill their dreams. Looking at the queen, Riddell truly thought that perhaps she really was born the chosen one. At the church, the girl was met by a priest. He greeted her. Rubid Centella was the high priest, and also the brother of the current Duke Centella. Coming closer to him, the girl said with a smile that they had not seen each other for a long time. He did not like formalities, and asked to call him simply uncle, but Riddell stood her ground, saying that she had come to the temple of the goddess, so she would observe etiquette. The man smiled at her, saying that their family helps them a lot by sending white jade to create sculptures. The blonde replied that she was happy to hear this, because an offering to the goddess always brings more pleasure. Looking at the painted walls, Riedel suddenly remembered that they say the check of the reprint of the sacred scriptures was completed. She was interested in whether everything was in order with them. The uncle, taking out the book, explained that under the protection of the goddess Lana, no problems had arisen, and the book was proof of this. The girl took it in her hands, turning the pages with a smile. In the Tales of Logos, it was said that an angel and a demon, opposing each other, fought for 1,000 days and 1,000 nights. The demon caused a typhoon and turned the earth upside down, and the angel created a gentle breeze, restoring all the destruction. Riedel, reading the tale, understood that, apparently, everything went smoothly. The girl looked genuinely interested. The priest said that he wanted to find the true meaning of the goddess's words, so he changed the written passage about the two beasts. The niece asked what about the part she asked for, he explained, and the moment with the prophetic book of Malaik was also changed. When the old sun sets and the cold moon rises, and Deneb and Altair turn to Spixa, the chosen one will raise the eternal sun. In the 2000th Logos, the Santella and Ruav families will fight for the throne, and only one will be able to survive and become the sole ruler of the new era. For this passage, everything was prepared for a very long time. Riedel closed the book, placing it on the table, then placed her hand on top, saying that the glory of Logos, having found a new owner, would be endless, after which she thanked her grandfather, saying that he tried well. Turning to her uncle, the girl explained that the printing of this corrected edition was very important. They were going to distribute 5,000 copies free of charge. The priest replied that the girl's words were gracious, noting that the goddess would also be pleased. Riedel suddenly decided to ask him if he knew about the power. Each ruler of Logos was born with the power to subjugate angels and demons. But over time, the queen's abilities became weaker, and the current one has already reached a level that is shameful to even call power. Now even the families of the dukes hardly obey her. Riedel was interested in one thing. Would the new master also become weaker from generation to generation? The man immediately said that this was a complicated question, but since the book wrote about the eternal sun, there was no need to worry in vain. What was important now was that the queen's power had weakened, and besides, she had never given birth to an heiress. He added that the current ruling dynasty is still praised by the people, but soon everything will be as it is said in the scriptures. Smiling, the girl asked if this is the queen's ability, because this is the power of two families of dukes. Kneeling before Riedel, the priest kissed her hand, saying that she was the greatest achievement of the Santella family, explaining that they had long ago enchanted their bodies to weaken their submission and disobey the queen. And finally, Riedel was born, a truly ideal person who shows neither respect nor loyalty to the queen. The man believes that the girl will fulfill the long-standing desire of the entire family. Waving her hand at him, the girl declared that the time had come because she was going to begin the glorious history of the Santella dynasty. This religious book would be the beginning of the expulsion of the demon Ruav from the Holy Land. Still kneeling before Riedel, the man spoke of how a noble man who had inherited the family's wishes should receive Lana's blessing. At this time, Rena was cleaning the Duke's office, wiping down his desk, and she herself was remembering the guy who noticed her in the carriage. Now she was wondering who this blonde guy was. She understood that it didn't look like they knew each other, but the heroine hoped that her outfit at least helped her hide a little, and everything would be fine. But it was not clear why the Duke said not to show herself to others. Renee still doesn't know much about what to do, but compared to Fidelia Castle, here the main character lives as if she were a princess, and the Duke not only drinks tea in her company every day. And he also gives her gifts, which he did recently. He gave her a beautiful piece of jewelry. The girl was very happy, because it was the first time she received something like that, but now she began to worry about whether she was being paid too much. Yes, of course, she often has to carry out various kinds of assignments, but maybe there is something besides the obligatory work that could make His Excellency happy, and Rena was going to find it, which she said out loud. But suddenly Cahill appeared behind her and asked what exactly the girl wanted to find. Rena was terribly frightened by the Duke's sudden appearance. He asked her what exactly she was suddenly thinking about. Rena stuttered that it was nothing and said that she would go prepare a bath for Ruava, quickly running away. In just a couple of minutes the bathroom was ready. Cahill slowly undressed, after which he suddenly grabbed his shoulder, sighing heavily. It was clear that it was bothering the man. Noticing this, Rena asked if the Duke was in pain. While he continued to hold his sore shoulder, he explained that his muscles were bothering him a little, because he had not practiced fencing for a long time due to a lot of things to do, and this immediately made itself felt. And then the girl realized that this was what she needed. Here she could help. Smiling, Rena joyfully clapped her hands, saying that she could help Cahill relax. She asked the Duke to wait a little, rolling up her sleeves and quietly humming something to herself. The guy, standing in front of her in just a towel, asked if a massage was necessary during bathing. Rena, smiling at him, explained that warm water relaxes the muscles of the body, so the massage will be more effective, so he should climb in and not be stubborn. When Cahill climbed into the bathtub, he thought that even though the main character was not susceptible to the influence of demonic power, it was unknown if something could happen in such a situation, so he wanted to get up, saying that nothing would work. But Rena sat him back down, closed her eyes, and said that everything would be fine, and then the girl asked him to lean back on the edge behind him. He did not understand why his soul suddenly became somehow calm, so much so that he did not even want to refuse her. The main character explained that the first thing she would do was wash his head. The Duke turned around and asked what he should do then. Rena said that we would put a towel under his neck so that he could lie down, asking him not to worry and to lean back, which he did while the girl was soaping the washcloth. After which, with careful movements, she applied foam to the man's hair, while he silently watched her, and she watched him, and did this with a smile on her face, which surprised Cahill. And when she finished with the head, Rena said that now she would start the massage. He looked a little lost. Touching his shoulder gently, the main character asked, pressing on a certain point. If it hurt there, Ruav quietly said that it did. The girl asked him to tell her if it suddenly became unpleasant. He in response asked her not to worry, saying that he did not think it would hurt. After that, Rena suddenly pulled his shoulder towards herself, from which he straightened up sharply, and then looked into her eyes in shock. It really hurt him, but he tried to endure it as best he could. The girl noted that the Duke had apparently been overexerting himself lately and should take a break. Kahal sighed, saying that he was more resilient than others and that he was fine, but Rena said that he should allow himself to relax. And then the heroine moved away from him a little, saying that she was finished with the massage, advising the gentleman to warm up a little in the bath to relieve tension. Rena herself looked extremely exhausted, and he told her about it, saying that because of him she was overworked, but the girl immediately seemed to be filled with energy, saying that everything was fine. The girl asked him not to worry, and also added that after a long massage, it is better to sleep in a warm place so that there is no body aches. Ruav praised the heroine, saying that she does a very good massage, because he really felt better. These words raised the girl's spirits. And Cahill suddenly took Rena by the hand, pulling her towards him, after which he took her and kissed her on the top of her head, gently stroking her head. This action made the girl extremely embarrassed. She looked at him in confusion while he smiled, after which he quietly thanked her. And then he sat back down in the bathroom, telling Renee that she could go now. There was no need to repeat it again. The girl quickly left the room, and the man thoughtfully turned his head away. When the main character left the bathroom, she stood for a couple of minutes, leaning against the door. She still couldn't come to her senses, blushing like a tomato, and she thought about what just happened. It was so hot in her chest, and her heart was beating like crazy. She immediately remembered how her mistress was praised in childhood, and the girl asked herself if such feelings were really experienced when a person was praised. She felt very pleased. Suddenly, the butler appeared in the corridor, and Ardo, entering her room, said that it was time to prepare for the cold weather, so he asked the girl to tell the headmaid to hang winter curtains in the Duke's office and bedroom. They stood in front of the window. Rena said that she had spoken to her literally yesterday, so tomorrow they should come and do everything. The butler, hearing this, praised the heroine. She raised an embarrassed look at him. He asked if the girl wanted to say anything else. Turning to the man and looking down at the floor, the main character asked if he could pat her on the head if it wouldn't be too much trouble. At first, Ardo looked at her in shock, not expecting to hear something like that. And then his gaze softened, and he thought about how hard this girl's life must have been for her to ask him for such a thing. But he didn't refuse her. He gently stroked Rena's head, and then removed his hand. She stared at one point with an incomprehensible expression on her face. The butler, noticing this, asked if everything was okay. The main character, stuttering, answered that yes, and thanked the man, adding that she would go. The girl quickly ran away, clearly feeling a little awkward in this situation. She had thoughts in her head that the way the butler stroked her was also nice, but this feeling was different from before. She liked it more when Master Ruv praised her, but she couldn't figure out what kind of feeling it was. Grabbing her face and blushing, Rena realized one thing. All of this was really, really strange. As he got out of the bath, the Duke wiped his head with a white towel, still dripping with water. Then he went to the window and opened it, looking at the starry sky. And he himself thought about Renee. He so wanted to know who she really was and who she would be for him in the future. Taking hold of his pendant, Kahel thought about how when he saw her smile, all he could think about was how much he wanted to hug her, which only made him sad. And now it was unclear whether he himself was under the influence of demonic power. Remembering today, the guy thought that if he had the opportunity to feel the same thing again, he would want something more. And these thoughts made him feel very awkward and ashamed. Ruav quickly blushed, grabbing the windowsill. He told himself that Rena had only recently become an adult. She was still too innocent. Then Gerard burst into his bedroom without warning, asking to look at something. Cahill chuckled, saying that his friend was now visiting him in the bedroom, and joking that the purification potion seemed to really work well. He replied that now was not the time for jokes. He handed him the book, saying that it was a revised version of the scriptures that would be published next month. Gerard asked the Duke to pay special attention to the part about the tales of Logos. He, taking the book in his hand, flipped through the pages with a grin, because they openly declare that the Ruavs are demons. Cahill himself was still grinning, saying how well everything was described there. Even he was convinced. Gerard was outraged, saying that all this was brainwashing of ordinary citizens, and this was done in order to make his family an object of hatred. Such significant changes, according to the guy's assumptions, were most likely sponsored by those who support the sacred scriptures. In addition, in popular newspapers that are distributed on the streets, the Duke is insulted, called a demon of temptation, and is depicted as a terrible killer, and if these writings are actively bought up, then he will not be able to get out of it dry. Gerard, continuing his angry indignation, began to insist that he was almost certain that this snake in the grass had light-colored hair. He knew exactly who he was talking about. Cahill sighed and sat down on the bed, saying that the Santella family had been in charge of publishing sacred scriptures for generations, because they were monopolists, and this was not an area that the Duke could influence. But it was important to find out why they did this. The guy standing in front of him was waving his arms, saying that they couldn't just sit back and they needed to confront Santella. Ruav agreed with him, adding that he was relying on him in this matter, and then said that Ronjak's connections in society and business could help them. So he asked his friend to take care of Ruahala's security. Jared replied that he understood and said that he would begin preparing to visit the Marquis tomorrow, after which he left. And Cahill plopped down tiredly on the bed, looking at the ceiling, after which he noticed an open book next to him. The guy was talking about how as long as you are human, there will always be both good and bad in you, and that is how they are going to divide the world. In this book, everything was divided into angels and demons, good and evil. The Duke considered people stupid. The next day, when Rena and Cahill were sitting at the table, drinking tea, they were actively discussing something, after which the Duke said that he wanted to ask her a question. The girl immediately perked up. He looked at her thoughtfully, warning her that he asked out of simple interest, and if she didn't want to, she might as well not answer him. The main character asked what the man ultimately wanted to know. He adjusted his cup of tea and mentioned her dream of starting a family. Duke Ruav asked Rena if she had any ideas about what her husband should be like, a question that greatly surprised the girl. She tensed up, asking why Cahill had suddenly decided to find out about this, and he explained that usually the marriage of a close maid was arranged by the person she served, which meant that the Duke would be doing this, so he would like to hear her opinion. The girl thanked him, saying that she was not in a position to choose, but nevertheless, if there was a choice, Rena would like to become the wife of an affectionate man, after which Ruav thoughtfully lowered his gaze to the table. While the man was analyzing her words, the main character was thinking about how kind her master was, and how there was no one who cared about his servants as much, and if she got married, she would have to leave the estate, which made the girl a little sad. Here, unexpectedly for her, Cahill asked if Sid was a kind person. Hearing this, the heroine opened her eyes in great surprise. This question was extremely unexpected. Rena immediately asked again, but then answered herself, saying that he was, and the Duke was right. But Ruav noticed that he always walked around with a stone face and looked somehow frail, in his opinion. The girl did not tolerate such statements towards her friend and immediately stood up for him, saying that although Sid was a little harsh, he was very kind to his loved ones, and he was thin because he ate poorly as a child and often shared with her. Rena's reaction made the Duke shut up and just listen while the heroine talked about how her friend was the best stable boy in Kerouac, and the soul, in her opinion, is much more important than appearance, because if a person was rotten inside, the girl would never pay attention to him. Cahill understood that Rena was right. It turned out that he was definitely nothing more than a monster in a beautiful wrapper, because the Duke did not even try to look into the souls of others, but only avoided them, justifying them with the suffering that his power brought him. Then he suddenly assumed that he was clearly disgusting to the girl, which he said out loud. The main character, hearing this, fell silent for a few seconds, while Cahill silently looked at one point. Rena understood that the conversation had taken a wrong turn, and she had expressed herself completely incorrectly. Looking down, she decided to admit that at first she had really been very afraid of him, since their first meeting had taken place in a not very favorable environment. But now the girl was thinking that Cahill was a rather kind and gentle person. The heroine said this with a smile on her face and a slight blush, because he managed to give her what she could only dream of. He even brought her relatives, Such statements greatly surprised the Duke. Standing in front of him, Rina also reminded him that just recently Ruav had praised her. He decided to ask in surprise when he had done this. She silently pointed her finger at her head, reminding him of that situation in the bathroom. Then Cahill froze, looking at the main character in surprise. And she at that time looked at him. They both seemed not to know how to continue this extremely awkward conversation. And only now, looking at Rina, the man realized that he himself should have said words of gratitude. But he was wondering if the main character realized what a great miracle her existence was for him. Cahill asked the girl to sit down, and then, taking a sip of tea, explained that this was what she truly deserved. The way the Fidelia family treated her was unforgivable cruelty, and he was sorry that he could not pay enough attention to Renee, hiding behind stupid excuses. And then the Duke suddenly remembered that winter was coming, and asked if the heroine had warm clothes. She replied that she had a wool coat, which the Duke himself had bought for her, but the girl did not take the shoes because she thought that she did not need them. Ruava was not satisfied with this, and said that they needed to quickly take measurements and place an order. He explained with a smile that when winter came, he was going to go sledding in Chardon. Extending his hand closer to her, the man declared that Rina would be the only maid who would keep him company. This surprised and embarrassed the girl, but she remained silent. Cahill added that since they were talking about it, everything needed to be prepared right away. The guy asked Ardo to call the merchant, while the main character grabbed her heart in embarrassment. It was strange that it was beating so fast. When the merchant arrived, he began to explain to the Duke that fur is divided into 3 grades. Having measured the girl, the man offered Ruav to buy the 3rd grade for her, saying that such things would not last long, but the Duke only wanted the 1st grade for her, which surprised him. Therefore, the merchant, looking at the maid, could not understand, because for him, she was an ordinary servant, and usually, none of the aristocrats would order such expensive clothes for maids. In addition, the Duke forced the merchant to sign some unusual secret agreement. This frightened him, but interest took its toll, and he wanted to know who this worker was to Ruav, that he decided to spend money on her, and then he suddenly decided to assume that Rina was his mistress. Turning his attention to Cahill, the man thought that if this truth came out, the world of secular society would be turned upside down. Noticing the merchant's strange look, the Duke looked back at him, but his look was terrifying, at least for a man. He decided to change the subject and ask about shoes, whether he would take them of the highest quality. Rina looked with interest at the clothes that the merchant brought. After that, the questions about clothes began. The Duke refused nothing and took everything that could be useful, so the man only had time to write down his wishes. Sitting on a chair, Cahill explained that he wanted everything ready as quickly as possible, and if additional funds were needed, then there was no need to worry about it. The merchant said that he would take care of his order first and do everything as quickly as possible, after which he left. Rina turned to Duke Ruavu with embarrassment, asking if he had bought too much for her. He didn't think it was too much, since time was running out, so he decided to buy only 1 copy of everything. But all this still embarrassed her, and the Duke liked her reaction. He responded to it with a smile. The man decided to ask if the main character was worried that his actions would somehow affect her condition. Rina panicked, saying that she meant something completely different, because this was too much for an ordinary maid, but he reminded her that the girl should get what she deserved. And he himself explained that the Ruav family is one of the families of the defenders of the empire. The duchy is almost proportionate to the entire country, so in the eyes of other people, Cahill looks like a king. Turning to the girl, he explained that she was the only close servant of such an important person, so she could not eat or wear anything. Now it became clear to her. Rina thought that all this was not for her, but for the sake of maintaining the status of His Excellency and the Ruav family, so she calmly agreed with him. Bowing, the main character said that she would serve him even more diligently, in response to which the young master smiled. After which he carefully placed his hand on Renee's head, stroked it, and said that she was still coping with everything quite well, and Cahill himself hoped that the girl did not mind that he touched her without permission. But she, apparently on the contrary, liked it, because she stood with a smile on her face and looked at the floor, and her cheeks turned a little red. But then a brilliant idea came to the Duke's head. Lifting the main character's head towards himself, he suddenly left a gentle kiss on the top of her head, which greatly shocked the girl, She stood there, not breathing or moving. And when the guy walked away, Rena, stuttering, suddenly exclaimed, and he noticed that this time the girl for some reason did not smile, and this upset him a little. The heroine couldn't understand what he had just done, praised her or what, but she hadn't done anything like that. There were thousands of thoughts in her head, and she wanted to run away, so Rena said that it was time for her to go and needed to do something. Having bowed to the owner, the girl quickly ran out of the room, leaving him standing there alone, watching her leave. After this, Ryan was informed about what was happening at the Duke's house, that the girl he saw in the carriage was his servant. His servant said that there was a possibility that she was his mistress, because such expensive gifts for servants were strange. But the guy assumed that Ruav was not so shameless as to start such relationships, which he told his subordinate. While he stood holding the papers in his hands, he explained that Cahill was more inclined towards innocent angels. Ryan was surprised by the fact that, given Ruav's condition and pretty face, this guy didn't understand anything about love. It even made the guy laugh a little. But, on the one hand, he suddenly thought about how strange it was that he had suddenly acquired a close servant and how she managed to be with him every day without succumbing to his power. Slamming the table, Ryan realized that everything was clearly not just like that, asked his subordinate to continue surveillance. Because it was not clear what exactly was going on, it seemed that the girl was immune to demonic power. Ryan asked to check the temples to find out if there was anyone who had left monasticism her age. The guy himself sat relaxed in the chair, crossing his fingers, and a grin played on his face. He kept thinking about the fact that Duke Ruav had brought with him something interesting for all of them. Ruahala one day showed Cahill the various outfits they were currently preparing, and he replied that they looked impressive. The Duke even added that he was sure that Her Majesty would be very delighted. The guy responded to this with a smile, saying that Madame Louise responded the same way yesterday, even promised to invest so that the quality would not fall. Hearing about this, Ruav turned around in surprise. So the Queen came to Ruvahala in person yesterday. The guy explained that he was a little surprised that she turned out to be the same Madame Louise he had heard about. Smiling and shaking his head, the blond man assumed that the Queen must have quite a few more secrets. Her Majesty had come all this way to get to him. He considered her an amazing woman. The Logos aristocrats are a progressive people with their own distinctive features, but because of the young lady Santella, diversity in clothing has died, and fashion has become monotonous. Ruvahala believed that everyone had their own unique beauty, so it was unclear why everyone deified only one member of society. The guy simply felt sorry for the Queen, because she could only watch what was happening. Turning to Cahill, he added that, besides, the Duke had been right when he had said that Santella would try to ruin the business. He could not understand how a girl with an angelic face could plot such intrigues. And then Mr. Ruav suddenly remembered his childhood. When he first met the Santella brother and sister, little Riedel greeted him with a smile and asked if he wanted to play. Then the three of them sat and discussed what they could play, behaving as much as possible like normal kids. But one day his father decided to discuss this with him while his son was busy writing. The man said that Ruav and Santella cannot be friends because their families work together for the good of the kingdom, but pursue different goals. At that time, Cahill did not understand whether they really couldn't be friends, even though they had the same social status, and yet their friendly group had never quarreled. Placing his hand on the boy's shoulder, the father explained that in any case, he did not want his son to suffer because he had trusted them and asked him to remember this, and also to be especially careful with Duke Leonardo Santella. At that time, little Cahill was too young and stupid to understand what his father wanted to convey. But after taking his father's place in the family business, he learned how families actually interact with each other, and their relationships became completely different. One day the Duke met Riedel, calling out to her in the corridor. She did not expect this and turned around sharply, hearing her call. She greeted him with a smile, but it was unclear whether it was a real smile or a fake one. The girl asked him if he had come to talk to her, just like in the good old days, but he explained that he had not come to talk about childhood. He was interested in the purpose of her action, because Riedel had acquired a famous studio and got her hands on all the latest dress designs. Moreover, this workshop supplies clothes to the palace, and this is already an insult to the royal family, in his opinion. Such accusations greatly shocked the young girl, and she exclaimed, asking how Duke Ruav could even think of such a thing. The blonde explained that she simply decided to pay for the outfits she was going to buy in the future. Turning away from Kahel, covering her mouth with her hand in an offended manner, she added that she was simply being merciful, because the studio had suffered huge losses because of those who ordered outfits and then did not come to pick them up, and hearing accusations from her friend was too much for her. But Ruav did not believe her and asked her not to joke. The man decided to ask directly if Riedel thought that she would be able to deceive the Ruav family like everyone else, after which he asked how long, in her opinion, she would be able to deceive the queen with her cute face, and whether Santella had betrayed her majesty's trust. As the duke was about to leave, he suddenly turned around with an indifferent expression on his face, saying that he was terribly sad, and after that, he finally left, leaving the girl alone to watch him go. Riedel muttered under her breath about her majesty's trust, already asking herself whether unquestioning obedience was trust. Kahal was recalling that day until Ruvahala, with whom he was having a conversation, called out to him. Then the duke suddenly joined the conversation again, explaining that he had been a little distracted and suggested getting back to business. Asking how the situation was with losses, the guy said that there were no significant losses yet. And then he added that the craftsmen are currently busy with the first order. They are working on the queen's outfit for the New Year's ball. But he is worried about one thing, that Santella may start threatening the workers or try to spoil the finished products, which could affect his business. Looking up at Kahul, Ruvahala asked if he could ask him for protection for his masters, and he gave his consent without question. Smiling, the duke asked to secretly send them to his estate, thinking that it would be safe to make the outfits there. This surprised the guy. He said that there was no need to be so safe. Kahel explained that Ruav's mansion was the safest place to hide from Santella, and that his reason for helping was quite compelling. Approaching Ruvahala, the duke gently placed his hand on his shoulder, looking him straight in the eyes, and then said that the doors of Ruav's house were always open for him. Such a statement greatly embarrassed the young man, from which he blushed. It seemed to him that his heart was beating so fast that it was about to jump out. Later, sitting in the carriage, Keho let out a tired sigh, still thinking about Ruvahala's words about the Santella family trying to ruin the business. The duke thought that this family would not calm down, and the trip would be quite difficult, but only one thing made him happy. The only joy is Rena. Now she is next to him, and this girl will definitely like the views of Chardon, so this time, it might even be fun. On the appointed day, all the servants were excited about the master's trip, running back and forth and talking about where to put the duke's things. Hurrying each other, one of the servants turned to Renee, asking her to help check the duke's things. The main character, in her new magnificent outfit, turned effectively to the girl, with a smile on her face, agreeing to help, saying that she would come to her now. When all the things were packed, Ardo reminded Renee that she was going with the duke to serve him, and she should not forget about her duties on the trip. She said with a smile that she remembered this, but the butler still felt uneasy in his soul. He had hoped that the duke would update his wardrobe for the winter in a long time, but he went and bought everything just for Rena. It seemed that he was too carried away by her, and this worried the man. It seemed to him that the main character might decide to do something bad. She, looking at him, said that she was a little worried, because she was going to Chardon for the first time, and first of all she needed to take care of the duke's outerwear. She decided to check this with the butler. He explained that this was of course also important, but he added that due to the dry air, Kahel's skin could suffer, and she should make sure that he applied cream every day, and the girl should take care of the moisture. Rena listened very attentively, and absorbed all the information like a sponge. The duke, leaving the castle, smiled and said that with age, Ardo began to worry about him even more. The man replied that in his eyes he was still a little child. Renu was very touched by this conversation, and she even covered her mouth in surprise, watching them. Kahel smiled, saying that he would look at Gerard if he heard something like that, asking Ardo to say the same thing in front of him later. The main character said that she would not interfere and would go pack her things. When Rena left, the duke turned to the butler, asking what was wrong with him, since the man's expression was not good. He whispered to his master that he shouldn't get too attached to Renee, because they hadn't yet managed to find out who she really was, because she could be anyone, and he immediately called out to him. Looking into his eyes, Ruaf said that he understood perfectly well that Ardo was worried, and agreed that the girl could not be trusted completely. But there was one thing. It was thanks to her that the Duke began to live a normal life again. He turned around and looked at her smilingly, discussing something with another subordinate. The guy meant warmth and simple conversations between people. Cahel explained with a smile that if he could thank her by buying just a couple of furs, then he would not mind paying for them in the future. Ardo looked away, asking the guy for forgiveness, saying that the butler had gone too far. Ruav replied that he understood that the man was simply worried about him, for which he thanked him, saying that he was very pleased. Placing his hands on the butler's shoulders, Cahel announced that it was time for them to leave, asking the man to look after the costumers while he was gone, because Duke Santella was already slowly beginning to act. Ardo nodded calmly. The Duke explained that if anything happened, then first he would need to call Gerard, but the man asked the guy to be careful. Then Rena appeared, smiling at the butler, saying that she would go too, and he in response wished them both a good journey. But then the Duke called out to the girl, and she immediately turned in his direction. He smiled and said that he would help her get into the carriage, giving his hand to the girl. She looked at him shyly, after which she lowered her gaze and blushed, slowly climbing into the transport. As their transport moved slowly along the road, Cahel explained to the girl that the journey from here to Chardon by carriage would take about 10 days. He looked at Rena, adding that besides, it was very cold in the northeast, and this journey could be very difficult for those who were going there for the first time. She said that everything was fine, and explained that she was looking forward to it, and looking at the Duke, she noticed that he looked quite happy now. He agreed with the main character, saying that he really liked Chardon, and the guy hoped that the girl would like it too. She replied that she was sure that everything would be like that. Closer to the night, while Cahill was studying some papers, he suddenly looked up at the girl and noticed that she had fallen asleep soundly. This picture brought a slight smile to the guy's face. The guards accompanying them informed the Duke that they had arrived at the hotel where they would be staying today, so their transport suddenly stopped. Therefore, Cahel tried to gently wake up Rena, calling out to her. She, frightened, jerked and opened her eyes, looking at Ruav with fear. She was ashamed that she suddenly fell asleep in front of him, so she immediately began to apologize, but he asked her not to worry because everything was fine. When they went outside, they had a view of a 3-story hotel and a beautiful night view. Cahill explained that such a trip was tiring, but he was proud of the girl, because all this was new to her. The guy added that today they would stay at a hotel, so it would be a little better. The girl replied that in the Fidelia mansion, she slept well, and on the stone floor, she explained that she was more worried about the Duke. Ruav suddenly thought that he felt like a wolf that a rabbit was worried about, but if he told Renee directly about it, she would think that he was teasing her. An image of a little rabbit that was constantly taking care of him, running back and forth, immediately popped into Cahill's head after the boy imagined all this. His cheeks turned red, and he didn't understand why he even suddenly thought about it. Rena, noticing that he had suddenly fallen silent, called out to him, asking what had happened. Turning to the heroine, he suddenly saw her in the form of a rabbit, with long ears. This picture amused Duke Ruava, so he laughed very loudly, so that probably everyone around heard. This was later discussed by all his subordinates, sitting by the fire. This event greatly surprised each of them, because after the appearance of the maid, the situation in the mansion, in their opinion, changed greatly. They even suggested that this girl might be a god, since there was exactly this kind of aura around her, since the person who softened the Duke definitely couldn't be ordinary. One of the guys suddenly asked where the maid would sleep because there was no suitable place for a single girl, but no one knew anything about it. When the Duke and Rena entered the inn, he said that she needed to take a separate room, but she said that she could not afford it because there was not enough room for the nights and she slept well in other places, so she wanted to go to the stables. But Cahel was extremely against this stupid idea. The girl was confused because the room could easily accommodate 3 or 4 people. Then the Duke realized that there was truth in Rena's words, because if a maid occupied an entire room, people would start to think that she had privileges, so he had another idea. Opening the door to his room, Ruav explained that the main character would be sharing it with him. He watched Rena's reaction closely, as if expecting something. She only looked questioningly at the man, as if she didn't understand what he had just said. It was clear that she didn't quite believe it, because for an ordinary maid, it was very strange to share a room with her master. The heroine, sorting out her things, decided to clarify whether Cahill was really comfortable, since there was very little space in the room, and she said that she could easily settle in another one where the service staff slept. But the Duke did not appreciate this idea. He did not like that Rena was going to sleep among men, because the girl seemed to be an adult, but did not understand anything at all in his opinion. But she could not understand what the difference was, because there were young people there, and the Duke here. While making the bed, the guy asked if the girl would sleep in another room, who would serve him then. She had already agreed to this. Ruav asked her not to worry and to make herself more comfortable. After a while, the Duke and Rena were already lying in their beds. The man on his side, and the girl, lying on her back, kept looking at the ceiling and could not close her eyes. She kept thinking about how the thought that Kachel was lying next to her was preventing her from falling asleep. Turning her head towards his bed, the main character realized that the Duke seemed to be doing well as is. But everything was not so. The man lay with his eyes open and stared at the wall, and his ears were red. He could not sleep, and clearly felt the smell of the heroin. He did not think that being so much more sensitive than others was so difficult. Ruav clutched the pillowcase in his hand, thinking that he couldn't calm down because he was too worried about this, and his hands were terribly sweaty. The guy just prayed that Rena wouldn't hear his heartbeat and literally cursed himself for being so nervous. But then the girl suddenly called out to him, and Ruav immediately turned to her voice. She asked if the Duke was uncomfortable because of something, because he, according to her observations, had been tossing and turning for a long time. Cahill, turning on his back, replied that everything was fine, and it seemed to him that this was precisely what was inconvenient for Renee, since she must be very tired, since she hadn't even really slept properly, but she replied that she was more embarrassed than uncomfortable. Then the man asked if his presence still bothered her, and she immediately became nervous, saying that it was not like that at all. Turning his head towards Rena, Cahill smiled, saying that the main character had started the conversation so skillfully, having managed to interest him. Now it seemed to him that he would not be able to fall asleep either. In response to this, the girl also smiled. She said that in fact, she had not had to sleep in the same room with someone for a long time since her mother passed away. After the man heard about it, he clutched his blanket in his hand. After which he suddenly rose from the bed, asking him to listen. The girl was surprised by such a sharp turn. It was clear that the Duke was going to offer her something. He looked at her and asked if she wanted to get up for a while. The guy was going to tell the girl about a method he often uses when he himself can't fall asleep. After some time, the main character was already sitting by the fireplace, covered with a small blanket, and Cahill called out to her, smiling and holding out a glass of warm milk, saying that it really helps. After which he sat down next to her, holding the same glass of milk in his hand. Rena thanked him with a smile, to which he only replied, "Uh-huh." Then he looked again at Rena and asked if she had also been alone all the time in the Baron's castle, since, as he remembered, from her words, the stable keeper treated her like a daughter. Looking at the floor, the main character explained with a smile that it was so, but they could not be together all the time, and besides, the girl was a junior maid of a low rank. She had to get up before everyone else to light a fire in the stove and get water, so she lived in a small room on the first floor of the estate. This room was closest to the warehouse and the well. Ruav was surprised that she started working at such an early age, at 10 years old, and suggested that it must have been very difficult for her, in response to which Rena laughed, saying that everyone lives like that, in response to which Cahill silently looked at her. And he himself thought that if she was 10 years old then the main character at that moment was even weaker than she is now. After all, if you compare what the main character did then and what she does now, it's like heaven and earth, so sometimes she doesn't believe it, she thinks that she's sleeping, and it's all just a dream. Looking at the fire in the fireplace, the Duke said that if she had been recognized as the Baron's daughter from the beginning, she would not have had to suffer so much. Then Rena asked if she would not have been executed along with the Baron and his wife. After that, there was an awkward silence. But Cahill suddenly lowered his gaze, hesitantly asking if his girlfriend was still afraid, as if he was afraid to hear the answer. She shook her head, saying that she was no longer afraid. Then the Duke explained to the young girl that he thought that she should still be afraid of him. After all, in his opinion, he is a monster, a terrible beast, from whom everyone runs. After these words, Rena looked at the man in surprise, and then said that if that's the case, then good. She will be the monster's servant. Smiling sweetly at him and putting the mug to her cheek, the heroine asked if he would accept it then. This, judging by her reaction, greatly surprised Duke Ruava, who silently looked at her, blinking from time to time, but then a smile appeared on his face. Raising his hand, small bright stars seemed to fall from the guy's palm, which he created with his power, and he told the girl that she was in her repertoire, seeing what Kahel had created. Rina exclaimed with delight. She really liked what she saw. The smile did not leave her face. The girl sincerely admired what she saw, and Ruav watched her with a smile. After that, Rina suddenly began to rub her eyes. And then she turned to Cahill, saying that for some reason she suddenly felt sleepy. He replied with a smile that it was good and wished her good night. A few seconds later, Rina suddenly fell on the Duke, sweetly dozing off, and he put his arm around her shoulder, simply watching the girl, after which he sighed quietly, remembering the conversation about affection with Ardo. Ruav understood that he really didn't know the feeling he was experiencing now, but the guy was sure of one thing, that he couldn't imagine an ordinary life in which she wasn't present. The Duke whispered to him not to leave him. She was important to him, and it didn't matter even if he suddenly found himself under threat later. Riedel, sitting in her garden, called Elliot, who now works for her as a servant, to her, who hurried to her, asking what had happened. The girl explained with a smile that she had accidentally spilled tea, staining her robe, so she wanted her to give it to the maid to wash. Elliot, without arguing, took the robe from her mistress, and she herself was mentally irritated that this lady had called her a noblewoman just because of such nonsense. Riedel suddenly looked at the girl, saying that she had not had the opportunity to ask how the girl was doing here. Riedel asked if Elliot had managed to get used to it, since, in her opinion, it was probably not easy to do the work of a maid, and she nervously replied that everything was wonderful and thanked the mistress for such an opportunity. The blonde replied that it made her happy, and then suddenly remembered what Maria, the servant standing behind her, had said about Elliot suddenly wanting to buy a dress. And she confirmed this with a smile, reminding the lady that she was soon throwing a party for noble young persons and that she was also going to be there. But if she went in old clothes, it would reflect on the lady's authority. Hearing this, Riedel smiled tensely, saying that it was very sweet that the girl was so worried about her. Fidelia replied that it could not be otherwise, because in front of her was not just anyone, but Mrs. Santella herself. She thanked her, saying that she shouldn't worry about such things. As soon as Elliot heard these words, she immediately perceived them as positive. And she immediately imagined that Riedel might have prepared an outfit for her. She, of course, had hoped for this, but she didn't think that the lady would really do it for her. Elliot turned to her, calling the girl a real angel. She sighed heavily, asking to wait. She realized that there was a misunderstanding between them, and asked to allow her to explain that only young people from titled families can attend this party. Elliot replied that she knew about it. That's why she needed a new dress. The lady cut her off, saying that since she was not officially a noblewoman, she would not be able to join the evening. Hearing this, the ground seemed to fall out from under the girl's feet. She immediately began to be indignant and shout that she was the daughter of Baron Fidelius. Riedel said that she believed her words that her father died unjustly, but the lady reminded that he was officially deprived of the title. And until it is restored, to her regret, the girl is no longer an aristocrat. These words made Elliot sit down on the ground. She panicked and began to talk about the fact that she is now only a commoner. The blonde replied that nothing can be done about it, and this is the reality now. Elliot immediately started crying, and Riedel tried to explain that she still shouldn't be seen by other nobles. Covering up criminals was a grave offense for her family, so she asked the crying girl if she understood her. She, continuing to cry, answered that yes. The mistress took her hand in hers, saying that on that day the girl would be able to rest peacefully in her room, after which she stood up, saying that now she could go to the maid who was responsible for the laundry. As Elliot was leaving, Riedel suggested that she and her maid, Maria, should have tea together, which she happily agreed to. And while they were giggling, discussing something together, the girl, leaving, continued to cry, thinking that in addition to the fact that she was not allowed to be at such parties, now she was also forbidden to catch the eye of other aristocrats. She had not imagined life here at all like this. When the Duke and Rina finally arrived at the right place and got out of the carriage, the girl looked around in admiration enjoying the beautiful views, while the man carefully gave her his hand so that she would not fall, even asking if she liked it here. The servants who were waiting for his arrival near the castle were extremely surprised to see such a picture before their eyes, because the Duke had brought a girl with him, and everyone immediately began to make guesses and theories about who she was. But then a woman walked through the crowd. They were met by the head maid, smiling and saying that he had not been to see them for a long time. Her name was Marie Anne. The Duke smiled, saying he was very glad to see the woman. She assumed that Rina and Cahel must be tired after the long journey, so she offered them a bath with hot spring water. The man behind asked how many bathing spots needed to be prepared. The Duke replied that first they should do it for him and the main character, and after dinner for the knights, so that they could also bathe. Upon hearing this, all the servants opened their mouths in shock, and they began to discuss in whispers, looking at Rina. They all thought that this girl was really his beloved, because servants could not have such luxurious clothes, and this made them happy that the Duke had finally found love. But the main character didn't like this idea. She said that she would take a bath after lunch, because now she needed to unpack her things and then meet with the head maid. The Duke said that they could meet now, because she was in front of her. Cahel introduced Rina to the woman, saying that she was his closest servant and that she was the one who should always be by his side. The man asked her to remember this. Then the servants began to whisper even more, thinking that the heroine was a girl from a high-ranking family, and she, in turn, did not know what to do, because she did not even manage to greet the head maid normally. Besides, she attracted the attention of everyone else. Thinking back to her past life, in the village, Mrs. Marvin, the head maid, couldn't stand it when someone from the lower classes stood out, so Rina thought it would be the same here. Ruav called out to the girl, saying that it seemed like they had sorted everything out and could now go upstairs. The heroine obediently followed him, while the head maid looked strangely after them. After some time, Rina was called to check the water for Duke Ruava's bath. She needed to check the water temperature. She happily agreed to do it. The servants also asked her not to worry about formalities, because they were simple maids. The main character thought about it, because she was also a commoner, and on top of that, an illegitimate child, but she shouldn't tell about it, because nothing good would come of it. Suddenly, another voice was heard from behind, asking if they had finished with the bathing water. Turning around, Rina saw the head maid in front of her and bowed to her, who responded with a smile. The main character asked to be allowed to greet her again, introducing herself, and she replied that she was pleased to meet her, saying that there was no need to be so nervous. The maid, taking Rina by the hands, said that she really wanted to talk to her. The first question was about how long the heroine had been serving the Duke. She answered that, probably about 6 months. The woman noticed that the Duke valued Rina very much, saying that it was very interesting because not much time had passed. She was interested in what helps the girl cope, an aura or the presence of strong abilities. The heroine asked what powers she was talking about, since she had nothing to do with the temple. Then she suggested that the girl drank a purification potion every day, but it was very expensive. But Rina clearly did not understand what the woman was talking about, and had never drunk any potion at all, thinking that it was medicine. Then she could not understand at all how she was coping with the demonic power of the Duke. Hearing about this, Rina was very surprised, because she did not know about it. The headmaid's eyes widened in shock, saying that this was all very strange, wondering if the main character really knew anything about the Duke's curse. The servants could not understand how Rina suddenly became Cahal's close servant if she knew nothing about his curse. The girl looked at her in confusion at that time. Rina was surprised, saying that Ardo also mentioned some kind of curse, so she was wondering what it was all about. The maid just wanted to start explaining, but then the Duke's voice was heard, who said that today the bath was being prepared longer than usual. He looked at the girls and was clearly dissatisfied with something, while the head maid tensed up a little, realizing that he clearly did not want to tell his secret. Therefore, the guy explained that his close maid would take care of everything from now on, and he asked her to check the conditions for the night's overnight stay, and she had no choice but to agree. After that, she turned to the main character, asking her not to worry about what she had just said. They usually joke among themselves, but then, the hero of their inventions heard everything. After the explanation, the girl smiled, understanding everything. Blushing, she said that then it was all not surprising at all, because the Duke was very handsome, so Rina would believe it if she was told that he really had demonic power. After that, they both looked at the girl, saying nothing. Kahel reminded the head maid of the tired nights, so she quickly spoke up about how she was in a hurry, saying that it was nice to meet the main character. The girl said goodbye to her, asking him to teach her everything when he had time, and also to tell her about the local inventions, after which the woman began to stutter and said goodbye to the Duke. When she went out the door, Cahel's voice was heard from there, telling Renee that she didn't need to learn anything, because she already knew how to do everything and could handle everything. But she objected, saying that she still didn't have enough experience. The Duke turned to the heroine, asking if she had forgotten what he had told her before, and she, covering her mouth, remembered that the man had told her that she should always act confidently. She felt ashamed. Rina began to think that she had forgotten his order, and also made a comment on what was said. Now she had behaved rudely and realized it, so she decided to ask for forgiveness. Cahel explained that studying was good and he wanted to be cheeky. He just wanted to remind her that she needed to be more confident in herself since she was taking the place of a close servant. Scratching his head, the man added that, besides, Marianne would not have any free time, because it was a busy time in Chardon. Rina immediately apologized, saying that she had not thought it through at all. Then, seeing her sad face, he said that it was not her fault. Ruav wanted to reach out to her, but pulled his hand back, then turned his head away and said that he was tired, asking if the water was ready for bathing. The girl replied that it was, and offered to help, but the guy refused, saying that she was also tired and needed rest, so he told her to go. The main character felt confused, but she had to listen to the Duke and agree. The girl said that they would meet him later, after which she left, slamming the door, and Cahel undressed to take a bath. After a while, when Reyna was already taking a bath, sitting in the water, she thought about what she should do, because in her opinion, from the first day she was not showing herself from the best side. Leaning against one side of the bathtub, the girl was sad, thinking that all she did was make mistakes, like a fool. Rena even shed a tear, and then thought that in Baron Fidelia's castle she did not cry when she was starved or beaten, so she could not understand why she was crying now. The heroine didn't want to get upset. She slapped her cheeks to bring herself to her senses, telling herself that she needed to pull herself together, because the Duke had brought her friends for her sake, so everything would be fine if she could handle everything. Rena didn't hang around for long and got out of the bath, quickly getting dressed. She needed to tidy up the Duke's bedroom, and then find something to do with herself. She even remembered about the moisturizing cream that the butler kept talking about. Getting ready. The girl wanted to take her bag, but she didn't see it in its original place. Hurriedly going out into the corridor, Rena was sure that she had left it there and it could not go anywhere, so the girl began to look in the corridor itself, examining every corner. But suddenly a familiar voice called out to her, causing the girl to shudder, frightened by such a suddenness. Cahel looked at the heroine sitting on the floor, asking what she was doing there. She explained that she was looking for her bag, which suddenly disappeared. Ruav explained that, apparently, the maids took it to the room. The man also decided to say that her room was an additional bedroom adjacent to his room, which surprised the girl. After all, Rena thought that maids were usually given a separate room. He confirmed this, saying that he gave her the second part of his bedroom, asking what was the matter. The main character looked at him in confusion, thinking that usually nobles do not share a floor with servants. Apparently with the Ruavs everything happens differently. But the girl understood that she had already said too much and something unpleasant for the Duke, so it seemed to her that there was no point in adding anything again. Seeing Reina's thoughtful look, Cahill thought that his words sounded a little absurd, and suddenly thought about it, but she was talking about something completely different. But when the man called out to her, the girl bowed, apologizing, saying that she thought that they would be separated from the room. He did not know what to answer. Watching Rena, Ruav realized that the girl's attitude had changed, and she again began to behave as she had at their first meeting. The guy did not know what to do in such cases. Cahill recalled how he was a little boy walking in nature, looking around and suddenly noticed something. In front of him sat a small white rabbit, looking at him. The boy was surprised that they lived here. He was delighted by what he saw and thought the animal was cute. But when he ran towards him, he suddenly stepped on a branch, which broke under his foot, making a loud sound, which scared the rabbit and made him run away. When he finally stopped, Cahill kept his distance between them, but the animal still trembled from the guardian, although the boy did not want to harm it. Then Ardo called out to the Duke, asking what had happened, and the child immediately turned around, telling him about the rabbit and how scared it was, because the boy so wanted to come up and make friends with it. Then the knight, not the butler, came closer to Cahill, smiling warmly at him, and it was clear that the man had some kind of plan in mind. Watching the little rabbit in the bushes, who was shaking with fear, the boy noticed that he seemed to be afraid of him, and decided to ask Ardo if they could definitely become friends. He answered that yes, but first asked to show something. The man explained to Cahill that he had to start from afar and approach very carefully, and if he approached him too quickly, he would run away, and also, once he felt threatened, his heart would be much harder to win than the first time. The man carefully took off the glove from one hand and pulled it towards the rabbit, trying to call him to himself, saying that everything was fine and he would not hurt him, and he himself told the child that if he waited until he opened up to him. After a couple of seconds, the animal finally crawled out of its hiding place and affectionately rubbed itself against Ardo's hand, and he in turn called the young gentleman to himself, saying that he could come over. He happily approached, while the man asked if he wanted to hug the rabbit. Cahill carefully took the little rabbit in his arms, trying not to harm him or scare him. He was completely delighted that he was holding an animal in his arms, which was very warm and soft. Looking at the sleeping rabbit in his arms, the boy felt a strange feeling in his chest, and Ardo gave him good advice for all times. You should always move slowly and carefully. Noticing the Duke's thoughtful look, the girl turned around and called out to him, but he remained silent, continuing to stare at one point and remember the words of his old friend. Rina came closer, asking if Ruavu was uncomfortable about something. He replied that he was just thinking, after which he asked to tell him to serve dinner in his room. The heroine asked why he did not want to eat in the main hall. The man explained that the tired and half-starved knights would not be able to properly enjoy the meal if he was present, since in such moments it was better to carefully slip away from it. This act touched Rina, who smiled sweetly, telling Cahill that he was as kind as always. The Duke, in turn, smiled back at her, saying that he was very pleased to hear such things from her, and as they walked down the corridor together, those words kept sounding in his head. He constantly remembered Ardo's advice and understood perfectly well that he would gradually find himself next to Rina again. To the west of Chardon is the Santella family estate, Lavanas, and between it and Chardon is Mount Callahan. As soon as the first snow falls, its peak begins to swarm with monsters, and the reason why the head of the Ruav family visits Chardon every winter is to pacify the monsters. Where and why these terrible monsters appear is unknown, because all information about them is shrouded in mystery. Cahill was convinced that the reason lies in the Santella themselves. After all, the monsters appeared on the mountain just at the time when Leonard took the place at the head of both the Santella family and the White faction. Damien Ruav expressed his suspicions several times, but they always cleverly eluded the investigation. Now, the head of the Santella family was walking slowly through an unknown cave, as if he was expecting to meet someone there, and so it was. He found the one he needed and noticed that she was working even today. A woman named Markella, a black magic sorceress, was in the process, sitting on the ground and casting a spell. A man came closer to her, saying that she always works hard. She noticed his visit. Without much emotion, the woman asked how things were going in Arden. Leonard replied that everything was going well, and his daughter was very ambitious. Markella suggested that Mrs. Riedel had finally found her place. She said that in Logos there was no one more worthy of the crown than he was, and she was sure that this girl would become a great ruler. The master agreed with her. And then he remembered the day when his daughter was only 3 years old, and then she suddenly refused to obey the queen. Then Her Highness asked the girl to come to her quickly, but she only looked at her silently, without getting off her father's hands. Now, remembering this, he said that he was very proud that Riedel was his daughter. He wanted to present her with a crown, no matter what. The woman replied that she would definitely do so, because wasn't she here to fulfill the master's wish? Watching her go about her magical business, Leonard asked her what she thought the harvest would be like this year, and she replied that so far it was good, and she thought it would be enough to replenish the ranks of the fallen monsters. The man explained that he would like more large creatures this time. The witch asked him not to worry about it. After all, as the number of magic circles increases, the size and number of monsters increases, and from this year, she thinks it will be possible to experiment with giving them some abilities. He replied that it was ideal, and asked to send the small and unsuccessful ones to Chardon, because they should give Cahill a chance to use his power. The woman, smiling, replied that she understood. The gentleman suddenly started talking about how he discovered the circle for himself. At that time he was only an heir, and then wondered if this could be a blessing to make Riedel a queen. Looking at the woman, the man grinned, adding that he was even luckier to have met her, and she replied that, looking back, it was a dramatic moment. After all, when she was caught in the temple that day for witchcraft, it seemed to her that the song was sung, but the witch managed to survive because Leonard recognized her abilities, and it was like salvation granted by God. Kneeling down and touching the magic circle, the gentleman said that soon she would be able to walk freely outside the cave. He made a promise to her, after which he put his hand on the circle, and suddenly something strange began to happen around. A strange dark smoke was oozing out of the circle and spreading throughout the entire cave. The woman, watching all this, was completely delighted and could not look enough. She turned to Mr. Santella, saying that he was called the incarnation of an angel, and that he also possessed a huge amount of black magic, which was completely contrary to his image. Now the man was standing right in front of her, and behind him were all sorts of monsters and creatures, of different sizes and types, and all of them were created with the help of black magic. Watching all this, the witch exclaimed, calling it a beautiful sight. The girl, standing in front of the window, looked at the view outside, continuing to admire what she saw. It was the first time she had seen so much snowfall. Turning to the Duke, Rena asked if they would be able to ride a sleigh in such conditions, and he replied that it would be even better this way, moving closer to her. The man approached the heroine, standing behind her and also looking out the window, saying that since there was a lot of snow, they would be able to ride very quickly, drawing attention to the deer, who were also excited about the ride. Rena suddenly became embarrassed and, stuttering, began to talk about the reindeer, saying that a sleigh pulled by reindeer was an amazing picture. Catchell noticed the girl's changeable mood while she was thinking about how close the Duke's breath was. This caused strange feelings in her. Without turning to face Ruav, the main character asked if anyone else would go sledding with them. The guy asked why she was asking about this. Did she really not want to spend time with him alone? He was just about to say this when the girl turned sharply at him, saying that she had meant something completely different, because there had to be someone else who would look after them. After that, Cahill laughed, asking Rena not to worry about it, explaining that the knights would keep them company, but they would only protect her, since he would need to make sure that the barrier around the mountain was strong enough before they could go. The heroine asked if he really wanted to check it himself. The guy replied that he was just going to check on the animals, and there was no need to worry, after which he reminded her that it was better to slowly get ready to go out, and the girl immediately perked up. When the Duke was adjusting his sleeves, Rena approached him, holding a jar in her hands and saying that he needed to apply cream to his face. He replied that he could do it himself, asking her to pass the jar to him, but the girl said that it was impossible. Holding the cream away, the heroine explained that the butler had asked her to do this, because the Duke, according to Ardo, simply dips his fingertips and applies them to his face, which made Cahill a little nervous. Therefore, having seated Ruav on a chair, she prepared for the procedure. While the guy was talking about how he was not a child, she still insisted that she would not give him the cream. Slowly opening the lid, the Duke then thought that after talking to Mary Ann, Rena had been too polite, but it turns out that at such moments she can also grumble, so it was unclear to him whether it was worth clarifying everything thoroughly. But then the girl suddenly said that it would be a little cold now, stretching her fingers with cream to his face. When Rena carefully spread the cream on Cahill's face, he shyly closed his eyes, and he, in turn, thought that he was experiencing a rather strange feeling. It seemed to him as if something was tickling his face. But after that, the girl suddenly put both hands on his cheeks and patted them. Then the man did not quite understand what was happening. So I decided to ask her what she had just done, and she explained with a smile that the butler had told her to do it. She explained that after applying the cream, you need to cover your face with your hands so that it is well absorbed. So Rena kept her hands on the Duke's face, but he was embarrassed by the pose because it was exactly like before the kiss. So the guy could not stand it, and as soon as the main character said that everything was ready, he immediately stood up from his seat, saying that now they needed to hurry up and get ready to leave. Rena agreed and reached out to him to help her put on her coat, but he took it from her hands and asked her not to worry, and said that she should get ready herself. She was very surprised by such behavior, because the duties of a maid include helping with clothes. Hay, noticing her confusion, asked if she really thought that the Duke was not able to put on his coat himself. She clearly shouldn't argue with him, since Rena had just been scolded, so she quietly sighed, agreed, and replied that she would be out soon. After a while, they were already riding a sleigh together, and it was obvious that the main character enjoyed this kind of entertainment. A smile never left her face, and a ringing laugh sounded. The wind was pleasant, and her heart seemed to be about to jump out of her chest. Closing her eyes, the girl thought that it was very strange, because just recently she had a feeling of some kind of heaviness, and thanks to skating, she was able to feel completely free. Kahel spoke to her about the fact that it was time for them to take a rest, because Rena's face was already red. She, smiling, agreed with the Duke, and then suddenly a rumble was heard, from which the girl turned towards the noise. It was one of the knights who fell off the sleigh. The other one sitting there laughed at him, and then the one who fell off began to be licked by the deer. Kahel, watching this scene, explained to the girl that before getting out of the sleigh, you need to stop completely. Rena laughed in response. The knight replied that Sir Hiram was so excited that he forgot about safety precautions. The Duke turned to the heroine, asking if she was scared, and she looked at him thoughtfully for a couple of seconds. And then a smile lit up her face, and she shared that she had a lot of fun today. Rena looked like a child at that moment. She said that she didn't know that sledding was such a wonderful activity. Kachel was glad that she liked it. When they got off the sleigh, the man told the main character that he would leave for a while, and she could rest peacefully for now, while Ruov himself asked Jeter to take care of Ren, and he agreed. After the Duke left, the main character suddenly asked why he went alone. One of the knights explained that if the Duke was going to hunt, then it would be more convenient for him when there were no people. Then the girl suggested that when hunting animals, helpers were needed. Here, Hiram fell into a stupor and did not know what to answer. This made the second knight nervous, because they, apparently, were ordered not to tell the main character anything about this. Jeter then decided to save the situation by turning to his friend and saying that they were not allowed to talk about it, who immediately covered his mouth with his hand and fell silent. And the red-haired guy returned to Renee, saying that the Duke was strong enough to cope alone and offering the girl a cup of warm drink that would help her calm down. She agreed. But then she suddenly remembered that she needed to get her tea leaves from her bag, so she needed to go get her bag. Rena asked the guys to go first. They agreed without question. The main character began to look for leaves in the bag, but could not find them, although they definitely should have been there. While the girl was rummaging through the bag, a huge shadow appeared next to her. Someone approached her, and judging by the screams, scared her badly, after which he kidnapped her, leaving a pogrom and inhuman footprints in the snow that led into the forest. As the Duke walked back, he kept thinking about how things were going with Rena and whether everything was okay with her, because he had no idea that the girl was in great trouble right now. Stopping, the man suddenly turned his head to the side. Something seemed strange to him. He was haunted by an extremely bad feeling. Approaching the fence, Cahill saw tracks in the snow and thought that it was very strange, because the monsters did not damage the barrier. And since it is in their nature to want to harm people, it means that they must have tried to attack the village. While the man was thinking about it, the knights shouted at him. They were shouting that the monsters had kidnapped Rena. Hearing this, the Duke's mouth opened in shock. He started asking about them and could not believe it. They explained that there were traces of Shevchek near the place where the girl disappeared. Clenching his hands into fists, Cahill realized that, apparently, the monster's target was not the barrier, but the main character. One of the knights said that the Duke should probably check everything from the village side just in case. They were wondering what the Lord would do. He replied that her traces should have simply disappeared because there was a lot of snow. He ordered the knights to return to the castle and protect the village, and he himself would go look for Rena. Cahill, running to look for the main character, mentally prayed that she would be safe and sound. Rena opened her eyes and saw that she was in a strange place that resembled a cave. The girl felt weak and her head hurt. The only thing she remembered was that she was going to get tea leaves from her bag. Then suddenly, a terrible face of some kind of monster appeared before her eyes. Seeing her, the girl immediately came to her senses, after which she screamed loudly in fear. Moving back to the wall, she was surrounded by three monsters. All of them made terrible sounds, and one of them spoke like a person and had a strange pendant on him. He ordered Renee to scream, so loudly that the Duke could find them by her screams. The main character, shaking with fear, stuttering, asked how the monster could speak human. He, grabbing her by the collar, was outraged that the bait was asking questions. After which, swinging his huge claws, he injured her, ordering her to quickly open her mouth and scream, while the girl in turn fell from pain. And she herself thought that since they were using her as bait, it meant that they wanted to somehow harm Kahal. So Rena understood that she could not allow this. As soon as the girl tried to get up, the monster immediately grabbed her by the leg, dragging her towards himself. The heroine begged to let her go, but he didn't listen and cut her back again, causing Rena to scream loudly. The girl's blood appeared on his paws. The monster praised her for such a loud scream. She, in turn, froze. She was in terrible pain. Tears were dripping from her eyes. She didn't know what to do or what to do. A purple circle was burning in front of her. She was sitting next to it. Suddenly, it began to shine even brighter. Rena looked at it in confusion, and then another paw of the monster suddenly crawled out from there, and a familiar voice was heard throughout the cave. It was Kahal, who came running to the cry of the young girl, and was very alarmed when he saw the whole picture. The main character looked at the man with fear. Ruav asked the girl to wait a little longer, because he would soon be there. The guy really hoped that she was not injured. While the monsters were still crawling out of the circle, Rena begged the Duke to run away before it was too late. And she herself, looking at the beast's protruding body, angrily shouted at him, ordering him to get back, and he, surprisingly, obeyed. Which was strange. The main monster was surprised by this. He couldn't understand who Rena was. The girl, looking at him, told him to shut up, saying that he would soon be punished. A strange gleam suddenly appeared in her eyes. Standing up, the main character kept shouting at them to go back to where they came from, because the great Lana would never forgive them for all this. After these words, almost all the mutants fell and screamed in pain. The main one angrily rushed at the girl, shouting for her to shut up, and began to strangle her. Breathing was becoming more and more difficult. With each passing second, her strength was running out. Seeing this whole picture, a wild anger awoke in the Duke. He began to shout for the creature to remove its filthy hands from Rena, after which he swung his sword. Cahill hit the monster. It screamed loudly in pain, and released the main character from its clutches, after which the creature crawling out of the circle also got it. The Duke cut its head in half. Ruav himself rushed to Renee, catching her in his arms in time. She looked really bad, barely opening her eyes. But even in this state, she tried to take care of the Duke and told him to run away from here, because the monsters would kill him. But he tried to calm her down, saying that he had already killed all the creatures and everything would be fine. The girl, covering her eyes, said that the guy needed to avoid the monster with a pendant on his neck. Cahill asked her to stop talking and think about herself. She, with trembling hands, reached out to him, saying how glad she was that the Duke was okay. He looked at her with frightened eyes. A few seconds later, her hands fell as if they were made of cotton wool. The girl was unconscious, possibly seriously injured, because she was almost completely covered in blood and had serious wounds on her back. The woman, looking into her ball, suddenly saw something extremely interesting in it. Grinning, Leonard, noticing her reaction, asked what she meant, and she replied that, as he knew, there was something in this world that needed to be respected. The magical abilities of the two dukes, the absolute power of the queen, and the divine power of the priest, because she decided to ask if the man had ever felt anything similar besides them. He, handing her the papers, replied that never. Then the woman could not understand what kind of energy release it was that stopped the work of the magic circle and suppressed the monsters. Hearing this, Leonard opened his eyes in shock and said that he really hoped that she was joking. The witch touched the ball and replied that no, she was ready to give him an answer to his question about who it was. The woman explained that it was the girl who had come here with Duke Ruav, that is, Rena. This information surprised the man. He sat down next to the witch and asked if Cahill really had a companion, and she confirmed this, also adding that she was not affected by demonic power. The man immediately assumed that since the main character used her abilities to save Ruav, It meant that she had some feelings for him, but her mind was crystal clear. Then, Leonard suggested that the girl could be God's servant, but the witch replied that at that moment she was not with a holy power. Initially, she wanted to use her as bait, but everything turned out to be much more interesting. But the latter was not particularly pleased with this information, because Rena could turn out to be a much bigger nuisance than Duke Ruav, while the witch was more excited about this event than ever. With a sly grin, looking into her magic ball and seeing in it the image of the main character, who was lying unconscious, she declared that she would personally get rid of this busy person. Rena was visited by a doctor. Cahill immediately asked him about her condition. He replied that she would probably have a scar, but her life was not in danger. At this time, the heroine slept on a soft bed, while the men discussed her health. The doctor suggested that the monster most likely had not originally planned to kill, and then added that Rena would wake up as soon as she had a good rest. And then the man said that the Duke could also use some rest, since the rather prolonged stress must have exhausted him greatly, after which Cahill let him go and sat down on a chair next to the main character. Looking at her, he thought about how her face, previously sparkling with life, suddenly became frighteningly pale. The guy carefully touched it with his finger, blaming himself for not finding her earlier. He wasn't usually so confused by some monsters, and instead of cutting the creature that was crawling out of the circle in two, he first had to spend time finding out information. However, due to the anger that flared up the moment Rena was firmly grabbed by one of the monsters, Ruav was unable to make a rational decision. Carefully stroking her head, Cahill said out loud that he should not have brought the main character to such a dangerous place in the first place. Leaning slightly over her, the guy continued, saying that when they returned to Arden, he would call a priest to get rid of all the scars she had received. But for now, the Duke decided to free the girl from any duties. He himself promised to do everything her soul desired, and now she should rest and just be near him. The man slowly took her hand, after which the girl slowly opened her eyes. Noticing this, Cahill became alarmed, stood up abruptly, and immediately asked if she had come to her senses. She looked at him tiredly, and then called him. He gently hugged her, saying that he was nearby. Rena began to quietly ask him for Ruav to run, because there were monsters nearby. Cahill opened his eyes in fear, not expecting anything like this. He could not understand why she, even in such a situation, still cared and worried about him. The Duke pressed the girl closer to him and said that they were now in the castle of Chardon, and that no one here posed any danger. Then she asked almost in a whisper if he himself was okay. Such questions greatly confused the young gentleman, and he could not believe that the girl was now thinking about him and not about herself. He could not understand her at all. It's been about half a year since Rena ended up in his power, under the pretext of being a member of Baron Fidelia's family. She was left here by force, against her will, but she still manages to worry about Ruava. Cahill understood that the main character was not affected by demonic power, so she could not fall in love, but he could say one thing for sure. For him personally, this girl became a very special person. And that is why he will never allow anyone to take Rena away from him. He wants to protect her from all the dangers in the world. Cahill left a gentle kiss on the hand of the main character. The guy dreamed of making the girl enjoy a happy life. But suddenly his thoughts were interrupted by a knock on the door. He allowed her to enter. A knight appeared in the room and said that there were monsters roaming outside the castle at the entrance to the village, and it was confirmed that most of them were small Shevcheks, and they said that there were also individuals with some kind of pendants. The Duke immediately remembered Rena's words. After all, no matter how smart the monster was, he couldn't do something like that, which meant that it probably couldn't have happened without someone's intervention. He decided to act immediately and said that he would go there right away, after which he stood up, looked at the girl for a couple of seconds, and told her that he would return to her very soon. She continued to sleep peacefully, after which Cahill left the room. A couple of minutes later, someone's hands appeared from the mirror next to the girl's bed, and then legs, wrapped in a robe. It was Markella. She came closer to the main character's bed. A sly grin appeared on her face. The woman leaned over Rena's face, asking her to be quiet and not to worry, and then said that the girl would soon safely depart to the next world. The woman looked at the heroine with a searching gaze, tutting under her breath, and then came closer and touched her forehead with her finger, calling her poor thing and suggesting that she was probably much older. Taking the enchanted dagger out of her pocket, Markella looked at Rena with some contempt and said that now she could not worry because she would soon find peace. But as soon as the woman said these words, the main character opened her eyes as if by a click and looked at one point. The woman immediately opened her mouth in shock because she did not expect at all that she would wake up, because in her condition it was impossible to do so. Besides, Rena had a strange look, and Markella couldn't understand if there was always such an atmosphere around the girl. She had to greet the heroine, but she ignored her. Then the woman leaned over her face, examining her, and said that the girl had apparently not yet fully recovered, and that she was even sorry to treat her like this. But it was for her master's sake, and, according to her, nothing could be done. So Markella, without hesitating, tightly clutching the dagger in her hand, swung it, intending to hit Rena with it, and said that she would have to kill the main character. She clutched her throat and fell to her knees. The dagger fell from her hand. The witch could not understand what kind of pressure it was, because she had nothing to breathe with. The witch found the strength to ask who Rena was, and she slowly raised her body from the bed and replied that she didn't think that the uninvited guest needed to know anything like that. And then, with a gesture of her hand, she directed a stream of energy at Markella, asking her not to worry about anything, because she was going to make sure that nothing remained in her memory about her. A strange funnel began to appear behind the woman. After which, in a matter of seconds, the mirror from which she appeared sucked her back in, while the witch herself begged for Rena to spare her, but this did not last long, because very soon she disappeared. And the main character looked at her with boredom, not thinking about anything else. She didn't look like herself, as if someone had possessed her. The girl sat like that for a short time, and very soon her body, as if made of cotton wool, fell back onto the pillow, as if someone had just left it, and the heroine herself fell into a sweet sleep again. Markella collapsed to the ground, appearing out of nowhere in the cave, which frightened Leonard, who immediately jumped up, heading towards her, asking what happened to her and asking her to wake up. He saw that there were no injuries on her body, but he could not understand why the woman did not come to her senses. He wanted to know what had happened there. This picture scared him. It was very bad for him. He couldn't allow the witch to remain in such a state, especially if he returned to the capital. It would be difficult to continue their plan. He begged the woman to wake up, saying that there would be no one to create monsters. Leonard couldn't believe it. Markella went to get rid of some pathetic servant and ended up getting hurt so badly. The man thought that Rena, who was next to Kahel, was clearly hiding something, and from everyone, so he wanted to get rid of her as soon as possible. Kahel, who had returned from an unscheduled cleansing of monsters, was walking down the corridor covered in the blood of the creatures. A healer who had suddenly appeared called out to him and asked if everything was okay with him. He answered that it was. The Duke immediately asked about Rena's condition, and the man said that he just wanted to talk to him about something. He immediately decided to ask if Ruav had given the main character magical powers before leaving. Upon hearing this suggestion, Kahel opened his eyes in shock, saying that no, because you can't do that to everyone. Then the doctor asked another question, whether he had given her a blessing for healing. But here too he made a mistake, because the Duke did not even think about it, because he had completely forgotten about it. But he was interested in what, in fact, was the matter. The man told him that he had recently visited the maid to look at the wound, because the wound on her back was quite strong and serious. Imagine his surprise when the doctor found nothing in her place, not even a single scar. But Kahel was even more shocked. He could not understand how this could have happened at all, especially so quickly, so he immediately ran to her room. Having run to her, the guy stood by her bed, studying the face of the peacefully sleeping girl. He was clearly excited by such news, but then the main character herself woke up from the sounds, slowly opening her eyes. Duke Ruav gently stroked her hair, glad that the girl had come to her senses. She looked at him, not understanding where she was and what was happening. And then suddenly she raised her body, coming to her senses. Kahel asked her not to overexert herself, asking if she was in pain or if she felt some discomfort in a certain place. She answered that no, and wanted to ask a question, but then it suddenly dawned on her. Rena realized what had happened and immediately approached the Duke, grabbing his hands and starting to ask if he was hurt and if everything was okay with him. His well-being was important to her. She didn't really care about herself. Seeing how the main character was very worried about him, he couldn't help but smile, studying her facial features, and then replied that it couldn't be better, but he was interested in the state of her health. She replied that she really felt fine. Cahill could not understand how this could be possible because her back was cut. Put his hand on his own shoulders. The girl turned her head away, saying that it did not hurt at all and assumed that it was Ruav who made the effort. She said that she had heard about this before, that two dukes could use healing, but the guy didn't know what to say in response to such guesses, because if he told the truth, Rena might become confused. Therefore, looking at her, he realized that he would have to lie a little, because now the main thing was to calm her down. The girl in turn began to thank the duke for his kindness, and did not know what to give in return, and then said that she would serve him with all her heart until her death. Hearing this, Cahill couldn't believe his ears, because it meant that she would probably never leave him. Rena silently looked at the man with a smile, and he blushed, blaming himself for thinking about something completely different in such a situation. Ruav abruptly put the main character back to bed and asked her to first have a good rest in order to fully recover. She, looking at him in confusion, replied that she was fine, but the man asked her not to argue. Giggling quietly and blushing a little, the girl agreed with him, saying that they would see each other tomorrow, after which the duke wished her good night and left through the door. And he himself, blushing, covered his mouth with his hand, leaning against the door. Now in his head, there were 1,001 thoughts. Cahill was very embarrassed by them and could not cope with himself. Cahill watched as Rena thanked one of the butlers for helping with loading things. He happily replied that he was only happy to help. The duke himself thought that the girl's identity was becoming more and more mysterious. He recalled that at that moment, in the cave, the heroine had only one desire: to protect him, so the guy strongly doubted that Rena was a spy. It was even strange for him to think about what would have happened if he had come later. But, definitely, someone clearly had a hand in this. Cahill silently stared at one point and did not understand how someone dared to touch his subordinate. He needed to strengthen his position for the New Year celebration so that no one could even think about harming him. The main character was surrounded by a doctor and the head maid. The man explained that during the trip it would be necessary to take breaks because the girl should not overexert herself. And the maid talked about how sorry they were that Rena and the duke would leave so early. She asked that they come together again next year, and the doctor gave her a special medicine. Even though the wound had healed, it was worth understanding. The girl thanked them with a smile. Cahill put his arm around the main character's shoulder, saying that it was time for them to hit the road. The girl, looking at him, agreed with this, after which she said goodbye to everyone. All the servants and maids came out to see the duke and the heroine off, waving after them as their carriage slowly drove forward. After some time, Cahill and Rena finally arrived at the castle, where they were met by Ardo. The man immediately asked if something had happened to the duke. He replied that everything was fine, while the girl held the suitcase with a smile on her face. Ruav asked the man if anything had happened during his absence. He replied that no, and also added that the work on Ruahala's outfits was going smoothly since no one else had interfered with the process, and then added that now, for starters, it would be better to unpack the suitcases, and he would tell about everything later. After this, the butler addressed all the servants, saying that they needed to start preparing for the holiday, and asked Reina Ardo not to relax and help the duke get ready. The busiest time in Arden was approaching, which meant that after a long time the mansion would shine. Everyone was busy with their own business and did not sit still. People in the mansion were discussing that the duke had new clothes made for the festive ball, and this is the same man who does not like to dress up. Many were very surprised by his changes. The queen was also the subject of discussion. Everyone was wondering what outfit she would be wearing, while Ruahala was preparing a dress for her. One day, Rena visited the dining room and looked at the apples, which the cook noticed and said that she could take as many as she wanted. She was very surprised by this and thanked him. The main character, smiling, asked if he was busy preparing for the banquet, after which she supported him, saying that he still had to try a little bit, and she herself thought about how much had changed since her past life. Before she had to hide to enjoy what she could now get so easily, the girl decided to take one apple to her friend. When she came to Sid, Rena shared her impressions of Chardon, saying how much snow there was and how beautiful it was. She was truly impressed by this trip. The friend noticed that the main character really had a very busy time there. She wondered if the girl had been bullied by other workers there. She replied that on the contrary, everyone was kind and friendly to her. She noticed that all the people here were responsive, she agreed. Remembering that in the previous place, everything was not like that. And all because of Elliot. She suddenly compared Rena to her, saying that she could confidently say that she envied her, which is why she behaved this way. Because according to Sid, the main character is much more beautiful and smarter. She was embarrassed after that. And her friend started talking about how as soon as she meets Elliot, she will give her a hard time, and jokingly started waving her fists. The heroine laughed at this, and said that Sid doesn't even know where the mistress is now. And then, taking an apple, Rena asked how things were going with her friend and Mr. Abbott. Hearing this, Sid immediately blushed, and her power of speech was completely lost. Her tongue was tied, and she could not find any words. And then she lowered her face into her knees, hiding it. Noticing how much her friend blushed, Rena giggled. Saying this, she asked not to tease her, because even she, the best stable keeper in Kerouac, had a hard time here when she first found herself in the duchy. And the one who helped her get settled in was Abbott, a worker at the local stable, a guy with dark hair and a head taller than the girl. Sid had a strange sense of competition and attraction towards him, who had high skills, and because of this, the girl ended up working too much and eventually overdid it, fainting. He noticed this and took her to rest, even brought her hot food, asking how she was feeling, without any hatred. She immediately jumped out of bed and started screaming that the guy shouldn't look down on her, because now she would get up and clean the entire stable to the end. He calmly replied that everyone already knew about Sid's skills, so he asked the girl not to overwork herself and to rest for at least 2 days. The girl asked if he really wanted to see her torn back. He asked in surprise, "Why all of a sudden?" She looked at him and explained that if a worker were to take a rest because of some kind of illness, then, in her opinion, he would certainly get it. She was surprised that the guy had never encountered this. He opened his eyes in surprise and decided to clarify whether it was true that when she was in Kerouac, she was beaten for something like that. He would obviously be very unhappy with such methods. But Sid did not understand why he was surprised, because it had never been any other way. He sighed, thinking that the reasons why the girl worked so much became clear to him. The guy explained that the butler himself ordered her to rest, so she should obey and do it. After which he was about to leave, saying that he would return later, and now Sid had to eat all the soup that he brought her. She wanted to be indignant, but it was too late. In the following days, Rena herself observed how often they began to talk about everything and be close. They looked at each other with strange glances. The guy was concerned, saying that the girl shouldn't overexert herself yet, but she argued, saying that everything was fine with her. Remembering all this, Sid explained to her friend that it couldn't be any other way, because they sometimes had lunch together or chatted while brushing the horses. They even agreed to go to the city together on the weekend. The guy promised to show her places where they cooked delicious food. Hearing this, Rena was genuinely happy, asking if they were really going on a date, saying that she was willing to lend her a dress. She was embarrassed, saying that they were just going to eat together. The heroine leaned on her friend's shoulder, saying that she was beautiful even in a shirt. She just sighed in response. Then the girl decided to lend her her hairpin, which Kehel had given her. She carefully took it off her hair, then stood up and fixed it on her friend's hair. She said that she didn't think it would suit her. The heroine asked not to argue, because it looked beautiful. The Duke himself watched this whole scene from the window, while they were chatting sweetly and friendly with each other. Rena complimented Sid, to which she responded in kind. For some reason, this irritated Kahel. He listened and watched all this with displeasure. Leonard, sitting at the table in front of his children, announced that there was a girl next to Kahel who was not affected by demonic power. Hearing this, the children turned around at the same time, and Riedel exclaimed. She immediately asked if the main character served God. The father replied that he did not think so, but assumed that she had some abilities that they had not encountered before. As soon as the man mentioned Merkella, who met Rena and couldn't come to her senses after that, Rian suddenly remembered the girl in the carriage, whom he saw, but didn't show it. Leonard explained that the report said that this girl was being treated as the Duke's lover. Then the daughter asked if there were servants in his mansion, because no one had ever gotten so close to Ruavu, and in any case, they needed to find out what kind of abilities this girl had. And then she added that it was too early to draw conclusions. First, an investigation needed to be conducted, and then Ryan intervened, saying that he had already conducted his own investigation. The sister was surprised to hear this. He, smiling, explained that he had already encountered the main character on the street and had decided to find out everything back then. Riedel did not understand why he had only told her now. The guy laughed, saying that his sister only liked verifiable information. Rian added that because of the unnecessary fuss, Cahill would hide Rena. The girl agreed with her brother, after which she asked about what he managed to find out. The guy began to describe the appearance of the main character, namely, her bright purple eyes. Age, mentioned that she has no magical power. Her aura is ordinary, but has sufficient immunity to Cahill's power, and most importantly, she is Ruava's close maid. This information greatly surprised the family, Ryan continued, telling that, considering Cahill's relationship with her, the girl did not look like an ordinary servant. He assumed that they had an intimate relationship. The guy asked if it wasn't tragic to not be able to keep the person you love by your side. And then suddenly a pretty girl appears who is not affected by the curse. According to Ryan, this is a good chance for the Duke. Riedel sighed feignedly, saying that she felt sorry for Cahill because he didn't have the opportunity to choose a partner based on his heart. But then her father said that he very much doubted that Ruav kept Rena as a mistress because he spent so much money on her. Then the daughter looked up at her father, after which she grinned slyly and suggested that she could also be the Duke's weakness. Ryan, noticing his sister's gaze, wondered if it was too murderous for someone who was worried about her friend, but she replied that she didn't mean anything bad and was just curious. Riedel said that this would be useful information for the family as well, and the father agreed with her, while the boy himself silently looked at them. He saw that both his sister and father looked strangely agitated, and he wondered if it was perhaps due to the possible weakness of the Duke, who was so impeccable. But he didn't understand, because the Ruav and Santella families were loyal pillars serving the Queen, comrades, and it surprised him very much that they were so happy about this information. Moreover, recently the guy had no idea what was going on in the heads of his father and sister, and it was strange that he went to Levin's every winter, and even the theologian Markella, whom the man brought from a foreign temple, made the guy feel bad. He assumed that this woman could use magic. Looking at Riedel, Rian understood that she would still end up being the main one. He didn't want to think about such complicated things, but the guy was afraid to think about something bad. He tried his best to push such thoughts out of his head, thinking that his family would never harm the Queen. Ryan thought that these were definitely just his fears. In Regina's palace, Gerard, who was discussing something with the other guests, was suddenly called out from behind. He immediately turned towards the voice. The former Duke, Cahill's father, stood before him. The boy addressed him as a duke, who immediately reminded him that he had long ago passed the title on to his son, and that now he was simply Count Allendorf, although in fact he was Damien Ruav. Gerard smiled, saying that he would always be His Excellency, then asked if the man would be staying at the Duke's capital residence. Damien confirmed this, saying that he had only recently moved there. The boy apologized to him, saying that he should have greeted him earlier, because Cahill did not allow him to visit his father, who, laughing, suggested that his son probably did not want others to see him being capricious in front of his father, and this picture immediately popped into the boy's head. Damien smiled, remembering that his son was still the same as when he was a child, and he couldn't wait for him to finally grow up. Gerard replied that the Duke had already grown up enough. If he got bigger, it would be scary. The man, turning to the boy, added that in his eyes he was still the same, a young man who lost his father at the age of 20, after which he courageously came to him to ask for help in obtaining the title. These memories made the guy a little nervous, because that act, in his opinion, was rude and reckless, but Damien did not think so. He said that he was very glad that Gerard was next to his son. After that, the guy asked how the lady was feeling now. Turning to the man, he answered that not as well as he would like. In the first year of staying in Teraruav, she seemed to get better, but recently the woman, according to the man, is melting before his eyes. He remembered her sickly appearance, her eyes, which seemed to be hard for her to keep open, and thought that his wife was preparing for death herself. The guy did not know what to answer. Gerard asked if Cahill would be okay. Damien hid his hands behind his back and replied that of course not, he would hide his emotions, because being a duke is not an easy job. After these words, the man turned back to the guy, saying that he was always grateful to him and asked him to take care of his son in the future. He said that he would do so. Such words pleased Ruav. After which he suddenly mentioned that Kahel seemed to have prepared something for this celebration, namely, a dress. Within seconds, it was finally announced to everyone waiting in the hall that the queen was about to arrive, which caught everyone's attention. Next to her were Kahel and Ruvahala, who were assessing the woman's appearance and the state of her dress. Immediately admiring exclamations were heard about the queen's outfit and her beauty. Even the duke's father opened his mouth at how gorgeous the outfit was. The queen, looking at everyone, said her wishes, wishing peace and happiness in the new year, and also blessed the people in the name of the great god. Her outfit really looked chic. The color of gold illuminated everything around, and the style sat chicly on her figure. People, looking at the queen, sincerely admired her, saying that it had been a long time since all attention had been focused on her majesty. Kahel, seeing all this, told Ruahala that he had to admit that the guy had done a really great job, and he replied that fashion was not an area that could be underestimated, and then smiled, saying that the recognition of his merits gave him strength. But for someone who has never been interested in fashion before, Ruahala says Kahel's outfit is simply stunning. In response to this, the Duke smiled, saying that since he was being praised by a fashion expert, he could breathe a sigh of relief today. The latter was indignant, saying that this was not empty talk, but the pure truth. Noticing the ruby brooch on Ruav, the guy said that it suited him very well. Kahel suddenly thought, touching the decoration, and then remembered how Rena praised this brooch, ordering it for the guy's jacket. She said that when she looks at the dark red color, she remembers his eyes. So now smiling, the Duke told his friend that he had once been told that this ruby resembled the shade of his eyes. Upon hearing this, Ruvahala choked on his drink from surprise, and then began to apologize, saying that he was just surprised. He replied that everything was fine. The blonde, wiping his mouth with a handkerchief, said that he didn't know who told Ruav about this, but he assumed that the Duke liked that person, because ruby-colored eyes are such a compliment, but Kahel didn't think so. Smiling, he closed his eyes and said that this girl was an innocent and sincere person, so she did not mean anything like that, in response to which his friend was surprised. Kahel wanted to change the subject and decided to ask if everything was okay with the guy's clothes. He got the hint and answered that yes, and the Duke himself thought that other people also perceived things in this way. He seriously thought about the fact that Rena really behaved casually with the opposite sex. The Duke assumed that it was all because she was not raised as an aristocrat, but everything would be complicated if she behaved like that with another man. He even remembered how the heroine shared the hairpin with Sid, because Kahel still thought that he was a guy. While Ruav was thinking about all this, he sighed heavily. Ruvahala, watching him, did not understand what was going on, but he thought about the fact that the girl would have to be given something so bright that she would not be able to put it on someone even as a joke. The blonde suddenly called out to the Duke, asking if he was okay, and he smiled and replied that he was, explaining that he was just thinking about something, and then added that it seemed that today's business had been a success, so he was going to leave. As Kahel turned around to leave, various whispers were heard behind him. Someone was talking about the demon finally leaving. The girls were worried that they hadn't had time to approach him and talk. This upset him, but he didn't show it. After all, today he missed his tea parties with Ren more than usual, imagining her happy smile with a cup of tea, as usual. The main character was in her room at that time, looking at the fireworks through her window. The girl sincerely admired this picture and could not take her eyes off it. Until this moment, Rena had never seen fireworks in real life. She had only heard about them from other people, namely from her mother's stories. The girl suddenly thought that right now the Duke was probably dancing with someone in the palace, he, waltzing and enjoying the evening. It was hard for her to imagine something like that. Looking down, Rena realized that she wanted to dance a little too. She thought that it must be a lot of fun, especially in a beautiful dress and with a polite gentleman, and suddenly it dawned on her. The heroine rushed sharply to her closet, and she took out a beautiful dress from there. It was a suitable outfit for dancing. It was a gift from the Duke, but the girl completely forgot about it, and there was no reason at all to go out in such a dress anywhere. Rena looked around, as if checking if anyone was watching her, and then thought about whether she should put it on right now for a little while, especially since she had already finished her business for today. The girl did not hesitate, and in a couple of seconds, the dress was already on her. A smile immediately lit up her face, and the main character could not stop looking at her outfit, and she herself felt like a princess. And then suddenly she noticed a hanger standing in the corner, and an idea came to mind. She threw a hat and coat over it, making a dance partner out of the hanger. She imagined that there was a guy in front of her and bowed to him, greeting him. And then she carefully took the hanger by the belt, telling him that it was not she who should be holding him by the waist, but the other way around. But the girl decided to make a small exception, adding that if her imaginary partner falls during the dance, it will hurt, and she asks him to understand this. A few seconds later, Rena was spinning around with the hanger in a dance, smiling and humming something to herself. It seemed to her that it was somehow chaotic, but still, it was somewhat similar to a dance. The girl felt so good, spinning. The girl was so carried away by the process that she did not notice Duke Ruava standing in the doorway, who was watching the dancing main character with a smile on his face. But when she noticed him, she screamed and blushed with shame. Out of fear, Rena threw her hanger partner away so that it fell apart into pieces. Kahel continued to watch all this, smiling. The girl, clutching her face, felt a strong sense of shame and wanted to fall through the ground right now. She assumed that she probably looked incredibly stupid right now. Closing her eyes, the girl began to try to apologize to the Duke. But he, picking up the hanger, said with a smile that it seemed that Sir Hanger was a little tired, fortunately for the Duke. Turning to Renee, Cashel extended his hand to the young lady with a smile on his face, asking if she would not refuse to join him for the next dance. She, blushing and stammering, replied that, of course not. Gently taking the main character's hand and then placing his own on her waist, looking into her eyes, Ruav said that it was a great honor for him. Cahel carefully led the girl in their dance. While she looked at him in surprise, he decided to tell her in advance, in case the girl suddenly decided to misunderstand him. She was confused. The Duke explained that the door to Rena's room was open, so he entered so easily. Now the guy advised her to take better care of it next time. The main character was very embarrassed, asking the man to stop talking about it. He just laughed, explaining that he did not want to shame the girl at all, asking her not to worry in vain, and then spun her around, saying that, however, she knows how to dance. Rena shared that her mother taught her this, and then asked the Duke to keep what he saw today a secret. Cahel, smiling, replied that no one would ever know about it, but the girl still felt tense and asked not to tell about it even to the butler and Count Lanthale too, and he also agreed with this, but in return asked that the heroine fulfill one request. Pulling the girl closer to him, the man asked the main character to be his dance partner sometimes. Such a request greatly surprised the girl. He explained that he is not particularly popular at banquets, and even today he returned without waltzing. This information shocked the heroine even more. She was outraged by this, because, in her opinion, the Duke was much more charming than anyone else. Cachel decided to ask if the girl really thought so. She replied that it was true, in response to which the man smiled, saying that it was quite pleasant to hear, and then took a step forward towards the girl, adding that he would be even happier if she danced with him. He looked straight into her eyes, captivating Rena with his smile, and again asked the question whether the main character would be his dance partner. The girl gave him a positive answer, saying that if the Duke was satisfied with her candidacy, then she was ready to make every effort to achieve this, in response to which the guy said that there was no one more worthy than her, and the girl replied that for her it was a great honor. In response to this, Cahel took her hand and left a tender kiss on it, replying that it was an honor for him too. One day, all the people close to the Duke gathered in the banquet hall of the Ruav mansion. They discussed how they had not all gathered together for a long time, and asked each other about how everyone had been doing all this time. A female voice suddenly turned to Cahel, saying that Her Majesty's dress was truly dazzling. It was Mariella Deleu, the Countess and Cahel's aunt, smiling. She asked if he had sponsored the Marquis of Ronjac's business. Looking at the guy, the woman remembered that as soon as the title passed to him, she was afraid that he would not have enough strength, but now Ruav has grown up. Everyone agreed with their aunt, praising the guy. Cahel, in turn, smiled, saying that all this was thanks to their support. Then the young duke was approached with a question about marriage, asking if he was still thinking about it. While the boy was trying the meat, the aunt said that she was worried about him, because if he had the duchess under his shoulder, it would give him more strength. He replied that he didn't know yet, because he didn't have the desire to sacrifice anyone yet. Cahel's father asked not to worry, because the temples are also conducting research to break the guy's curse, and perhaps, during this time, he will even be able to find someone who has not yet heard about his demonic power. She asked if such people even exist in this world. Everyone tried to offer their help in finding a bride, but Cahel remained silent. Those sitting at the table even suggested looking for distant relatives to play the role of a bride. Damien saw the state of his son and understood perfectly well that all these conversations must be causing pain to Cahel. He felt sorry for his son, and he couldn't do anything about it. The boy suddenly called out to his father, who was even surprised by such a harsh mention. The duke, closing his eyes, asked his father if he would like to have tea with him after the meal. He was extremely surprised by such a proposal. And after a while, father and son were sitting at the table while Rena poured them tea, and the father laughed, calling this tea party a special occasion. Taking a sip of tea, the man asked what his son wanted to talk to him about, since he decided to offer them some tea, when suddenly Rena sneezed next to the men, frightening the former duke. She immediately became embarrassed and began to apologize, but Damien replied that everything was fine, and then added that he had never seen the main character before. Asking when she started working, she replied that it had been almost half a year since she became an intimate maid, introducing herself to the man. His hand suddenly trembled when he learned of her status here. Cahel, taking a sip of tea, called out to Rena, doing so as calmly as possible. After which, turning to her, he said that he would take care of the rest himself, because now he wanted to talk to his father alone, saying that now she was free and could go. She smiled and nodded, leaving the men. The father noticed how surprising the situation was and remembered that Ardo had written to him about this girl in a letter. Then the guy asked if she could be a distant relative of the Ruovs. Damien replied that looking at her aura, this seemed unlikely. And then he suddenly asked, since his son decided to find out about the relationship, maybe he wanted to take this girl as his wife. He stuttered and answered that Rena was simply not affected by demonic power, that's why he asked, and then even said that she could be a spy for the Santella family. The guy, blushing, continued, saying that for someone the main character might be too obedient, but in any case, for him it was not about marriage at all. In response to this, Damien smiled, saying that now he was also interested, after which he decided to ask his son the heroine's age. Cahel told her that Rena was only 19, but she looked younger, and then he began to describe the color of her eyes in detail. His father did not quite understand why he was talking about it in such detail. Damien sighed and warned his son that he should be careful because the Santella family had already been sniffing around about the main character, and there had been rumors lately that the Duke had changed a lot. He was tense with detailed words. Ruov could not understand how he had changed, but the truth is, the guy admitted that thanks to the main character, he, of course, updated his wardrobe. Resting his chin on his hands, Damina smiled and said that it was normal for a duke not to show emotions, but in the case of his son, he had been especially harsh, and now he had suddenly softened, and he really wished his mother could see it at least once. Remembering his wife sitting in a chair and looking out the window in the evenings, the man admitted that she had very little time left. Cachel agreed. Looking at his father, the boy said that as soon as the congratulatory ceremony was over, he was going to return to Terra Ruav. After some time, Damien and Cahel decided to investigate Rena's case together. The man talked about how cute the main character was. He couldn't believe that this girl ended up being the daughter of Baron Fidelia. The guy had to agree with his father, blushing. Elliot, sitting in the carriage with Riedel, was wearing a beautiful red dress, but looked sad, and the blonde turned to her, assuming that the girl was probably upset because she couldn't attend the party. She, stuttering, confirmed that this was so. Riedel, looking slyly at the girl, understood how easy it would be to manipulate her. She began to say that as soon as she found out that she would find out about the restoration of her status, she felt quite uneasy in her soul. Riedel suggested that Elliot have a lot of fun during the New Year's banquet, because they were going there for a reason. She looked confused, then the lady leaned slightly towards her, saying that she really wanted to help, But the restoration of status is not an easy matter, because even the queen cannot recklessly interfere with the punishment imposed by the ducal family. But then the girl told Fidelia that she asked her distant relative to adopt her. This information shocked Elliot. Then, Rydell showed her the papers, the confirmation that Viscount Luchenbane had sent her yesterday. He was already over 50 years old, and still had no children. And if she became his daughter, she would be able to inherit the title, bringing home a husband. It seemed to the blonde that the conditions were quite decent. While she was telling her that this family was wealthy and that a wonderful marriage would await the girl, Elliot simply could not believe in such luck, because in such a situation, even Count Ruav would not be able to touch her. The young lady did not know how to repay her mistress for such kindness. Riedel, taking the girl by the hand, told her what she must do to protect herself. She told Elliot that she intended to expose the erroneous execution of Duke Ruava's sentence, because, in her opinion, the guy killed innocent citizens, sentencing the Baron and Baroness to cruel punishment. The girl's task is to confirm Riedel's words, after which she, unable to bear such kindness, burst into tears, calling her an angel. As they got out of the carriage, Riedel smiled and said that they would do everything possible together for the sake of Baron and Baroness Fidelia, and the girl agreed with her mistress in this, and then noticed how noisy it became behind, asking if anyone had arrived, turning around. Behind the girl stood Duke Ruav looking around. Elliot could not believe her eyes. She had never seen such a beautiful man in her life. She looked at him closely, noticing how dark his hair was and how broad his shoulders were. But the young lady had no idea what family he was from. Looking at the guy, Elliot did not understand whether this was how love at first sight manifested itself. Noticing the girl's reaction, Riedel, smiling, realized that she was seeing him for the first time, so she decided to explain that in front of her was none other than Kahel Ruav. As soon as she heard about this, she immediately turned around, stuttering, asking again. The lady repeated that this was the same man who killed her parents. Riedel warned the girl, saying that she should be careful, because if she succumbed to his appearance and fell in love, then nothing good would come of it. She listened nervously. The mistress even decided to remind her of the case when, because of the Duke, one girl committed suicide because of unrequited feelings. The maid, watching Elliot's disappointment, said that you couldn't find anyone more unhappy than the heroine. Riedel stopped her, asking her to leave. While the girl herself was already mentally imagining herself in Cahel's arms and scolding herself for it because he was literally her enemy, and tears welled up in her eyes, she swore to herself that this guy would not fool her with his appearance, because the girl was going to take revenge on him for everything. A couple of days later, the Duke and Rena were sitting at the same table again, peacefully having breakfast. The guy noticed that the main character was happy every time she ate the bread that was delivered to their table every day. He thought it was amazing. Looking at the laid table, the girl shared that in the Baron's house, she could hardly find even a stale piece. So now she thinks that in Kerouac, no one has tried such delicious bread. The Duke himself suddenly decided to ask the girl where her mother lived before she moved to Kerouac. She suggested that in Arden, saying that it was from her that she heard about the fireworks that were launched during the New Year's celebration. Cachel decided to find out if his mother had told her about anything else. Then the girl strained her memory and told Ruav that her mother sometimes made strange cookies called macabon, that they had a lot of sugar in them, so Rena rarely ate them, and besides, there was a shortage of food. She recalled that her mother never succeeded in making these cookies, but she never got discouraged about it and smiled. Smiling, Rena asked the Duke, now that she was in the capital, if she could try real macabons. Cahel, answering her with the same smile, gave a positive answer, and he himself thought that the cookies the girl was talking about were probably macaroons. And her mother, most likely, was an aristocrat, because Rena knows how to dance a waltz correctly. Now the guy was thinking about the fact that he would need to look through information about the nobles who went bankrupt about 20 years ago, so he decided to ask the heroine the name of her mother. But when she started talking, she suddenly covered her mouth with her hand, remembering that in Kerouac, her mother used a false name, so the girl answered that her name was Eileen. The Duke, not hearing, asked again. Rena recalled that in her childhood, she was also often told about knights, that they were wonderful people who received a good education, which is why they had affairs with noble ladies. Cahill was amazed that the main character grew up on such stories. Now it was clear to him why her ideal was a kind person, because due to a misunderstanding, she could fall in love with an unworthy person. Looking at the girl, Ruav understood that if something like this happened, it would hurt her a lot, because she was so innocent and kind. Leaning back in his chair, the Duke decided to find out if Rina had a knight she was not indifferent to. Upon hearing this question, she again tried to humiliate herself, but the Duke stopped her, saying that his close maid should not talk about herself like that, because it insulted him. With her eyes downcast, the main character asked for forgiveness for this, and Cahal said that if her words were followed, then he too would not reach the title of count, since the maids who worked for him quite often married knights. So Ruav asked Rina not to forget who she served in the future, and she looked up and nodded, making it clear that she would not make such a mistake again. Cahal stood up from his seat, saying that he was to blame for this, because he had not bought her decent gold jewelry so that she could understand reality, so now he was going to call a jeweler to buy the girl something flashy in order to indicate his status. Hearing this, the girl immediately jumped up from her seat, saying that she had already received too many gifts from the Duke, and there was no need to spend more on her. The guy smiled and said that the hairpin he bought last time was too modest. Cahal thought that brighter jewelry would suit the heroine. He even wanted to offer her to buy a necklace as well, but then the girl screamed that she was wrong. She couldn't understand why the Duke was talking to her like that, because the girl hadn't done anything bad. Her chest suddenly began to feel tight, and she herself began to shake, asking the guy for an apology. She herself recalled that young Mrs. Elliot had definitely said something similar, asking if Rina thought she was better than her, and saying that she would have to serve herself. The main character explained that she meant something completely different, but the lady had already begun to act out the scene, saying that she could put the clothes on herself, and then she even began to say that Renee should go out in public in her clothes, thereby putting pressure on the girl and shouting. Remembering this, she suddenly realized that she had done something unacceptable again, and she needed to apologize to the Duke as soon as possible before he became disappointed in her. But as soon as Rina was about to do this, her head began to spin, and she fainted in front of Cahal, which frightened him greatly. He immediately rushed to her and asked the girl to wake up. The Duke, very worried, slightly lifted the girl's body, trying to call out to her. She only breathed heavily, and then, raising her eyes to the man, said that it would not happen again and she was truly sorry. Cahal asked her not to worry. Looking into her eyes, the guy decided to swear on the honor of the Ruav family that he would never harm her. He gave her his word, and then left a kiss on her forehead, asking her not to worry in vain. Rina smiled weakly. She had little strength, so she agreed with him, and then suddenly closed her eyes, which made the Duke panic even more, screaming and asking what happened. Later, a doctor visited her, who, after examining the girl, told the Duke that she had apparently simply fallen into a deep sleep. And then he suggested that Reyna lost consciousness due to a sudden release from severe stress. Because such things sometimes happen, the Duke replied that he understood everything, although he himself was still a little nervous. The doctor noticed that Cahal seemed to be very frightened by what had happened. He was worried about his condition. Like the Duke's father, the boy did not understand such anxiety. He reminded Ruav that the last time he was in such a shock was when he was a child, when one of the workers was affected by the demonic power of a guy, and he was very scared. But even now, after hearing this, Cahal kept thinking about the main character. Heading towards the door, he explained to the doctor that he had plans to meet his father and suggested that they go together. After that, the men left, and an unfamiliar female voice was heard in the room. A ghost of her mother appeared near Rina, calling her with a gentle voice. The main character opened her eyes to see where the sound was coming from. She recognized the woman as her mother. She, placing her hands on her daughter, asked for forgiveness, saying that this was the only way to protect her. She smiled softly at her, telling her that it was still dangerous outside, so the girl needed to sleep a little more. The woman said that it would be hard for Renee without memories, but it was for her own good. The girl looked at her mother with a half-asleep look, as if trying to understand whether it was a dream or reality. Her head was not working well. After a couple of seconds, the image of the mother disappeared, saying in the end that it was not yet time for her daughter, after which the girl fell asleep again. One day, Gerard burst into Cahal's office, smiling happily and exclaiming that he had brought him very interesting news. He, sitting in his chair, said that whatever it was, he hoped it was worth the interrupted rest, because if not, the guy would get a kick. He was indignant, saying that not only did the Duke kill the wrong person, but he also kicks people. Ruav did not understand what he was talking about. Gerard, still smiling, explained that there were rumors that when Cahel beheaded Fidelia's family, he killed someone else, not the Baron's daughter. The gentleman thought about it, asking his friend whether Rena's story had become known to the world, since apparently someone had divulged the information, and it could well have been the people who worked in the Baron's castle. Well, or this person could well have been the real daughter who decided to show up. Gerard shared that he had similar thoughts, because the rumor began to spread after the second day of the congratulatory ceremony, because on that day, Lady Santella brought with her a relative whom no one had seen before. Cahel sighed, saying that the girl apparently didn't understand his mercy, because then he didn't look for her. On top of everything else, she also teamed up with Santella to strike at them. The guy assumed that Riedel could just use the girl. The Duke suddenly remembered that he was throwing a party before the end of the celebration, and added it would be better to introduce Rena as an ordinary maid. Gerard asked if Lady Santella was invited. He replied that he did, and asked his friend to pass on the invitation to Ruvahala, who, upon hearing his name, changed his expression, asking if he looked like a messenger. Cahel replied that it was on his way anyway. Gerard, leaving, stated that they had no desire to communicate with that man. He was clearly very irritated, but Ruav only laughed in response to this. And when Gerard left in the carriage, the guy realized that he needed to find out more information about the Baron's real daughter, but it would be rude to ask Rana something like that, especially in light of recent events. But then, a brilliant idea came to his mind. Sid. He did not understand how he could forget about this man, because he was also close to the Baron's daughter. The last time Cahel saw him, he thought he was flirting with the main character, so the man thought it was high time to drop in for an inspection. After a while, Cahel went down to the stable, opened the door, and did not expect to see the picture that appeared before him. Sid was kissing another stable worker. His voice became lower, and he asked what the hell they were doing here. They instantly turned around, stopping what they were doing, and terribly embarrassed, the guy asked why the Duke had come to them so unexpectedly. He didn't understand anything at all, because he thought that Sid was a guy, and he liked Rena. Crossing his arms over his chest, Ruku asked the main character if he knew that he was gay, but she couldn't understand what he was getting at. The partner decided to clarify whether gays were those who dated people of the same sex, and that was true, and only now did it dawn on him what the Duke was thinking. So he decided to explain that he had completely misunderstood everything. The boy closed his eyes and shouted loudly that Sid was a girl and not a boy, and then, realizing that he had raised his voice at the Duke, he covered his mouth with his hand. For Cahel, this news was shocking, because all this time he thought that this was a guy, and probably was even jealous of Rena towards her. Sid, cleaning the stables, was very out of breath and decided to stop to rest a little while the other men looked at the lightly dressed girl, but then she was called out. It was Abbott, approaching the girl. He was indignant, because if she continued to dress so lightly, she could easily get sick. Like last time, she replied that she sweated while working, but the guy still asked her not to take off her clothes in front of others. Sid was indignant, asking if he was behaving this way because she was a girl, but he only sighed heavily, saying that that was not the case at all. Turning around to the men who were watching them closely, after which they immediately went back to their work and were about to leave, he told the girl that in any case, it was not her fault. The girl asked if Abbott was angry with her. He said no, and everything was fine. Admitting that he had acted rather stupidly, Sid asked if taking care of her was causing him trouble. This question made the guy upset. He decided to ask if the girl wanted to work separately from him. She answered that this was not so, because she was really afraid of causing him a lot of trouble. But the young man admitted that he had never thought about such a thing, because he had never considered her weak. Abbott explained that he couldn't get the fact that Sid was a girl out of his head. This surprised her very much, and she didn't know what to say, while the guy became noticeably sad. As he was about to leave, he suddenly turned around, saying that it was easy to catch a cold because of the heat, and then he was about to leave, asking her to be sure to get dressed, but the girl suddenly grabbed his hand, stopping him. Because of this, Abbott turned around, looking at her in surprise. She suddenly began to say that she was stupid, and if he didn't tell her directly, she wouldn't understand. Confused, looking at him, Sid asked what exactly he meant by his words, asking him to explain everything to her, to tell her to her face what he thought of her. Without further ado, Abbott confessed that he liked the girl. Hearing this, she froze, looking at him, and he kept talking about how he loved her, after which tears of joy appeared in her eyes. Sid admitted that she felt the same way about the guy, after which the couple united in a long-awaited kiss. The girl told the Duke about all this. He, covering his face, thought about what Rena really meant. The man simply misunderstood the whole situation, so now it was clear why the girl defended Sid. Sitting in front of her friend now, Cahill continued to reason that the main character's reaction was clear. After all, no one would tolerate it when someone speaks badly of a person who is like a sister to you. He decided not to waste time, and still asked Sid if she knew anything about Elliot Fidelia. She decided to clarify whether the man was talking about the young lady. Cahill, leaning on his arm, explained that such an appeal to her was unnecessary. So he asked the girl not to forget that Elliot was the daughter of a criminal who had been stripped of his title. She agreed, and said that she could tell everything about her without a twinge of conscience. Looking down, Sid admitted that her former mistress was a real bastard. Even worse, she was the devil incarnate. The girl recalled how Elliot set Rena up, after which she stripped her naked and mocked her. She deliberately failed her exams, blaming the main character so that she would get spanked, and there was even a case when she almost got burned due to the evil mistress. Slamming her fist on the table, Sid stated that Elliot was definitely bullying Rena because she was jealous of her, but then she remembered who she was sitting in front of and came to her senses. The girl realized that she had cursed her in front of the Duke and immediately began to ask for forgiveness for this. He replied that everything was fine. He did not know that everything had been neglected to such an extent. Now it was clear to him why the main character was so afraid of the aristocrats, but the guy decided to ask about Rena's mother, whether Sid knew anything about her. But she said she saw this woman in person once, and she was the most beautiful person in Kerouac. Then Cahill asked if it was true that Rena's mother had a close relationship with Baron Fidelia, because he really found it hard to believe that the main character was his daughter. Sid wasn't sure about it. There were a lot of rumors about her. Some said that she was a fallen noblewoman, others thought that she was a witch, but for some reason, no one dared to communicate with her unceremoniously. The girl also told the Duke that there were many people who were enchanted by her and envied her, but no one harmed this woman. The guy silently listened to Sid's stories. Cahill understood one thing from all this information. Reeve's mother was clearly hiding something, so now he plans to send a man to Kerouac to conduct an investigation. One day, a jeweler came to the Duke, and with a smile, thanked the guy for inviting him back. Rena, standing next to Cahill, said that she didn't need anything like that at all. He didn't listen, saying that he was buying her jewelry for no reason, reminding her that his aunt was throwing a tea party tomorrow, and she would need to be there, show herself to the guests a couple of times, so his worker had to look memorable. After listening to the guy, the main character nodded understandingly. Then the merchant intervened in the conversation, offering to look at the pearl earrings, because they were calm and not heavy. After that, the man showed them a set of amethyst, saying that it very much suited the color of the main character's eyes, saying that her eyes were so beautiful that it was difficult to find a suitable stone. Cahill mentally agreed with him, looking at the girl's eyes, because it was difficult to find such a beautiful amethyst that could compare with the color of her eyes. He realized that the merchant was a real professional, moreover, very persistent. The Duke wanted to find something brighter, then Rena looked at him in confusion, wondering if this was enough for him, turning towards the girl. The Duke smiled, saying that it was great if she liked this set. After this, the guy told the girl to prepare the outfit she would wear tomorrow. She bowed, agreed, and then walked away. He asked the merchant to stay, asking if he had anything more distinctive. He silently listened to the guy's request, after which he brought the box, noticing how shy Rena was, realizing that she was apparently uncomfortable. With a sly expression on his face, the man opened the chest, showing the contents inside, asking if he would like to take it. In response, Cahill said that he would take everything. The next day at tea, Mariella greeted the guests, one of whom was Riedel, who thanked her for the invitation. The woman noticed that the girl did not come alone, and she asked her to introduce her companion. The blonde smiled and pointed to Elliot standing next to her, saying that there was no need to rush into getting to know her, because she was a very special girl. While everyone was sitting at the table, one of those sitting began to discuss the queen's outfit for the celebration, asking Kahel and Ruahala if they had created it. Then a blonde came up to the table and suddenly called out to the young duke. Lady Santella came closer, asking how he was doing, because they hadn't seen each other for a long time. Kahel asked why Ryan hadn't accompanied his sister, and she feigned that he had attended a reception yesterday, where there were a lot of girls and had barely returned in the morning. The duke smiled as he sipped his tea and noticed that the guy was still the same, after which he asked Riedel to convey his regards to him, and she said that she would definitely do so. After that, she suddenly asked Ruav what he thought about collective responsibility. Hearing about this, he froze, then put down his cup, saying that this question was a little unexpected. He was wondering why she suddenly asked about this. Kachel, smiling, explained that if a family committed a serious crime, it should be held responsible for it, and he considered the system of collective responsibility as a disappearing tradition. Riedel decided to take the young lady as an example, asking how likely it was that she would be involved in her father's sins. The guy did not understand why she needed this. She put her hand on her heart and said that one can turn a blind eye to this because everyone learns from their mistakes. The people around couldn't understand what was going on, assuming that it was all because of the recent rumor that the Duke had killed an innocent man. Riedel, pretending to be innocent, said that 6 months ago, Baron Fidelia and his entire family were sentenced to death, even the young lady. But she wondered if she had survived, would Kahal have tried to kill her? He decided to pretend that he didn't know anything, and taking a sip, said that Riedel was talking as if the lady was alive. She replied that she was, after which she asked to be introduced officially. A young lady appeared before the people and introduced herself as Elliot Luchenbein, and the lady immediately hugged her with feigned sympathy, as if supporting her. People immediately began praising Santella, again calling her an angel for pretending to feel sorry for the girl. Cahill watched this situation with obvious irritation on his face. His eyes lit up with anger. It was disgusting to watch Elliot pretend to be an innocent lamb, and he would have believed it if he didn't know the truth. Before this, she did nothing but mock poor Rena, and now she was pretending. Cahill suddenly spoke, turning to the newly minted Lucianbane, saying that she was lucky to be alive, but she looked at the Duke with confusion. He, closing his eyes, said that since Riedel was asking so sincerely, then he would close his eyes, but would not give a second chance. Stuttering, the girl thanked him. Elliot suddenly asked what happened to the one who was taken instead of her. The Duke looked up, asking why she was suddenly interested in this. She pretended to be scared, saying that she had heard that the Baron, his wife and daughter were executed. The girl asked if the guy really killed that girl. Elliot pretended to cry and talked about how there was an ordinary maid in her place that day, and people immediately began to whisper, calling such an act cruel. In response to this, the Duke smiled, saying that he did not understand at all what they were talking about now. As soon as Cashel asked if he had said that the girl was dead, Riedel's reaction was immediate. She opened her mouth in shock. He explained that while executing the sentence, he managed to find out that the heroine was not the Baron's daughter, so he saved her, and now she works for him in the castle, after which the Duke called his butler to open the door. Then Rena appeared on the threshold in a chic outfit, but she looked a little confused, looking at everyone around. Elliot, seeing her, opened her mouth and exclaimed, because she did not expect such a thing at all. Riedel couldn't understand how this happened, because she checked everything several times and thought that she was dead. The Duke, seeing the girl's reaction, said that she still had something to learn from him. Cahill chuckled, saying that the girl had taken a serious decision by adding Elliot to the household list. He had never even thought of such a method. The girl thought that she would be able to defend herself, grinning and saying that the Baron's daughter and this girl differ in status. The guy said that he did not think that there would be problems with a commoner if she accepted the daughter of a criminal. Turning his head towards Elliot and grinning, the Duke noticed that this girl's situation was even better. She hiccuped in fright. And then she suddenly turned to Renee, shouting, saying that the main character lives well. She barely restrained herself, trying to control herself. The heroine recalled Cahel's words before this meeting. He said that Rena is a person of Ruava and should always walk straight and act decisively, and if she does not believe in herself, then let her believe in him, because he is always on her side. The girl felt a surge of confidence. Nodding gently, she mentally said that she would rely on the Duke. Rena said directly that she really enjoyed every day spent here, because here she was not starved and no one raised a hand to her. Elliot didn't hold back and started yelling at the main character, calling her ungrateful because she was now working for her family's enemy. Rena started screaming back, saying that her parents died in her place because when they were captured she ran away, and now she dares to judge her. The blonde didn't care that many people were looking at her. She called Rena a loser and was outraged that she dared to look at her with such a look, after which she raised her hand to hit the heroine. The girl stood still, not moving, watching as a hand slowly appeared in front of her face, after which a loud blow was heard on the face. Elliot hit the main character. The girl fell to the ground from the blow, and when she raised her head, blood could be seen on her lip, and her cheek was burning red. Ardo immediately rushed to Renee, grabbed her by the shoulders and asked how she was, offering to heal her wounds. He was clearly very worried about the girl. Elliot, looking at her trembling hand, could not understand what was happening, because there was no blow. She only swung it to threaten her. She did not feel her palm touch the heroine's cheek. Here Kahel intervened, raising his red eyes, filled with anger. To the girl, he asked with anger in his voice how she dared to slap someone who served him, and in front of him, he did not understand whether the Ruav family was really a joke for her. The Duke explained to Elliot that she would have to be prepared to take responsibility for such an act, and she was terribly scared, not knowing at all what awaited her next. Elliot started screaming to be believed, since she hadn't laid a finger on her, while Riedel stood to the side, as if afraid of being caught in the middle of this scandal. She looked at her with displeasure, thinking what an idiot this girl was, and how stupid it was that she wanted to use her in her affairs. Elliot suddenly turned to Riedel, asking with tears in her eyes if she believed her. But there was no positive reaction. The girl seemed to look at her with some kind of hatred, condemning her with one glance, and everything became clear to her. She fell to her knees in front of the lady, asking her to believe her. Elliot swore that she had done nothing, while the blonde, crossing her arms over her chest, realized that this really was the worst day. But she still decided to help, asking Kahel to forgive her once, otherwise the party would turn into a complete mess. He, closing his eyes, asked, "Because of whom, I wonder, this would happen?" Because of such mocking words, the girl's eye began to twitch. But then the Duke announced that her close servant would remain in the waiting room for the servants until the end of the evening, asking if she was against it. She answered no, but Elliot began to be indignant, because they wanted to take her to the place for maids, and she is an aristocrat. When the men took her by the hands, she resisted. The girl glanced at Riedel, but she only silently looked at her, and only now did she realize that for the first time in a long time, the lady was looking at her so coldly. Some time later, Rena and Cahill were sitting in his office opposite each other. He was examining the girl's wound. When the man touched the place where there was blood, the trace immediately disappeared, and the main character was surprised because she did not know at all that magic could be used to deceive. Moving away from the girl, Cahill asked if she was sure she wasn't hurt, and she replied that Elliot hadn't even touched her. The Duke replied that he was very glad, and then apologized for making Rena stand in front of someone who had bullied her for a long time and did not allow her to live in peace. He asked if she was too scared. The girl, smiling, explained that she was scared only at the very beginning, but as soon as the conversation began, only anger remained in her. Cahill said that Renee should have punched Elliot at least once, but then became sad, asking if she thought that he couldn't protect her. She replied that it was not so. The main character explained that she doesn't want to be like her, because Elliot is a girl who bullies people and beats them at will. Touching her face and smiling sweetly, Rena added that she hadn't actually been hit. Cahill understood that if they hadn't prepared everything, the girl could have really suffered, as happened countless times in Kerouac. He suddenly asked the heroine if she wanted to take revenge on Elliot. She replied that she had no one and nothing left anyway, and she wanted her to live somewhere peaceful. The Duke suddenly, looking at her, said that Renee should also take the surname of some aristocrat. Hearing this, the girl exclaimed. He explained that he had no desire to hear how the main character calls Elliot mistress. Taking the girl by the hands, Cahill explained that there was Viscount Elotskaya and Baron Matthews, and Viscount Malik said that he dreamed of a daughter, and then she realized that Ruav was not joking at all. Looking the man in the eye, Rena explained that she did not want to be adopted by another family. He asked for what reason, assuming that she was afraid that they could harm her there, but still in this way she would get a permanent place of residence, but she would live here. But the girl explained that she did not want to call a stranger mom because she did not even call the Baroness that, pretending to be the Baron's daughter. Rena said that her mother never had a day off. She spent all day weaving tapestry and all night embroidering, all for the sake of her daughter. Having adjusted her dress, the girl said that now she is the only one who remembers her mother like this. She was ashamed that she could not do anything for her, so calling someone else mom is strange. Tears appeared in the eyes of the main character. It seemed to her that the existence of her own mother would disappear forever if she dared to do this. Noticing Rena's reaction, the guy immediately asked for forgiveness. And then he leaned towards the game, putting his hand on her cheek, and looked into her eyes. Saying that he continues to do those things for which he only apologizes, the girl, looking at him, said that everything is fine. Nuzzling his arm, Rena smiled and blushed, saying that the Duke said so because he was worried about her. Noticing her reaction, the man said her name and blushed. And then suddenly he slowly reached out to her face. She just froze, looking into his eyes. Their lips were getting closer and closer. They were apparently about to kiss. But then the door to the office swung open, and Aunt Catchell appeared on the threshold, calling the guy. They, noticing her, immediately jumped up in fright. The Duke turned towards her, blushing deeply, while Rena looked down, saying nothing, but she was very ashamed, judging by her blushing face. The woman smirked as she entered the office, saying that she seemed to have disturbed them. She clearly hadn't expected it, but she wasn't against it either. Cahill, looking at Rena, said that she could go. She immediately stood up from her seat, but the aunt waved her hand, saying that she could stay because the woman came to check her condition. But then she noticed the absence of a wound on the heroine's face. The Duke explained that he had just given her a blessing of healing. She exhaled, and then the guy apologized for the ruckus at his aunt's party, saying that he couldn't ignore the situation. She replied that there was no need to apologize, because the fault lay with the person who came here with a specific plan. Then she turned to the heroine, asking her name. The woman asked her nephew why he had decided to make a commoner his close maid, and he became nervous, saying that the position was free. In addition, the guy told that Baron Fidelia wanted to marry her to Viscount Delane. She mastered the manners of a noblewoman, so Cahill made such a decision. Hearing the words about marriage, the woman was shocked, because she knew who it was, and called him an old man, horrified. Exhaling, she supported Rena, saying that it was a great fortune that she managed to escape from that horror, but she explained that if the close maid was a commoner, then nothing good would happen. The woman suggested appointing the main character as the Duchess's secretary, as this way she would be able to receive the title of baronet. This surprised the guy, because, in his opinion, it was an outdated system. He was interested in how his aunt knew about this. She laughed and said that she should not be underestimated, because she was a law student. But then Cahill thought that this option would be much better and easier than adoption. The woman, smiling, said that they could not lose to Santella in anything, even if it was related to a close maid. And then she asked her nephew to grant her guardianship, because the woman wanted to look at the faces of that family as soon as possible. When Rena entered high society, she was simply delighted with this plan. Laughing, the aunt declared that she would pluck all the white feathers from these bastards to reveal the darkness within. Rena, having listened to this plan, stood silently and could not believe that she could become a noblewoman. For her, such a thing was something incredible. One day, Riedel began to scold Elliot, saying that noble ladies do not engage in physical violence, but she just silently lowered her eyes, not knowing what to answer. Smiling, the blonde brought an older man into the room, explaining to the maid that since she lived in the village, she probably couldn't get proper etiquette lessons, which is why the mistress decided to bring her a teacher for this. He turned to Riedel, saying that she was showing the maid such kindness, saying that the girl's kindness could not be described in words. She replied that he was exaggerating. He, after mentioning manners, looked at Elliot. And a couple of seconds later, he swung his stick and hit her on the hand. She immediately exclaimed, asking what he was doing. He explained that not thanking the lady for the care shown was extremely ignorant. Elliot turned to Riedel, nervously asking if this man was really a teacher, and she, smiling, said that this man was a very famous person, and if she too received such an education, she would be truly blessed. The teacher declared that he would keep the maid on a tight rein so that she would live up to her mistress's expectations, and she, hearing this, looked at them with fear. And after a while, Riedel, smiling, left the room, leaving the maid and the man alone, wishing them successful studies, after which the door slammed shut. And then Elliot received another blow to the arm, loudly exclaiming in pain. The teacher asked the girl to concentrate, because if she was distracted even for a moment, then corporal punishment awaited her. She, with tears in her eyes, looked at the teacher, still thinking that Rina and Ruav were to blame for everything. On the last day of the New Year's celebration, Riedel, standing in the hall, was surrounded by some people, asking if she had gotten into an awkward situation because of that girl. One of the ladies asked again if they meant the daughter of the late Baron, the upstart who had deceived the poor lady. One man was outraged. How could they do such a thing? Deceive the Santella family, and even decided to suggest that the Ruav family had sent her with some intent. Another lady thought it was nonsense. While they were all discussing Elliot, who was now a member of the Luchenbane family, supporting Riedel, advising her to pretend that she didn't know the girl, she thanked everyone with irritation. When everyone had left, the girl heard her brother's voice behind her, saying that his sister had been too hasty. She replied that what happened was what happened. She didn't think that the Ruav family would throw a fake reception, Rian agreed, saying that it was a little unlike them. The girl, smiling, said that rumors quickly died down, and besides, she managed to get valuable information, at which point the brother asked again. He looked questioningly at Riedel, asking what she was talking about. She replied that he himself told her about it, that Kahal had a close servant. Hearing this, he exclaimed in shock. She said that she managed to verify this personally. The sister shared that Rina's purple eyes were very beautiful, and also added that she sent a man to find out more information about this girl, who replied that it would be good if Elliot was a little smarter. And then, they both turned around, noticing how this lady was standing around the guys, praising each of them, clearly flirting openly. Ryan agreed that this girl really was stupid. Elliot pressed herself against the shoulder of each guy. The guy shared with his sister that her maid's open flirting was something else. She did not miss the opportunity to tell each man that she was free after the ball. Ryan was irritated that this lady flirted so ineptly, only showing her greed. Riedel chuckled, saying that there was some convenience in her stupidity. She added that she bet that this was the last time she flirted like that. The guy looked at his sister with confusion, trying to ask what her words meant, but she, with a smile on her face, decided to distract him with something else. Namely, at the exit of the Ruav family, who walked confidently, sometimes looking back at the people around them, the woman suddenly noticed Riedel, looking at her with displeasure while she stood, smiling, nodding to her. Noticing this, the woman began to express dissatisfaction about it, talking about how the girl greeted her casually, thinking that she had no shame and was pretending to be naive. Cahill replied that she was smart and knew about life, suggesting that even now, perhaps, there were plots being hatched in her head. Auntie began to talk about how it was Riedel who should be dejected after tea. But the Duke was more alarmed than she was, and when he heard this, he turned towards Auntie, surprised, and the woman asked if he had any worries that he could not share with her. The guy clenched his fists, remembering the image of the main character. Now he clearly understood that Riedel had clearly guessed about Rina. After all, during the tea party, the girl also had an extremely thoughtful look. If Rina's secret ever became known to the world, then perhaps Ruav would no longer be able to keep her near him, but he could not allow this, because she was only his. Cahill nodded, telling his aunt that he was fine, and that it wasn't something she should worry about. She, sighing heavily, said that then her soul was at peace. But, in any case, she asked him to be sure to let her know if help was needed. Then the arrival of the Queen was suddenly announced, distracting everyone from their conversations. Everyone was interested in what outfit the woman would be wearing this time. The Queen, coming out into the crowd, smiled warmly at everyone. She was wearing a magnificent flesh-colored dress. She said that she saw that everyone seemed to be having a good time that evening. The first to bow to her was the Marquis Rognac, who praised the woman, saying that she, as always, looked simply wonderful. She, giving him her hand, said with a smile that his creation reminded those around her of her nobility. She believed that the guy had obvious talent. Ruvahala replied that it was thanks to the inspiration that the Queen herself bestowed upon him. She, turning to him, said that he was flattering her, but she was still pleased to hear it. While the guy was talking to the woman, he was called from behind. He immediately turned around, seeing a familiar face. Standing in front of him was Cahill. He said that he heard how busy his friend had been lately, and also that the salon on Rebella Street is no longer enough. Ruahala confirmed this, saying that he is trying his best to find a place for a second place, that he has no problems on the business side. Ruavu thought these words were strange, which means the guy has other problems. He sighed heavily, saying that the Duke was as perceptive as ever, and he explained that he had a feeling that the fact that the business was flourishing had disturbed his brother's peace. Cahill asked if he was talking about the Crown Prince of Hildebrun, Regdril Elfioso, and he confirmed this, saying that he felt like he was going to kill him. Regdril Elfioso is the current heir to the kingdom of Hildebrun. He is capricious and full of greed. Ruvahala winced and said that many people say that a ruler needs to be patient, but it seems that his brother is clearly not one of them, and if it weren't for the guards that Cahill assigned to the guy, he doesn't even know what could have happened then, because for the prince it looks like they are trying to rebel against him. Ruvahala closed his eyes and inhaled the smell of the drink. He could not understand where his brother had such absurd thoughts in his head. The Duke, smiling, thought for a moment, after which he said that it was simply impossible. The blonde, hearing this, began to cough, spilling the drink. He stuttered and asked Ruava how he could say such things in a public place, and Ruava replied that his friend would not be able to hide secrets any longer, because someone who was full of suspicion would definitely try to uproot the problem. Moreover, the guy can't just sit back and take the blows. When Ruvahala heard this, he became very tense, started talking about gathering an army. The Duke replied that he was simply advising him to prepare. He advised the guy to find allies in Hildebrun, unite the people, and in addition, hire mercenaries from other countries. Also a good option, in Cahill's opinion. His face turned noticeably red and he started shaking. He couldn't understand why his heart was beating so fast. The guy tried to convince himself that he shouldn't give in to Cahill's words so easily, because he had chosen him for the benefit of his family. He was not the type to get involved in a dangerous business to save a close friend, and Ruvahala nervously fiddled with his fingers as he wondered what the Duke would gain by helping him. Cahill, looking into his glass, replied that he would get himself a strong ally. The guy suddenly asked if the Duke of Logos needed a supporter at all. The man, looking at Riedel, explained that he was also preparing for any possible threats, because the world is arranged in such a way that not everything always goes as one would like. Afterwards, the Duke began to quote a passage from the Logos' story, which greatly amazed Ruvahala, who stood and looked at him with his mouth open. Cahill, turning in his direction, reminded him that the third era, which is mentioned in the manuscript, would soon begin, and in order for something new to emerge, the existing old must be destroyed, and in the process, a powerful collision would certainly occur. Speaking about this, the Duke's gaze was cold-blooded and calm. He looked at one point and said that a monstrous war could happen, and it was unknown whether it would all first affect Hildebrun or first affect Logos, and now it was better to prepare. Ruvahala, after listening to the guy, said that he became nervous listening to such a speech. Cahill laughed, asking what he was talking about. The man explained that the blonde's face was like that of a child who has seen a new toy, but he, blushing, began to deny everything, and the Duke congratulated him on the fact that they were now in the same boat. Raising his glass and smiling, Ruav declared that in the end, victory would be theirs. He was sure of it. One day at the Ruava mansion, Rena showed up in a new dress, and the butler noticed that the new clothes suited her well. Ardo, smiling, said that he would rely on her in the future, addressing her formally, but the girl was embarrassed and asked to call her the same as before. The man laughed, offering a compromise. He would call her Miss Rena. She smiled, agreed, and asked him to take care of her in the future. The girl was extremely sincere in her words. When Rena arrived at the stables, Sid greeted her with a bow, calling the girl Lady Belrose, but she, embarrassed, asked him not to call her that. A friend asked why, because it was great that the main character got the title on her own. Leaning on the beam, the main character explained that she hadn't done anything worthwhile yet. Although the Duke told her that there was nothing to do, but Rena thought that she should at least work harder at keeping the paperwork, Sid disagreed, saying that her problem was being too modest. The friend recalled how the heroine received lessons in education and etiquette in the Baron's castle, so she believed that the girl was much more noble than the same Elliot. Sid raised her voice, asking if Rena didn't remember how she dumped all her homework on her, and besides, if that lady had bad grades, the main character was punished for it. The girl believed that it was thanks to all this that she ended up here, and on the one hand, she should thank Elliot. Upon hearing this, Sid became indignant, saying that it was only her merit. After all, besides, she had abandoned her family and was trying to take out all her anger on Renee. She was stressed by her friend's angry and long speeches. She thought that she shouldn't even put a finger in her mouth, because as soon as they start talking about it, Sid reacts very violently, so the girl decided to change the subject. The main character noticed a hairpin on her friend's hair, surprised because it was given to her by Cahill. She explained that he gave the gift as an apology for mistaking her for a guy. But she was not offended, because this happens often. Rena did not understand this, because she considered Sid very beautiful. She replied that this is what they call people like Riedel. After this, the heroine suddenly thought about something, lowering her eyes to the floor, and her friend immediately asked her what had happened. Rena explained that as soon as she saw Riedel, she felt a little uneasy, a little scared even when she just smiled. The heroine got goosebumps all over her body. But then she tried to justify it by saying that it was at that moment that Elliot was brought in, and she experienced such a feeling precisely because of her. Sid replied that it was quite possible, asking her friend not to worry too much, and then the girl changed the subject, asking if Rena was going to the city with the Duke this time. She advised her to create many pleasant memories. The main character smiled, answered that yes, and then said that they would chat when the girl returned, after which she left the stable, and when she went outside, she could not understand why her things were in Cahill's carriage. She thought that she was riding in the same carriage with the Duke again, but she hardly believed it, because his father was also here. She turned around, looking at him. Noticing Rena looking at him, Damien waved at her, wishing them a great time, which put the girl in a slightly awkward position. When Cahill and the main character got into the carriage, the guy explained that Terra Ruav, where his mother is the land where the ancestor of the Ruavs first set foot. Rena was a little worried because she had never met the Duchess and was afraid that she would not like her. The Duke asked why one could not like the heroine at all. Looking out the window, the boy explained that, besides, his mother had no time for any hostility, after which he looked back at the girl. The man remembered that she had said that she had lost her mother when she was only 10, suggesting that something like that was hard to go through. She smiled and replied that her mother was lucky to leave without suffering. Cahill was afraid to imagine what life Ren had had. Once every 10 years she thought like that. The Duke, crossing his arms and thinking about how indifferent he was to the lives of commoners, although he, the Duke, was not allowed to behave in such a way, suddenly spoke to the girl. For some reason, he became interested in whether Rena ever hated people from the high society of this country. This question struck the main character, putting her in a dead end. Looking down, Rena admitted that she had never thought of him or the Queen in any way. After all, at that moment Baron Fidelia was the only aristocrat who occupied the highest position. His words were law for her. Smiling, the girl said that even so, she never hated the Baron. She simply grumbled about her fate. After that, the Duke fell silent for a couple of minutes, just like the main character. He thought that although Rena had not said anything offensive to him, her words still touched him to the quick, because being born into the Ruav family, the guy had the pride of a protector, but in no way helped make her life easier. He understood that many commoners had shed blood because of the Baron's tyranny, so Cahill now could not understand how he dared to call himself a defender of Logos, so he suddenly decided to apologize to Rena, who, upon hearing this, replied that she did not hate him. Ruav looked down, saying that he didn't even think that Rena would hold a grudge against him. He explained that it was all his fault. The girl turned away, thinking that she had never seen an aristocrat who cared so much about his subordinates. Having come here, Rena realized that Logos could not do without Cahill, because the local nobility was already corrupt, and Her Majesty, who did not have much power, would not be able to control them. And in her opinion, in such a situation, the person who must change first of all is the Queen. Meanwhile, in Lavanus, Leonard arrived at Markella's cave. Noticing her, he saw that the woman had already recovered. She turned to him with a grin, noticing the man's arrival. She just wanted to ask him something, mentioning the moment when she lost consciousness after coming out of the mirror, but there was nothing about it in her memory at all. When the man heard about this, he became tense, asking her what it meant, because hadn't she visited Cahel's close servant, she was surprised by such information. Leonard was surprised, because Markella apparently had forgotten that girl too. She decided to find the book on one of the shelves, saying that it had somehow been erased from her memory. The situation was extremely interesting. The woman was trying to find all the books that somehow related to black magic. And then she turned to the gentleman with a grin when he said that he really hoped that only the witch's memory had suffered, because if she also lost her mind, then everything would be complicated. But she was interested in what was going on, because even with the help of the man, the memories had not returned, which meant that the girl's powers were much more powerful. Markella had some hypothesis. There was only one ability that was superior to Leonard's power that a servant could have, and that was the power of the queen. Hearing about this, the man was indignant, considering such assumptions to be complete nonsense, since the queen's power had long since passed. And if it weren't for Ruav, then according to the man, the incompetent old woman would have already been eliminated. Markella was infuriated by this, because due to his hostility towards the queen, he does not see beyond his nose. She decided to postpone this conversation and talk about controlling monsters, because this is an important factor in the revolution, and control through the magic stone clearly worked. Looking at the monsters sitting behind bars, the witch said that she noticed that if only the boss was controlled, the rest of the same type could be controlled along with him, but the problem was the supply and demand of magic stones. The woman explained that they are very expensive and their quantity is limited. Also, there is a problem that the monster cannot be resurrected when it dies. Leonard agreed, saying that even if there was money, these stones were very difficult to obtain, so it was all quite expensive. Markella said that others could figure it out. It was only a matter of time, and when they did, they would definitely interfere with the extraction. That is why she decided to put a magic stone into the monster's body so that it would not stand out, because even if this procedure takes time, it will be more reliable than a pendant. Handing the stone to the man, asking if he wanted to try it himself, he looked at it thoughtfully, and then took it from the woman's hand, heading towards the monster. When he approached the large beast, it howled, and the latter looked at him appraisingly, gathering its strength. But after a couple of seconds, the man thrust a stone into the creature's chest, causing it to scream loudly and fall to the ground. He noticed that it seemed the body had not rejected the stone. Looking at the monster with an indifferent gaze, he really hoped that this would be useful, because now, more than ever, the result was very important to them. Leonard turned to the witch, asking where, in her opinion, there were currently the most magic stones. She, thinking, answered that she could not remember anything specific, because it was difficult to find all the places where lightning struck. He said that he did not mean the deposits. But then an idea came to the woman's mind. She exclaimed, asking herself how she had not thought of this before. Mentioned the village of the wise men in Hildebrunn. The witch asked how difficult it was with security there. The man answered that the Hildebrunn family protected her. Wiping his bloody hands, Leonard said that those weirdos didn't have a very good relationship with the royal family, and that would play into his hands. Recalling Cahel and Ruahala, the man admitted that he never thought that he would be able to kill two birds with one stone. A couple of days later, in Kerouac, namely in the castle of Fidelia, Theo got out of the carriage, in a suit. Realizing that nothing had changed here, he mentally thanked the Duke for the good clothes. Then someone behind him called out in surprise. He turned around to find Mrs. Marvin standing in front of him, stammering as she asked him how he dared. She began to shout, asking how some groom dared to enter the main castle, wondering if he could have waited outside. He was not offended, understanding that she had the same character. He decided to formally introduce himself by saying that he, Theo, was a member of the Duke of Ruava's investigation team. The man greeted the woman with a smile, stating that he was an officially invited guest today. The man asked the knights, despite the fact that this was an investigation, whether it was normal to act this way. They answered that they had no other way. After checking the identity, they needed to be more respectful and put everything in order. Theo led them to a large tree where the body of Rena's mother, Eileen, was buried. When they dug the grave and opened the coffin, all three were very surprised by what they saw in front of them, and the former groom even opened his mouth in fear. There was no body there, only some clothes. They immediately began to think that someone had stolen the body and hidden it. Theo, with tears in his eyes, was very outraged, because who, in his opinion, could commit such a vile act, mock a person who already had a difficult life. The knight asked the man to calm down, saying that perhaps they could get some information if they went to the village, but first they needed to tidy up the grave, and he agreed with him. Rina, having arrived in Teraruav, was sincerely delighted with the views there and could not look enough. The gardens around were incredibly beautiful, and the houses were no less. Kahel, smiling, asked if the main character liked it here. She answered that she liked it very much, because it was much better here than in Arden. Now she was wondering if Terracentella was also similar in its atmosphere to this place or not. The guy seemed to be bursting with a sense of pride. He said that that place could never compare with the beauty here. Seeing his smug look, Rina giggled, because the Duke was competing in such a way. Now it was clear to her that he, it turns out, has a childish side. He explained that Teraruav is a region that is like the heart of the Ruavs. All members of the family treat it with incredible love. The girl noticed that the guy himself looks much more relaxed here than in his estate. When they went inside, he, turning to face her, said that he wanted Renee to be comfortable here, then said that this place was famous for its hot springs, advising them to try them, and the servants stood in front of them, greeting the Duke. The girl looked at him, her expression extremely reserved. Jesna Rendell was a servant of Teraruav Castle. Cahill, turning to her, introduced Rina to her, saying that she was his close servant and that she should be next to him, asking to be shown to her the room next door. She, nodding, invited the heroine to follow her. Rina only had time to say yes and follow her, while she herself thought about how polite this maid was. They slowly walked along the corridor until she led the heroine around the corner. And then Jesna turned sharply to her, smiling sweetly, and asked if Rina really was the Duke's close servant. She looked at the girl in confusion. Randall apologized for such a sharp question, realizing that the heroine clearly did not expect that she would ask, then introduced herself to the main character. Rina did the same. She added with delight that she had never heard the main character's last name and praised her name. But she was interested in the main thing, whether she really was a close servant. She confirmed this fact, but Jesna did not let her finish, continuing to smile and inquire about Kael's demonic power. She was curious about how Renee managed to cope with its influence. The girl felt confused, because she knew nothing about this power, but she was interested in why everyone was surprised when they heard that she was a close maid. Chardon's maids also said something about a curse, and the butler also discussed it. The main character wondered if the talk about demonic power was a joke. Then she turned to Jess, saying that she had brought delicious tea from the capital. She decided to offer the maid a tea party and a chat about various things, and she, starting to smile, immediately agreed, saying that she was simply a master at chatting. After drinking tea, the main character, who had apparently been told everything, thought about the curse of the demonic power that enchants people. Only now did the girl understand why the Duke had no servants before her, which is why he was used to doing everything on his own. It was painful for her to think that those around him were causing him pain. Imagining a little boy surrounded by evil people, Rina knew that if she were treated like that, she would have gone crazy long ago. Putting her head on the table, the heroine thought that she should treat the Duke at least a little better. She tried to convince herself that she shouldn't give in and that she should work harder, because she was the only close servant. After that, she rushed into Cahill's office, threw open the door there, and began to tidy up literally every place available to her, after which everything sparkled with cleanliness. Having laid out the man's clothes, the girl thought that, it seemed, she had put everything in order. She only had to sort out the Duke's clothes. Then he appeared in the room, looking at her in surprise. He asked if Rina had decided to clean up, saying that because of the long trip she should rest better. She replied that she only had a little time left. Then the guy asked her to help him with a change of clothes, and while helping, Rina asked why he smelled like medicinal herbs. He turned and replied that he had gone to meet his mother, and it seemed that her scent had penetrated the fabric. The girl was convinced that the lady was indeed very ill, and lowering her head, she felt sad that she could not ease the Duke's worries with his work. Noticing the girl's sad face, he asked why her expression had changed, and she replied that she felt like she couldn't do anything for him. Placing his hands on her shoulders, Cahel explained that this disease was incurable, so Renee should not walk around with such an expression on her face, but she still felt sad. The guy replied that everything was fine, asking if she had prepared a change of clothes for him. While changing behind the screen, the Duke thought that the mere presence of the main character gave him strength. He kept thinking about whether there was anything that could help her feel better, and the man also noticed that the girl gave him these clothes most often. Assuming that she would prefer it, he came up with the idea of not buttoning the feather buttons. They stood practically back to back, separated from each other only by a screen. Kachel thought that in this way, his image could please her even more. The Duke, folding his hands on his leg, told the girl that upon returning to Arden, they would go together to the spring ball, to the reception that the Queen was hosting in March, and she was surprised that she would have an audience with Her Majesty. Cahel said that she shouldn't worry about it, because she was given the status of a baronet and this is quite natural. Rena nodded when the guy said that now the main character is the only baronet of Belrose Logos, so she should be proud of herself. She replied that she will remember this. The Duke noticed that the heroine already had good posture, and that she would soon begin to study etiquette and the humanities. She needed to study hard in order to meet the Queen. Rena replied that she was familiar with etiquette. She was interested in what they would study from the humanities. He suggested the history of the kingdom, genealogies, the flow of money or relations with other countries. He advised her not to be too scared. But she didn't intend to. On the contrary, a joyful smile appeared on her face, and she herself was very happy about this news, which Cahel did not understand. The girl explained that she always wanted to read books. Continuing to smile, she added that these classes were especially for her, so she wanted to start them as soon as possible. The Duke, after these words, could not restrain his smile and blush. He was pleased that Rena thought about such things in such a way. He considered her terribly sweet, and he wanted to tease her. Ruav mentioned that she had been preparing these clothes for him lately. The man deliberately showed the neckline that he had left, slightly stretching the collar. The guy asked if this style was really her taste. And when Cahel started talking about how, thanks to her, he began to be proud of his body, the main character became terribly embarrassed, blushing, saying that she didn't mean anything like that. After which she immediately rushed away, saying that she would go and prepare everything for bathing. The Duke, seeing her reaction, blushed, smiled and lay down on the table, saying out loud what a cutie Rena was. After that, they finally went to the hot springs, which were located in a cave. The girl, seeing red stones there, was surprised. Apparently, it was heliotrope. She thought that it really shines as they say about it. Cahel, seeing Rena's face, realized that she was very surprised. She did not immediately notice his arrival. The girl explained that she was not quite finished yet. He smiled and replied that everything was fine, because he brought the main character here to bathe together. Hearing about this, the girl opened her eyes wide in shock. She had no idea how to understand all this. Rena thought that the Duke was offering to swim together naked. This made her tremble with nerves, stuttering. The heroine answered that she would swim a little later. The guy, laughing, said that he was afraid to even imagine what the girl had imagined. Then he pointed to the robes that were lying in the basket in the girl's hands. They were specially made for bathing. They are not divided by gender, so everyone goes to the springs in robes, and if you take it off, you will be fined. Afterwards, the Duke pointed to the screen, saying that if Renee felt calmer, she could change there, which she did. Trying on the robe, the heroine realized that it fit her size. She even checked that everything was held on quite firmly, and it clearly should not fall off. Leaving the screen, she sighed, realizing what a stupid thing she had done in front of the Duke. Taking a closer look, Rena saw Cahel, who was already sitting in the springs, looking at something to the side, while the heroine blushed, realizing how worried she was. She carefully extended her foot into the water, and she kept talking about how fast her heart was beating. The girl assumed that her first visit to the springs was to blame, Rena exclaimed when her foot touched the hot water. She had to call out to the Duke, saying that the water was too hot for her, and he turned around and said that she seemed to be the first in such a place. He slowly approached her, pulled her hand out of the water, and said that, frankly speaking, it wasn't that hot there. The guy promised that he would hold her hand and she could slowly descend. Taking his hand, Rena slowly descended into the water, while Cahel gently held her, asking how she was doing in general. She, lowering her eyes, answered that it was warm. The girl shared that she had no idea that hot springs were such a pleasant place. The Duke suddenly turned to her, as if wanting to ask for something, but then halfway there he changed his mind. She, turning to him, asked what happened. Ruav asked the girl to give him a massage, so she agreed. Rena sat down on the stone from above, gently kneading the Duke's shoulders, promising to completely relieve him of fatigue. He said that he relied on her. Suddenly, the girl leaned closer to his ear and touched his shoulder, asking if he felt uncomfortable in that place. This embarrassed him. Stuttering, he answered that yes. The girl's hands moved slowly. She asked if Cahel felt comfortable, but he became more and more embarrassed with each passing second. And then he suddenly turned to her, stopped her by the hand and offered to give her a massage. She asked what he meant. Rena looked at him in confusion, asking why he needed it. He explained that all she had done was work since the very beginning of her arrival, so he insisted that the girl not refuse. The heroine again wanted to refuse. But then the man pulled her by the hand and threw her into the water. The girl screamed from such an unexpected turn, and a second later she was already in the Duke's arms. Looking up, Rena met Cahelium's gaze. They, both wet, stood motionless, looking at each other and not looking away at all. The Duke literally froze, blinking and holding his breath, still looking at the girl, and she did the same, while drops of water flowed down their robes. But when she realized how close they were to each other, she immediately pulled back, blaming it all on the fact that it was too slippery. When Rena wanted to leave, the guy grabbed her hand, asking her not to leave. Cahel reminded that he had promised the heroine a massage. He carefully placed his hand on her shoulder, turning her back to him. She could only agree, letting him give her a massage. The Duke felt awkward and embarrassed for a few seconds, then asked to tell her if it hurt. As he slowly kneaded the girl's shoulders, she thought about how warm his hands were and how fast her heart was beating. But she really wanted to blame the springs. She couldn't think of anything, embarrassed. Rena closed her eyes, telling Cahel that it was probably enough, since she wasn't that tired, and his arms could get too tense. The girl kept chatting and chatting, but the Duke suddenly called out to her. After asking to look at him, Ruav left a gentle kiss on the girl's lips, but apparently he only wanted to do it in his mind, because it was only in his thoughts, but not in reality. When Rena shouted at him, he blushed, coughed, and removed his hands from the girl's shoulders. He couldn't understand what he had suddenly started thinking about. Rena decided to praise Cahel's skills, saying that he was surprisingly good at massage, and he, smiling, suggested that he could well be proud of himself after such words. The girl laughed, saying that if people from all over the world knew about his skills, many would want to get to him. Cahel chuckled, saying that such people would not get anything, because he only gives massages to his close maid. She, hearing this, exclaimed in surprise, saying that the Duke's joke sounded too serious. In response, he laughed. Meanwhile, in the kingdom of Arden, in the queen's chambers, she was sitting on the bed with a man who addressed her by name. Asking if she was sure, she nodded in response. And then she apologized to him for having to live with such a wayward queen. Valerian asked the woman not to talk like that anymore. He understood that if her strength was exhausted, it meant one thing. Namely, the imminent disappearance. Hearing this, the queen became even more sad, lowering her eyes. His hands shook. He did not want to believe it, suggesting that she renounce the throne and live a few more years. He thought that she would be able to agree to his persuasion, but she only apologized to him for everything. Their queen abdicated the throne when she weakened, and the enemy became stronger, because the ruler occupies the throne until her strength is exhausted. Without a successor, this power quickly ended. The woman admitted that her abilities were initially insignificant, but she did not think that it was so much. The queen put her hand on the man's face, saying that she was worried about him. She did not know what would happen to him, who would be left without her and the heiress daughter. The queen thought that all these were the sins of her retribution. He asked not to speak like that. The man rarely pulled her into his arms, while a tear slowly rolled down her cheeks. The Archduke declared that she was not at fault, and whether what had happened was the will of the late king. The woman replied that she was simply a coward. The queen understood that this punishment had befallen not only her, but also their son, because the priests wanted to marry him and Riddell in order to make her a young queen. Her magic was powerful, and could be like power. The woman admitted that she does not want this, because Lady Santella frightens her with her whole appearance. Every time she sees her, she feels wild animal energy from her. The queen burst into tears in the arms of the man, saying that she was very scared, because she did not want to give her son to this girl. The Archduke suggested postponing this issue and sending a letter to Duke Ruavu to find out his opinion. After that, some time later, father and daughter Santella sitting at the table, drinking tea, discussed that the queen had delayed her answer. The temple was in their hands, so there was no point in resisting. The girl did not understand how long the queen would live without her daughter after the prophecy. While drinking tea, Riedel added that when the monsters gathered, there would be no obstacles to the plan, because Prince Hildebrun, in her opinion, was stupid, and the attack on the forest of the sages would go smoothly. The sages are magicians who left the tower because of its attempts to interfere in politics. When they left the tower, all the states began to fight to attract them to their side. But they wanted peace. They surrendered to the hands of Hildebrun, who provided them with a dense forest. The royal family was happy, but not for long. The sages settled in the forest and did not leave it, because they devoted themselves to research. Driving them out of the forest would not have been beneficial, because if the family did so, they would have earned themselves new enemies. So keeping them in the forest was a good idea, because they could keep an eye on them, although the sight was not pleasant. Riddell smiled and replied that they were a different matter, and she wanted to know how strong those mages were, and whether they would dare to stand in front of Santella's blood ties. Leonard replied that he did not think there were any problems, but suggested that there might be problems with the crown prince, who might well express his dissatisfaction. The man believed that he was too conceited and that he needed to deal with his younger brother, who was threatening his position. The father asked if everything was going well with this younger brother. She replied that only if you walk with your back to the one walking in front of you. After all, even if you close your eyes, you can clearly see the image of one in front of you, namely, Kahel Ruav. Kahel sat in his mother's room, asking how she was feeling. She answered that she was very well, and spoke with a smile about how happy she was to have her son visit. The boy squeezed his mother's hand, apparently blaming himself for not having visited her for so long. The woman asked her son not to blame himself for his condition, because, in her words, it was not worth it. When she continued speaking, she began to cough. Turning away, the Duke immediately stood up, worriedly asking if everything was okay with her, and invited her to lie down on his shoulder. She replied that at his age, he needed to hug his beloved, not his mother. Mom asked him if he really didn't have a girl he liked. He, hearing this question, opened his eyes and froze. The woman called out to him, and then he answered that no. But she saw how his eyes darted around and wanted to know who he was thinking about. Sighing, Kahel said that he had found someone who was not susceptible to his demonic power, and his mother immediately asked with interest who she was. After the lady lay down on the pillow, she explained that it did not matter to her at all who she was. The Duke explained that Rina was the illegitimate daughter of an aristocrat, and he took her as an intimate servant. Ruav added that his aunt gave her the title. He wondered if his mother wanted to meet the main character. She was surprised to learn that they arrived together and readily agreed. Kahel agreed, but asked the woman not to say anything about his demonic power, because he was afraid that Rina, having learned this, would leave him. She, putting her hand on her son's face, explained that she was not going to pressure him into finding a soulmate. She wanted her son to have someone who could take care of him after his mother's death. When Kahel brought Rina to his mother, she began to praise the girl, calling her beautiful. The heroine was embarrassed, saying that it was not at all worth saying that. The woman put her hand on her hand and asked if she was very surprised when she was called. The mother decided to apologize for this. She explained that her son grew up alone, and it may seem like he has everything, but in reality, his soul and heart are wounded. He was a child that no one wanted to be around. The woman told Renee that she seemed to like Kahel, so she asked the heroine to take care of her. She, smiling, replied that he was kind to her because of her shortcomings. The mother replied that she knew that her son was far from affectionate. Coughing, she asked him to stay by her side no matter what, and not to leave him alone. She leaned over and asked the lady not to worry, because she would do everything to serve the Duke. The woman looked at her and thanked the girl, and there were tears in her eyes, after which she closed her eyes and fell asleep. Noticing this, Rina thought that it must have been very difficult for her. She was trying hard to speak, and her hands were very cold. Taking the woman's hand more tightly, the main character hoped that she would be able to share at least a little of her warmth with her, but when she did, the girl suddenly felt dizzy. She felt sick and slowly fell face down on the bed, falling asleep. Renee felt like something like this had happened to her before. When the girl fell asleep, a white bird suddenly appeared above her head, began to look around, noticed the sick woman, and flew towards her. After the bird touched her, the the room suddenly became brightly lit, and the woman's face suddenly became fresher and healthier. The girls continued to sleep. Rena lay next to her, smiling sweetly in her sleep. Cahill was standing behind the door. The butler came up to him and said that the conversation had dragged on, and it could have a bad effect on the lady. The guy agreed. After all, half an hour had already passed, so he decided to go and check. But when he came in, he saw a cute picture: his mother and Rena, who was lying with her head on the bed, both sleeping. Coming closer, the Duke mentally laughed at this. He considered the girl cute, even though she was not a child. Having adjusted the main character's hair, Cahill thought that if he had taken Rena as his wife, his mother would have been very happy, although this thought was rather crazy. The Duke watched as his mother so simply held the hand of his closest maid. He could not believe it, and simply smiled, watching this. But then he wondered if the idea of marriage was really crazy. Even though people would start discussing it, he wouldn't care about these rumors. After all, first of all, by marrying Rena, they would always be together, and Cahill would be able to protect her at any moment. But he didn't know if the main character herself would agree. This idea made the guy feel embarrassed. He wondered if he laid all the treasures of the world at the girl's feet, would she be able to love him even a little? He could not think of anything that could make her happy. And then it dawned on him that if Rena suddenly became pregnant by him and gave birth to a child, she could get sick just like his mother, and just like that, out of selfishness, he would condemn her to certain death. Cahill, covering his eyes with his hand, understood that he could not allow this to happen, because he was very worried about the main character. Eileen moved to Kerouac at the age of 24, with waist-length silver hair and violet eyes, and her main source of income was making tapestries and writing letters. The knight shared what he had managed to find out about the woman, that she raised the child alone and never complained. The other offered to look at a letter written by her hand. The handwriting was truly incredible, very reminiscent of aristocratic. Suddenly the man said that they were saying that Rena was not the Baron's illegitimate child. The knight was surprised and asked who was saying that. At this time, Theo brought his grandmother into the room, who stated that these were her words. She was the midwife who delivered Eileen. She said that when the girl arrived in Kerouac, she was already pregnant and gave birth to a child exactly 5 months later. But because the Baron often visited her, rumors began to spread. Theo noticed that Rena and the Baron were not alike at all. The grandmother added that people always treated her with disdain, raising dust in vain, because she definitely knows everything. And it's true, the locals didn't like the heroine, and the knight asked what she had done wrong. The woman said that after Rena became a maid for the Baron, she was hated even more. As a child, she was a sweet child, but after her mother's death, she became gloomier. Theo was outraged by the woman's words, asking why she was setting up a good girl. She replied that this was true, and that she was not the only one who thought so, because in the village no one liked her, except for the man's family. The knight stopped the argument by asking the exact date of birth of the heroine, because according to the papers, she was born on the 2nd of March, but she herself claims that it was on the 15th of February. She replied that in this backwater no one registers people properly, so it's entirely possible that Rena was born in February. The guy, looking at the document, understood that there were too many spaces in it, and it was clearly done by someone who knew how to write. In addition, there were traces of the change of his mother's name. He did not understand how one could make a mistake in writing his own name. He suggested that the mother's name might be a pseudonym, and then explained to the groom that they had already received all the information here and could now return to the capital. At this time, a boy was spying on them. He was wearing a cap, and his hair was red. He clearly wanted to learn something from their conversation. This boy, as it turned out, was there, sent by the Santella family. The next day he brought a sheet of paper, which described everything that happened there, and handed it to Riedel, who studied the sheet with a smile. She made the situation funny, and the story itself extremely interesting, because Rena might not be the Baron's child. The girl thought that the main character could have inherited immunity from her father, but now she needed to find out who exactly he was, a priest or someone else. She even suggested that she could be the Duke's illegitimate child. Then Elliot appeared in front of Riedel, asking if her mistress had called her, and with a dissatisfied face, the girl asked if she wanted to give her some kind of assignment. Riedel saw this perfectly well and thought about how stupid she was, because she was behaving like that in front of the princess. The etiquette lessons were clearly wasted. But she didn't say this to her face. On the contrary, she said that the girl had learned to show nobility in her actions, and it was immediately obvious that she was a marquise. When she was praised, Elliot immediately beamed with joy. But then the girl said that she called her in order to find out everything about Rena, and the smile disappeared from her face immediately. Elliot's expression changed, and she asked with displeasure if Riedel wanted to bring her here. She smiled and replied that she couldn't just leave the one who had humiliated her subordinate, because if her people had been offended, she was obliged to pay back. Hearing this, Elliot was touched, and the lady replied that knowing the enemy well was the basis of any strategy, so she asked her to tell her everything she knew. The girl, lost in thought, began with her mother, saying that she suddenly appeared in Kerouac and seduced men, and a year later, Rena was born. Elliot shared that Rena's mother was an obvious beauty. She saw her when she brought them tapestries a couple of times. The girl believed that under the pretext of work, she came to meetings with her father. But Riedel did not care much. She asked if the main character looked like her mother. She replied that according to people, very much so, after which she thought that this was how she ended up as a maid to the Duke, saying that Rena was just like her mother. The lady was infuriated by this empty chatter, but she did not show it, and asked if there was something special about her. Elliot thought for a moment, and then replied that no, but then she remembered that the heroine was quite resilient, because no matter how much they beat her, she still worked. Riedel, hearing about this, was very surprised. The girl explained that when she made mistakes, Renee would come flying. She was even beaten for secretly taking books from the library and eavesdropping on lessons. Riedel immediately responded that she was not going to judge Elliot, because a commoner does not have much choice but to survive, and then asked if the heroine had a boyfriend who would protect her. The girl replied that she only knew that there was a family that worked in the stables, and there was a girl named Sid, who looked very much like the guy. It is not known whether they had anything. Riedel smiled and thought about how Rena was, in fact, smarter and more beautiful than Elliot, but she needed to check what else was in her, so the lady took the bell and rang it. Maria, the chief maid of the Santella house, immediately appeared to her, bowed to her mistress, and said that she had called her. She asked if the Fidelia estate in Kerouac now belonged to Baron Jenkins. She did not wait for an answer, and demanded that Theo and Sid be brought to her from there, and this had to be done by any means and means. In the morning, when the birds began to sing, Evelyn stretched sweetly in her bed. Lowering her legs to the floor, she noticed that she suddenly found it easier to breathe, and her body felt better. And then suddenly, the woman decided to try to stand on her feet and, oh miracle, she succeeded. She could not believe that she was standing on her feet after a long time. After some time, Damien dropped in to check on his wife's condition, and when he saw the whole picture, he couldn't believe his eyes. Evelyn stood up on her own, not holding herself up. She looked fresh and healthy. She greeted her husband with a smile on her face. The woman was happy. After this, a priest was already in the woman's room, who called this situation a miracle, nothing else, because he had no other explanation. Damien asked what this meant, and he explained that the lady's body was like a cup broken into pieces. The cup may not hold life force, nor medicine, nor healing blessings, for a broken cup will still leak out. However, now her body is almost completely restored. It is trying to heal itself. The priest, smiling, called it a gift from God, a miracle, nothing less, and this surprised the man and made him happy at the same time. Damien, hugging Evelyn to himself, cried with happiness and said how glad he was that this had finally happened, and she only smiled in response. Catchell, standing behind the door, watched quietly, thinking that if the priest said so, then Mother would soon recover, which meant that walks in the garden would resume, so he decided that it was necessary to put things in order. He even remembered about horse riding, which the woman loved so much. And he even suggested that now, probably, Evelyn would eat very sweet desserts, as she did in his childhood. The young Duke burst into tears at the thought that he would no longer have to worry about his mother's death. Only now did he realize that this was truly a blessing from above. Gathering his strength, Cahel thought that he should go and pray and tell Renee to prepare for the trip. Having approached her room and knocked several times, the main character never responded, which was strange, because usually she immediately comes out or responds. Scary pictures immediately appeared in her head. So the Duke immediately opened the door, running into the room in fear and shouting her name. There he saw Rena, who was fast asleep. It seemed as if she was unconscious. Her hand had fallen from the bed and was hanging down eerily. Cahill wanted to rush to her, but froze. He began to imagine people walking behind him and asking to look. They whispered creepy words and frightened the guy. When he looked down, they started talking about how the Duke had bewitched and destroyed them with his demonic power, and now had the audacity to be happy. They insisted that a monster was not allowed such luxury. The Duke tried to convince himself that these were just hallucinations in his head. Having come to his senses, he approached the girl, grabbing her by the shoulders with his shaking hands, trying to wake up the main character, holding her by the head, but she did not wake up, and he screamed, asking to call a priest here. After some time, Cahill was still sitting next to Rena's bed, watching her. Mentally, he was trying to pull himself together and not worry. The priest explained that the main character was simply sleeping, recuperating, and that was all he knew, and the reasons for this state were unknown to him, after which he asked for forgiveness for his rudeness. The man decided to ask if Cahill had any reason why he needed to treat this maid. He suggested that maybe she was from some family. In response, the Duke looked at him with a displeased look, suggesting that, in his opinion, if she was not a noblewoman, then let her get sick. He immediately apologized, and the guy explained that she was only his close maid who did not respond to his power. But now, after the priest had left, Ruav looked at her sleeping and tried to understand if this was really all, and he did not consider her anything more than a servant. He thought about whether he would be able to live without Rena if there was another one who was not subject to his curse, but he didn't think about it for long, telling himself that no, he couldn't. After all, no matter what he thought, no one else could replace the main character. Looking at her, Cahill said out loud that Rena was the first one to open a new world for him, pulling him out of pitch darkness, because thanks to her, he could breathe more calmly. After these words, the guy left a gentle kiss on the girl's forehead, closing his eyes and thinking about his own. And then, moving away, he confessed that since the day she ate dessert in front of him, he wanted to kiss her. But, on the other hand, he was very afraid. All those who experienced similar feelings were trying to harm him, and now he himself was afraid of hurting the girl. Sighing, Cahill seemed to explain to himself that he now understood that these were not just superficial feelings, and he admitted this openly. Looking at Rena, Ruav said out loud that he wanted to get her. He wanted her to belong entirely to him, and it was not because of some vulgarity. Holding the girl by the shoulders, the guy admitted that he loved the main character. Meanwhile, in the kingdom of Hildebrunn, Crown Prince Regdril Elfeoso praised the girl sitting before him, saying that she was like a goddess of beauty who had come down to him. In front of him was Riedel, who giggled awkwardly and said that His Majesty was clearly exaggerating in his compliments. Apparently, the girl had some kind of plan, since she came to him. The prince, slamming his mug down on the table, was outraged by the sage's impudence, since he only needed taxes from them, and the forest did not belong to them at all. Riedel suggested that he should reconsider the conditions of these shameless people's stay, since, according to her, the prince was not guilty of anything. Taking a sip of his drink, he agreed with the girl, saying that the nobles were blaming him, while the blonde played along with him, saying that he had acted impeccably. Besides, she said that the guy was not one of those who sowed discord between the aristocracy. Hearing about this, he was surprised, asking who was trying to arrange something like this. She pretended to be innocent, saying that these were just her thoughts and asking him not to pay attention to it, but she herself was thinking that he was one of those people who listened more attentively when they refused in confusion. He stood his ground and asked not to change the topic. This girl and you, rising from her seat and walking towards him, placing her hands on his shoulders, Riedel told him that, as far as she knew, there was another person in Hildebrunna who could inherit the throne. And the more the prince's influence is shaken, the better it will be for the second heir, because he has recently been actively establishing connections in Arden. Whoever looks at him will immediately understand his desire to gain power. The guy immediately realized that they were talking about Ruvahala. He shared that this bastard had been a dark horse since childhood, and supposedly, although he could see his true nature, their mother and father never noticed it. Riedel listened attentively to how the prince said that he treasured his brother, and she asked if he still showed him respect, since long-term favor was taken for granted, and that was supposedly why Ruvahala had begun to become arrogant. The guy was angry and said that he was sure that his brother had become more proud now. The blonde said that he often uses the power of the Ruav family, asking if it wasn't easier to find a flaw with the help of the village of sages. And then, smiling, the girl reminded the prince that he had them, the Santella family, and it was simply unacceptable for them to ignore the difficulties of the crown prince. She promised to help him. He immediately melted, and then said that he would deal with the village and do everything. She, taking a sip of her drink, said that he shouldn't bother in vain, because the monsters would do all the dirty work. Hearing this, the boy was horrified, wondering if they would invade the kingdom. Riddell replied that this was not the case at all. She shared that her family had been studying them for a long time, and now they are at the stage of managing their behavior. The monsters themselves will not harm the people. After that, they decided to discuss a plan on how to deal with the sages. Riedel suggested the following: a horde of monsters would suddenly appear in the village and raze the houses to the ground. The royal family, having received the belated news, will urgently send troops there. But the knights will be there after the destruction of the sages, and the noble crown prince will honor their memory properly. Hearing this plan, the guy was delighted, saying that the girl clearly had a talent for this. She, pleased with herself, grinned, while the prince said that when the sages disappeared, the nobles would calm down and there would be no more trouble, offering to drink for this. Having clinked glasses, the prince declared that calm times would soon await him. Closer to night, the guy came to his bedroom. He was already very drunk and could barely stand on his feet. He was met by his girlfriend, who had obviously been waiting for the guy for a long time. She approached him and said that she had been waiting for him for a long time, and then noticed that the prince was very drunk. Thinking that something very good had happened, he confirmed it. He explained that he would finally be able to return the forest back, and she suddenly asked if the sages were doing magic there, which is why even knights were unable to set foot there. He, smiling, replied that it had been like that until today, but now everything would be different because they were using monsters, and in about 10 days they would tear the sages to pieces, and then added that it was a secret and Cassandra had better keep her mouth shut. At this time, a white dove sat on the window, as if listening attentively, absorbing every word, and then, after the conversation ended, suddenly flew away. After a while, he flew to the woman, landing on her hand. She, as if having read the bird like a book, was dissatisfied with the command of the greedy prince. After which, the dove disappeared like dust, and the woman spoke about how people in power are all the same. That was Harsha. She was the elder of the village of sages. The man who was watching nearby sighed, realizing how people were paying them for their kindness. While they were supplying them with medicine, they were thinking about how to destroy them. The woman said that they could not let them get away with this, and they had to come up with a plan. She was reminded that the prince had said something about controlling monsters, just wondering if people were even capable of such a thing. Harsha understood that since Riddell had said this, she was clearly not lying, and when they knew their intentions, they had to act. It was clear to them that it would be better to turn to Duke Ruav for help. There was no other way. The man asked if there was another way out, since he, like the others, would demand a high fee. The woman replied that first they needed to protect the village, and now it was time to choose the one who would go to the duke. And before she could finish, she was interrupted by the child's voice. A boy named Dashar stood in the middle of the room and smiled. Calling his mother, he said that he could go. She was worried because her son had never been outside the village, and it would be better to send someone else. The man believed that even though the boy was small, he was the strongest in the village and had a gift, so the elders could trust him. Dashar added that he could handle everything. Without thinking twice, sighing, the woman agreed, because if he wanted to go, then there were reasons and it was worth listening to her son. At this time, in Teraruav, Kahil, sitting at the table, carefully studied the letter and then said out loud that he needed to see the queen. It was a letter from her, where she said that she had a year left to live. She asked him to come to her as soon as possible, so the guy urgently prepared to return. Cahill walked down the corridor and discussed with the butler that the Santella wanted to propose a marriage between Riedel and the first prince. He replied that it was quite obvious. The guy turned around and asked to increase the royal family's security just in case, and to be prepared for danger, especially with sudden gifts and unexpected trips. The man asked if there was a need for this, The Duke reminded him of the intermediary for 3 years and the deaths of members of the royal family, suggesting that Santella was involved in this. He also asked to prepare a carriage for dispatch to the capital, after which Cahill headed to his office. Rena was waiting for him there. She had already been tidying up early in the morning. Turning around, she smiled at him and said that she had been waiting for him. The Duke was surprised that the girl had not rested and had already started working. She, tidying up the flowers, replied that she was already fine. He replied that this was impossible because she had been unconscious for almost 2 days. The heroine explained that she had slept a lot and was now full of energy. She could even pack her luggage in advance. Here, Cahill, after mentioning the luggage, remembered that he would immediately need to return to Arden tomorrow, which he told the girl. She was surprised by such suddenness and asked if something had happened in the mansion. He answered that nothing of the sort. The queen had simply ordered him to come to her, after which Rega jumped off, saying that she urgently needed to pack her things. The Duke, placing his hand on hers, leaned towards her, asking if she was really all right. The heroine awkwardly turned away. The guy, looking at her, declared that she was overworking herself. Cahill said that Rena's skin had become too pale, and she blushed deeply and stuttered, saying that she was fine, but in fact the reason was different. The main character could not forget the dream in which she and Duke Ruav kissed like a couple of lovers. She could not understand why she dreamed of something like that at all, and she was not going to tell the Duke about it. Unable to bear the thoughts in her head, Rena jumped up from her seat and said that she urgently needed to prepare his clothes, which greatly surprised the man. She said that he needed to pick out comfortable clothes and headed to the closet. Blushing, the girl hid her face in the closet, thinking about what she should do and what to do. She couldn't look the Duke in the eye and tried to pull herself together. The heroine asked if she needed anything else besides clothes and documents. Cahill, standing behind Rena, suddenly apologized for not having managed to spend a normal time with her these days. She froze, not knowing what to do with herself. The girl, blushing, replied that he himself had not been here for very long, so it was really a pity. The guy continued to talk about how Rena hadn't gone anywhere in these days, and he was ashamed of it, because if he had enough space, they would have visited the central part of the estate. She, sorting through her clothes, thought that these words were like an invitation to a date. But the girl replied that everything was fine, saying that he should worry more about his mother. He replied that she was spending time with her father, and then asked how it happened that Rena lost consciousness next to his mother. The main character replied that she did not remember at all how it happened, and besides, she had many different dreams. Upon hearing about this, the Duke asked the girl to tell him more. Rena explained that there was nothing special there. A dream about how she became a bird and flew into a cold cave, planted and grew sprouts there. Cahill asked, "What about other dreams?" She continued, saying that she saw her mother in a dream. When the Duke lowered his hand, the heroine said that she had also seen a dream about the Baron and his wife. He looked at her, saying that it was probably a nightmare. In that dream, little Rana watched the Baron's family eat, and the girl was very envious of their happy appearance, but when she woke up, she didn't care. Smiling, the heroine said that their house is the place where she grew up all her childhood, and therefore it is normal that she dreams like that. She assumed that she thinks too much. Coming closer to Renee, the Duke asked if there had been at least one dream with him. After this question, the girl's cheeks burned. She slowly remembered all the details from the images, how he held her by the waist and how tender his kiss was. And the girl literally hung there until the Duke called out to her, and she, blushing, turned around, looking at him. Cahill looked at the girl with concern, asking if he had said something wrong. She slammed the closet shut, replying that he had said nothing like that. Noticing such a sharp reaction from Rena, the guy realized that, apparently, she had not dreamed of him. The heroine grabbed her things and went in the opposite direction. From the intense emotion, tears appeared in the girl's eyes. Her cheeks were still burning, and she realized that she was unable to take her eyes off his lips and did not know how to look him in the eyes, assuming that his demonic powers had affected her. Remembering the conversation with the maid about how the Duke's curse awakened passionate desire in its victims, she assumed that perhaps it was because of this that she wanted to hear praise from Cahill. Carefully putting his things in a suitcase, Rena understood that if the guy found out that she had succumbed to his influence, he would kick the close maid out of the place, especially since people said that the servants who had become possessed had died or been kicked out. After all, if this happens, the main character will never be able to see Duke Ruava's smile again, and this is very important to her. When Kahel gently touched the girl's shoulder, asking if she was in pain, she abruptly pushed his hand away, shouting for him not to touch her, and he looked at her in shock. Like her, the situation was getting out of control, and what would happen next was unclear, because Rina had just pushed the man away from her. The girl gasped in fear, not knowing what to expect, and when the Duke wanted to call out to her, he didn't have time. After all, Rina, turning around, immediately rushed to the door, asking the guy for forgiveness. He only looked after her, not knowing how to react to this. While she was running, she realized that her whole face was burning, assuming that this was all because of demonic power. The heroine thought that if she continued to avoid the Duke, he would understand that she was possessed. Now she needed to somehow calm down. While she was running, she was grabbed by the shoulder. It was the maid who stopped the girl and said that it was dangerous because she could get hurt if she ran like that. Rina immediately apologized to her, saying that she was just thinking. Jess, smiling, asked if the main character was coming home. She felt sorry, because according to the girl, it was fun to spend time with Rina. She also asked the heroine not to tell anyone that she told her about the Duke's curse, because she knew little and she made a mistake. She replied that she asked about it herself, so there was no need to worry. Jess immediately hugged the main character, calling her an angel, burying her face in the girl's shoulder. Rina realized that she couldn't make such wonderful people worry, and she needed to behave as usual. While they continued talking, Cahill stood around the corner, hearing the entire conversation from start to finish, absolutely every moment. He couldn't believe that Renee seemed to know about his curse, something he had tried so hard to hide from her. And now it became clear to him why the main character had run away from him so abruptly and behaved so strangely. He assumed that he had now become disgusting to her. Cahill froze in place, staring at one point, because in the end, everything didn't go the way he wanted. Already in the capital, when the Duke and the heroine arrived at the duchy, the girl was telling the knights where to put which boxes, while Ruav was watching her from the side. The guy kept thinking that Rina wanted to leave her post as soon as possible and never see a monster like him again. Perhaps the girl felt betrayed, because he didn't tell her anything about it. But even so, Rina didn't show it, treated people with an invariably sincere smile. But it was still clear that she was worried about him. But even at such moments, he wanted the girl to be near. Cahill noticed how one of the knights persistently offered her his help so that the heroine would not overexert herself, she argued, saying that it was her job. But he still stood his ground. She thanked him with a smile. This drove the Duke crazy. He didn't understand how this guy even dared to behave like this, but he himself understood that things wouldn't work out this way, because she still hadn't left him, and he was behaving like this. A knight slowly approached Cahill, greeting the gentleman from the road, who, turning around, said that he too had apparently returned to the capital quite recently. Gareth, bowing to him, explained that he had returned immediately after finishing his investigation in Kerouac. Then the guy added that there were those who had already tried to sniff out something about Rina and her mother. Ruav barely audibly said that this was not the place for such conversations. Sitting in his office, Kachel said that no one except Riedel could be interested in Rina. He assumed that she had achieved her goal, in her own way, through ambition or rivalry. He wondered if there was anything interesting or special about Kerouac. Gareth replied that as a knight he did not want to say, but he did say that Fidelia had a servant girl that he wanted to tell about. She grew up under the previous baron and was very rude. She looks down on Theo because he worked as a stable keeper. And even now, when he is in the investigation team, her attitude towards him has not changed. The Duke asked if the woman's name was Marvin. He confirmed. Cahill remembered what Sid had said about her. She was the same as Elliot. At every opportunity she beat the main character and blamed her for everything, and was even jealous of the Baron towards her mother. Since childhood, this woman forced the heroine to do Elliot's homework, and when Rina was about to be married, she mocked her and ordered her to learn unheard of things. Hearing this, the Duke was beside himself with rage, his hands slowly clenched into fists. The knight noticed the man's reaction, wanting to ask something, but then the main character's voice was heard from the doorway. She asked for forgiveness, noticing that the knight Gareth was still there. Cahill replied that everything was fine and she could come in. Ruav turned to the guy, saying that he would listen to the rest later, sending him to rest. He replied that the Duke could call him at any time, after which he left, thinking that he had never seen such an angry face on him. He realized that the Duke was also capable of such emotions. Cahill asked Rina what had happened, and she replied with a smile that it was lunchtime and suggested that they put work aside and rest a little. After this, the Duke exhaled, realizing that she had not come to leave her place to the maid. Smiling, he replied that time had flown by. The girl, watching him, thought that he was clearly in a bad mood today, suggesting that he might be sad because he had not been with his mother for long. Rina started the conversation by saying that it was much calmer in the capital. He replied that there was a special feeling of emptiness. Remembering her childhood, the heroine realized that she, too, had been sad to eat alone when her mother had passed away, so she decided to offer the Duke to eat together if it would not be too much trouble for him. As soon as the guy heard this, his cheeks flushed. He turned around in shock at the girl, asking about what she had just said. Apparently, the guy could not believe such a proposal. Rina was surprised that the Duke even cut meat for her, and it, by the way, was prepared by the chef especially for Cahill. He decided to cheat so that the girl would eat. The guy said that as a child, he often got sick if he ate undercooked meat and asked to try her first, which she did. Rina, trying the meat, was sincerely delighted with such an incredible taste. The Duke handed her the drink, asking her to drink it. He felt very pleased in his soul when the girl ate something tasty. Taking a sip of wine, the main character mentally admired him, because she had heard a lot about him, so she thanked Ruav and then grimaced because the drink was sour. He immediately rushed to her, asking if everything was okay with her. Cahill assumed that the girl was not used to drinking wine. She replied that she was doing it for the first time, while the man was cleaning her mouth with a napkin. Rina explained that she was forbidden to drink it because she was born unclean. Hearing about this, the guy became indignant, asking who said it, and suggested that it was Marvin. The heroine was surprised that he knew her and asked where from. He replied that he had simply heard about her, and immediately changed the subject, suggesting that they start eating. Rina immediately smiled and agreed with him. After that, they spent a decent amount of time discussing everything in a row. The heroine shared that when she had time, she dug up medicinal herbs and sold them, so she managed to save up quite a lot of money because she once wanted to go on a trip. Smiling, Rina remembered how the Duke took her to Arden, and then it seemed to her that it was all a long dream, and it was all thanks to Cahill. He smiled and replied that he had simply made the girl his maid, asking if she had taken the money with her. Rina, looking up at the Duke, told him that when she was being married off, Marvin took all her savings for herself. Upon hearing this, the guy loudly exclaimed. He squeezed the glass so hard in his hand that it began to burst. Cahill was incredibly angry and asked how much savings the girl had. She replied that it was around 300,000 ruans, saying that for the Duke it was a mere pittance. He said that for a young girl to save up such a sum on her own was incredible, and he himself thought about how that scoundrel dared to take the heroine's money. Smiling sweetly at Renee and extending his hand to her, Cahill promised her that he would return absolutely everything that had once been taken from her. But she replied that it was not at all necessary to do this, but he was already thinking that before meeting the Queen, he should contact Kerouac. After some time, the Duke finally met with the Queen. She asked if he felt that her powers had faded. He confirmed this. The woman sighed, saying that if they had a princess, she would have passed the throne to her. But since she was not there, it was not surprising that the Queen was weakening. The guy thought that Mother just wanted to get her energy back, and now Her Majesty's life is in danger, and if she loses power, then a crisis cannot be avoided. Cahill explained to ease her power. The Duchy of Ruav will always protect her. Taking a sip of tea, she replied that she will always be grateful to his family. But the fate of the state cannot depend on one family. It was funny for her to talk about power, which is difficult to be dependent on. The Duke replied that it was not her fault. The Queen then said that the Ardennes had been in ill health for 3 generations, and that a woman had wanted to bring order to the country before, but her powers had not been enough, and she suggested that she did not deserve it at all because of her mistakes. Cahill tensed up when Her Majesty spoke of some mistakes and asked what she was talking about. Without waiting for an answer, the Duke said that the best thing now was to protect the girl, in whom at least a drop of royal blood flows. He even offered to protect them in the palace. The woman, smiling, noted that even in such a situation, the guy was devoted to his country. and then added that most likely Riedel would find it difficult to feel subordination based on the power of authority. Cahill tensed up again at these words. The queen explained that she had not meant to complicate things at all. She was simply trying to thank Ruav for his loyalty, and then she suddenly remembered that she had heard about how his servant had been given the title of baronet. The duke replied that he had received his mother's permission. He had an obligatory request concerning her. Hearing this, the woman was surprised. He, lowering his eyes, asked that this should not happen again for any reason. He wanted to be given a promise that no one would take her away from him. After these words, the queen exclaimed in shock. She was wildly curious whether Cahill really had a lover so unexpectedly, and whether it was true. He answered that it was just a girl he cared about. The queen was glad to hear this, and even called it a significant event, asking to invite the girl to the banquet, and she would help as much as she could, and the duke would not have to worry about it later. He nodded, thanking the woman for her concern. Catchell, however, thought that the mongrels in the neighborhood continued to hover around him, and he thought that it would be better if no one could get close to Renee. At this time, in Kerouac, Marvin fell at the feet of the current lord, as if begging for forgiveness. He looked at her with wild contempt and anger while she was talking about how all this was unfair to her, because she had dedicated her whole life to this house, and he was going to throw her out. Pointing his finger at her, the man angrily asked what was unfair about it, since she had been warned, but she continued to be rude to the investigator of Ruava, and even robbed the duke's close maid. She nervously asked why a girl going to her death needed money, and she, supposedly, simply took something that had no owner. He shouted that the owner was alive, and she needed to give her every penny. He could not stand it any longer, and threw the woman out the gate, saying that if he continued to keep her, Cahill would take his head. As the door closed, Marvin continued to kneel in front of it, asking how someone could do this to her, when a voice was heard from behind her. A man in a robe and with a hood on his head said that he heard how a woman had worked for the Baron for a long time. She looked at him with fear and tears in her eyes, asking who was in front of her. He smirked and asked if she would like to work with him, his shadow completely covering the woman, and then he continued by saying that this work would be for the benefit of Santella. Riedel was greeted by all the servants, who bowed to her at the same time, and she noted that they had worked hard today as well. Entering the room, she asked Maria to prepare her clothes, and she asked if the kingdom of Hildebrun was interesting. She, closing her eyes, answered that it was terrible, since the crown prince was too annoying, and it was as if the wind was walking in his head. Then Riedel asked the girl what happened to the tasks that she entrusted to her. Maria said that Markella succeeded in summoning monsters. The lady was delighted by this news, saying that they would now be able to create monsters without the presence of their father. The servant added that the family of grooms had already moved to the Ruav Duchy. Riedel called this amazing news and suggested that Rena was really very dear to the Duke because he was trying so hard to show her off to all of high society. The lady narrowed her eyes and thought that Cahill seemed much smarter to show his weakness so easily. In her opinion, he was giving up his position. After bowing, Maria said that instead of them, they had brought Sarah Marvin, the estate's maid, who hated Rena's mother and had bullied the heroine. Sitting down on a chair, Riedel said with a smile that in that house the maid and the daughter were birds of a feather, after which she was asked to take her to Elliot. She understood that if there were no grooms, then Rena would not be able to be lured to her, but she still remained the Duke's weak point. The girl turned to Maria, saying that she would need her help, since she, in addition to being a maid, was the leader of the mercenary spies. She remembered how Riedel had rescued her from the slave competition arena, and now she belonged entirely to her, which the girl told her mistress. Maria recalled how little Riedel extended her hand to her and asked if she would go with her. For the girl, she was like a ray of light in her life. The girl said that her mistress could order her to do anything because she would fulfill any of her orders. She said this while standing on one knee and swearing an oath. 3 children were running around the street, playing with a black bird carved out of wood and singing a song about it, happily having fun. They were watched by Kachel, who sat in his carriage and silently looked out the window, and then, when he arrived at the meeting, suddenly began to talk about the music that would be at the banquet in the spring. He shared with Gerard that the ladies close to Her Majesty would be playing the piano and singing, and he replied that it would be a calm atmosphere and would be suitable for Reina's debut. Cahill, being very tense, replied that he would like to cancel everything and leave her in the mansion. The guy, looking at the Duke, thought that he fully expected such an outcome. Ruav added that apparently, Riedel was interested in his maid, and he needed to officially show that the main character belonged to him, after which Gerard thought for a moment, and then replied that not everything was so bad, although he saw that Reina was dear to him, but he wondered if he was being too protective of her. He replied that the guy didn't quite understand him, remembered the situation with the children and the song on the street, because it was the first time he heard such a children's song among commoners, and he found it interesting. But the way the real life of the Ruavs, distorted in the Holy Scripture, was turned into a children's song was funny. Gerard explained that simple songs were much more accessible to them than sacred scriptures, and then, smiling, said that it was the first time he had heard praise from the Duke, who asked if the guy was really unhappy with the fact that he was praising someone. He himself, looking at Cahill, thought about how much he had changed with the arrival of Rena, because before that, no one had ever seen him with such a sincere smile. He was surprised at how one girl could so abruptly change such an unemotional person. And it was not surprising, because the Duke felt confident with someone who was not affected by his power, and Gerard, after carefully observing the heroine, realized that she was a sincere person, which made his soul calmer, but there are rumors that she is popular among the knights. After thinking about it, the guy realized that this should be kept a secret from Cahill, because his jealousy knows no bounds. While Gerard was thinking, Rena appeared in the office with a tray. She apologized and said that today was a cool day, so she decided to bring them tea with lemon so that the men would not catch a cold, for which they thanked her. Cahill asked the main character to join them. At first she didn't understand, but she didn't argue and agreed. And then suddenly, the Duke announced that Gerard would look after Rena at the spring banquet, and the guy immediately asked why they had suddenly chosen him and not informed him in advance. He replied that his aunt would not be able to look after her from everything because the attention would obviously be focused on the girl, and Cahill himself would be busy, like the Duke. The girl, looking at Ruav, asked what she should do at the banquet with the Count. She clearly did not understand why she needed anyone to accompany her. Cahill, taking a sip of tea, realized that Renee had not yet been explained anything, so he said that as soon as Gerard left, he would tell her everything himself, but he was indignant, asking if the Duke really wanted to send him away in this way. Ruav, smiling, praised the guy for his quick thinking. He said that only 30 minutes had passed since his arrival. Rena joined in, saying that the Count had not even finished his tea. Cahill laughed, saying that she sees what he does not see. At this time, Gerard was very irritated by his friend's barbs. He grabbed a mug from the table and drank the tea in one gulp, after which he stood up and said that he would leave first. The main character offered him another cup, saying that the Duke was just joking, but his appearance said otherwise. Gerard leaned towards Rena's ear, saying that he would reveal to her the shocking truth about Ruava, because he used to be even worse than before, and even when it was pouring rain, the guy would only spend 5 minutes here without a single cup of tea. He continued to whisper the man's secrets to the girl, but he was already at his limit, and said that he could very well give the Baron additional work, for example, to take care of the affairs of the heliotrope mine. Upon hearing this, he immediately rushed to the exit, hastily saying goodbye to everyone. After he left, the Duke exhaled, said that it was now quiet. Rena assumed that the Count was offended. He asked not to worry, and suggested going for a walk. Arriving in the garden, the two of them sat down at the table. Cahill talked about how the main character would soon make her debut at the spring banquet. She replied that she would try very hard not to cause him any inconvenience. He replied that he would be the only one who would need to apologize here. After all, the curiosity and contempt that was directed at him will now end up on Renee during the banquet, no matter how much he didn't want it. Looking down, Cahill said that the main character knew perfectly well why everyone called him the Monster Duke. He directly admitted that his demonic curse was to blame for everything. He asked the girl if she knew everything about his power. She looked at one point in confusion, as if afraid to answer something, and then began to worry. Cahill asked her forgiveness for not saying anything, assuming that Rena now thought it was just a deception. But the Duke admitted that he was very afraid that the main character's attitude towards him would change dramatically if she suddenly found out the truth. She replied that he did not seem scary or frightening to her, and that when the girl learned about his demonic power, she did not notice any changes. Cahill thanked her for the consolation. Smiling, he explained that other people didn't think so. Everyone was afraid of him, so he couldn't stay at banquets for long, showing his pendant. The Duke said that this stone somehow controlled his power, but he still found it difficult to suppress it. And if at the moment of loss of control someone becomes possessed, then everything will be ruined. The girl, hearing about this, became upset, asking if she could help him with anything during the banquet. Cahill replied that he was not sure, because if it was revealed that Rena was his close servant, the nobles would begin to flatter her, so he advised not to trust any of them, adding that Gerard would protect her, but she should not forget about caution. The main character replied that she would remember everything he told her. At this time, a gardener was standing next to them, whistling and cutting bushes. But then something terrible happened. The demonic power of the Duke suddenly acted on him, and he, grabbing his huge garden shears, began to repeat that Cahill belonged to him. The Duke, noticing how the worker had changed, was very scared and did not know what to do now, because anything could happen. The gardener was slowly approaching them, holding his scissors in his hands, which looked extremely threatening and creepy. He was all red and kept repeating that he loved the Duke, asking to become one with him. Cahill covered Rena with his body, telling her to stand behind him. She was clearly scared, and the Duke understood that the gardener had become possessed. The Duke couldn't understand when he had just lost control of his demonic power. His mistake was that he was very comfortable with Rena, so he suddenly forgot about others, and after the confession, this happened right away. Cahill turned to the main character, ordering her to run while he distracted the gardener's attention to himself. Turning around, the guy saw that Rena was shaking with fear and couldn't even move. She was incredibly scared of what she was seeing. Her legs weren't moving. She thought that she too would one day be under the power of demonic power and attack the Duke. Cahill, grabbing the main character by the shoulders, began to shake her and ask her to finally come to her senses, because it was very dangerous for her to be here. The gardener, meanwhile, was even closer. He didn't like the fact that Ruav was looking at Rena, because he was here, in front of him, and, in his opinion, he was obliged to look at him. The guy screamed in a matter of seconds that he loved the Duke much more, and rushed at them, waving garden shears, while Cahill pushed the main character away, ordering her to run. And the Duke himself grabbed the gardener, throwing away his scissors, while Rena, with tears in her eyes, ran as far away as possible. Ruav threw the guy to the ground, clasping his hands behind his back. He kept repeating the Duke's name, calling him his love. His screams were heard even by the main character, who was already inside the estate and running for help. That same evening, Cahill explained to the girl that the gardener had recently caught a cold, thinking that he had recovered. He returned to work, but due to his weak body, he was able to react even to the weakest flow of his energy. Looking at Rena, Cahill saw how pale her face was now, assuming that it was all because she saw how his demonic power affected people, and she became scared. But when he tried to touch her, asking if she was okay, the girl suddenly recoiled. The man looked at her in shock, and she replied that she was simply very surprised. Holding his hand in the air, Cahill understood that it was not fear of the man possessed by the devil, but fear of his true nature. Turning away, the guy said understandingly that the main character did not need to try to hide her fear. Rena got nervous, explaining that everything was not like that at all. He did not listen, saying that she did not have to serve him by force, and she could find another job. Unable to stand it, she called out to him, screaming. After which, she grabbed the man by the hand, saying that she was not afraid of him at all. Cahill stared at her in surprise, not knowing how to react to this. Rena admitted that it seemed to her that she had long been obsessed with his power and could not be near him, because she was afraid of causing harm and disappointing him. Tears began to flow down her cheeks. The girl raised her eyes to the Duke, admitting that she was very afraid that she would no longer be able to be near him, and then the heroine began to apologize, saying that she had been too greedy. The man looked at her in shock as Rena explained that she had no reason to be afraid of him, because she always wanted to be close to him, so now she asked him not to send her far away. But the man began to ask questions, asking if she was really not afraid of him. She turned her head, thereby saying that she was not afraid. This answer made the Duke's heart tremble. He carefully took the girl's face in his hands and lifted it towards himself so that she looked into his eyes. Cahill asked if it was true that she enjoyed his touch. And then the Duke slowly reached for her lips, asking what would happen if he suddenly kissed her right now. The girl silently watched him, not knowing what to do. Rina closed one eye when Cahill touched her cheek, and then he pulled her towards him by the waist, saying that if she did not answer him, then he would take it as the fact that the girl did not mind at all. Looking at the main character, the Duke asked to say directly if she suddenly didn't like something right now. Her hands, which were on the guy's chest, suddenly began to tremble. All the memories flashed through her head. Her voice began to tremble and tears appeared in her eyes. She answered, saying that it was not that she didn't like it. Hearing this, Cahill pulled Rina towards him with one movement, pulling her into a sweet kiss. She was not against it and reciprocated. And when they broke away from each other, the man said that she might have just thought that she was possessed by a demonic force. When the heroine turned her head away, embarrassed, Ruav whispered in her ear, asking her to tell her what feeling she was experiencing. Turning back, the girl answered directly that she constantly thinks about Cahill. She doesn't like it when he goes away somewhere for a long time, and she also began to say something incoherently about lips and the Duke. He asked if she wanted him to touch her lips the same way he was doing now. In response, Rina only looked down in embarrassment, without answering anything. It seemed as if Cahill didn't need an answer. He saw everything perfectly well himself, smugly asking if he was right, stretching out his hand to her face. She embarrassedly confirmed his guess, and he explained that possessed people become cruel. Taking her hand, the Duke asked, placing her hands on his throat, smiling, how she would like to kill him, because she considers herself possessed by a curse. She screamed in fear that she would never do something like that. The guy, looking into her eyes, explained that Rina was not possessed by a curse, but quite the opposite. Cahill suggested that the main character might be in love with him. She shook her head, talking about obsession, because there were signs of it in the food. Blushing wildly, she added that something like a strong desire for physical intimacy and a strong addiction appeared, in response to which the guy laughed, and then replied that he had not thought at all that she could have such thoughts when seeing him. Rina turned around and asked Cahill to forget about it. He replied that there was nothing wrong with it, and that he was even very pleased. Blushing, the girl whispered that she dared to feel attracted to Duke Ruavu. Apparently she was very ashamed of such words and thoughts. Turning her towards him again, the guy asked her to simply not think about it, but on the contrary, to say that she desires and loves him. Holding Rina's hand tenderly, Cahill confessed that he had feelings for her too. Leaving a sweet kiss on her hand, the Duke explained that he was ready to die at least dozens of times if she attempted to take his life, even if it was not he who took possession of her, but his demonic power. The guy said in plain text that he loved the girl. She, worried, asked if she could now stay with him. Pressing the main character to himself, smiling, the man replied that, rather, it was he who needed to lie at her feet, asking her not to leave him. Rina herself still could not believe it, thinking that everything around was a dream. Hugging her even closer, Cahill, with a smile on his face, explained that she was not sleeping. She giggled happily, and tears of happiness appeared in her eyes, while the Duke told her that she could whisper confessions of love to him, as long as she realized it herself. On the day of the spring ball, Rina, standing in the room, thought that now she would need to go to the banquet hall, because the Duke said that he needed to go somewhere, but after his mention, he appeared with a servant. After which he handed the girl a box. Inside there were incredibly beautiful decorations that shimmered beautifully in the light. The Duke explained that this was his gift to the heroine. She felt awkward, because Cahill had given her such a luxurious gift again. He explained that this banquet was her first appearance in society, so he had to do it. Taking Rina by the wrist, the Duke added with a smile that today he wanted the girl he loved to shine brighter than anyone else, so he wondered if she would accept the gift. She replied that she would, after which the guy helped her with the jewelry. Turning to Cahill with new decorations on his neck and ears, the main character asked how he was doing and whether she was shining in his eyes now. The man smiled warmly in response, watching his beloved girl, and replied that no one more beautiful than her could be found anywhere. Everyone in the hall was discussing various news, how beautifully Princess Santella danced, and questions about whether Count Ruav would be at this banquet, because they said that he was not one of those who liked music. But then the butler announced his and Rina's exit. They walked slowly along the path. The main character held his arm, smiling. The man did the same. People immediately began to discuss them, saying that they were seeing this lady for the first time. and with Cahel too. They assumed that the Duke's demonic power probably didn't frighten her, but still, anyone could get hurt today. Approaching the queen, the man bowed and greeted her, saying how glad he was to see her. She smiled at him and then turned her attention to Rena, saying that he had brought here someone she had not yet met, while she herself was thinking that this was probably the one Cahel had been talking about, while the heroine greeted the queen. Raising her eyes to the woman, Rena introduced herself, and she, meanwhile, saw all her beauty in front of her. Looking into her violet eyes, the queen thought the girl's face was very familiar. She stood up from her seat and complimented the main character, calling her truly very beautiful, looking her over carefully from head to toe. And then the queen suddenly approached her face, calling the girl by name and gently taking her chin. This was their first meeting, but Her Majesty could not shake the thought that they had already seen her. Cahel suddenly shared that his aunt gave her the title of Baronet Belrose, and also added that Rena was his close maid. After this statement, everyone around began to whisper. They were interested in what kind of relationship they had. The queen was interested in how it was even possible that someone could take such a place from Cahel. He replied that the main character was special, and thanks to her, his life became easier. The woman leaned over and whispered to the guy that if anyone heard his statements, they would think that he was living unhappily. He grinned and replied that this was putting it mildly, since he had promised to be alone for 10 whole years. She laughed and replied that his jokes made her feel like spring was coming, and then added that in any case, she had kept her promise in the end. Cahel thanked the queen, slightly hugging Rena, and then said that they could now step aside, but then the woman turned to the heroine. She waved to her and smiled brightly, asking the girl to have fun with all her heart today, while in her head there were thoughts that it was very strange that she seemed familiar to her. Rena seemed to her a beautiful girl who needed care. After a while, the main character was surrounded by men who tried in every way to get to know her. She felt out of place, but then a man stopped the argument. It was Gerard. He separated the girl from the guys, explaining to them that the lady felt uncomfortable because of them. One of the guys surrounding her asked the guy if he really wanted to take this beautiful flower for himself, calling the count greedy. Gerard was indignant, saying that Rena was his partner, and asked his interlocutor to be more polite. He continued, saying that their relationship was more like a business one. The guy called the Count Ruava's guard, and called Renu an adult, and said that she shouldn't behave like that, suggesting that she probably wanted to communicate with such amazing men as them. This irritated the girl more and more. Taking Gerard by the arm, the main character agreed with them, saying that she wanted to have a conversation with a wonderful man. She said this, looking at the count, and then suggested that he change the scenery. He, grinning, agreed. After which they walked away, leaving the crowd of guys very indignant, because they clearly did not expect such a turn of events. Gerard complimented Rena, saying that she had already learned to speak like a lady of high society, calling it incredible and laughing. She replied that those guys were rude. The guy explained that such people are called bon vivants in social circles. They will turn your head, and then rumors will spread. The girl said that she was offended not only for herself, but also for the Duke. He replied that if the gentleman knew how worried she was, he would be happy. Then Cahel's voice was heard behind them. He noticed how the two of them were having fun, and this apparently really irritated him, and he was jealous of Rena. Looking down, the guy noticed how the main character was holding Gerard's arm. He, noticing his gaze, asked the Duke not to look like that, because he praised Rena for worrying about the Duke. Cahel pulled the girl towards him, saying that, unlike her friend, she still had a lot to learn. She lowered her eyes in embarrassment. Gerard replied that if this continued, she would not find a single friend in social circles. Ruav did not see the need for this, because nobles always think only about themselves and their own benefit. The guy sighed, and replied that if the Duke was going to keep her close to him, he shouldn't have dragged her along to the banquet, and he had lost interest in her because of her status as a close maid, and if she didn't have any friends, rumors would spread. Cahel closed his eyes and said that it irritated him. Gerard pulled Rena back to him, telling her that if she stayed close to the Duke all the time, she would not receive the attention she deserved, explaining to her that the performance would soon begin and they needed to take their seats. Cahel, watching them, asked if he was mistaken in that they were having fun. The guy confirmed it, waving him off and asking the Duke to finally leave, which he did. After that, Gerard laughed, mentioning the funny expression on Ruav's face. The girl also giggled, saying that she would have to console him later. After a while, the guy sat the main character down on a soft sofa, saying that he would now bring them drinks. She wanted to argue, because she should do it. He replied that if Rina moved, people would turn in her direction, so he asked her to wait for him here, which she did, enjoying the music. Then a female voice was heard behind her, asking about the music. Turning around, the main character saw Riedel in front of her, who, looking at her, asked if she was enjoying the concert. Rina recognized the girl, because she came to tea with Elliot. She said that they already knew each other. The main character stood up from her seat, bowed to her, and officially greeted her. Riedel replied that these formalities were completely unnecessary, since they were both close friends of Cahill, and then she asked the main character to remind her name. She introduced herself as Rina, reminding him that she was the close maid of Duke Ruava. In response, the girl exclaimed, surprised that such a beautiful girl was walking next to him. The heroine replied that she was very happy that she could be near the Duke. She, grinning, said that Cashel must think differently, because he said that the girl helped him a lot. She replied that this could not be. Riedel insisted that it was true, and asked if she had seen any more possessed people. An image of the gardener who had become possessed immediately popped into Rina's head. The princess reminded her that it was a very terrifying sight, and then she abruptly changed the subject, asking if the Duke valued her. It was strange for the main character that Riedel suddenly started talking about this. The girl remembered that during their first meeting, she felt how unpleasant it was for her to be around her. Rina tried to answer with restraint, saying that she was glad that she could be useful to the Duke. The princess noticed how careful the main character was in her answers, and although she seemed simple, it would be difficult to find her weak spot. Riedel called the girl a cutie, and suggested that Cahill would not want to let her out of his arms, then noticed a necklace on her neck, asking if it was his gift. She replied that she never had her own jewelry, so this necklace is a manifestation of the Duke's care. The princess smiled, because she knew perfectly well that these decorations were jewelry from the new Zerdel collection, and as soon as it went on sale, it immediately gained incredible popularity. In addition, the stones there were the color of Cahill's eyes. It was as if it really was a warning that Rina belonged to him. It was clear that this was not just care. Here Gerard entered the conversation, looking at Riedel with a displeased look. She said that they had not seen each other for a long time. Smiling, the guy asked the princess to leave this place, because his companion wanted to rest a little. He said that he did not want Rina to get tired right after her debut. She did not argue and waved to the girl, saying goodbye, saying that they would see each other later. As she left, Riedel seemed dissatisfied, but she knew perfectly well that they would see the main character again, and she needed to tell Maria to hurry. When the princess left, Gerard spoke dissatisfiedly towards her. Rina suggested that she came to find out what kind of person she was. The guy praised her for understanding this. He asked them to come to him without hesitation next time. The girl doubted that it was possible to do so. Then some girl appeared near them, who tried to attract their attention. He greeted them. A girl with short red hair appeared in front of them. She looked a little unsure and asked if they could talk to Rina if it was not too much trouble. Gerard was surprised because he did not know who this girl was. The main character noticed how the Count became wary, because it was the girl who approached immediately after Riedel left. She introduced herself, asking the name of her new interlocutor. She called herself Leslie. The girl, looking down, admitted that she had only made her debut today. Her father had only recently received a title, and if Renee needed a friend, she could be one. She suggested that she didn't need it, because she was the Duke's maid. Gerard chuckled and warned Leslie not to tell people when they first met that she had just received a title, but she exclaimed in fear at such a remark. The girl explained that she had a poor knowledge of etiquette and asked for forgiveness for having made such a mistake. Rina thought that the girl in front of her was a commoner like her, so she turned to the Count and asked to let her have a little conversation with Lady Peregrine. He sighed and asked to call him if something suddenly happened. Leslie shared that her father had been a servant in the palace for a long time, and that quite recently, the second prince was almost wounded, and the man covered him with his body. That's how they got the title. Rina was surprised by her story, and said that her father was just an incredible person. She agreed, but said that it was very difficult for her to start a conversation with people, because she was the daughter of an unknown minor nobleman. Leslie admitted that she approached the main character because she thought they were in a similar situation, and then she realized how rude it sounded and apologized. The girl, covering her hand with hers, asked her not to say that. Rena, smiling, said that she was very glad that her interlocutor was able to muster up the courage, and since they had decided that they would be friends, she suggested calling each other by name, and she gasped in delight. And after this conversation, they clasped their hands as a sign of a new emerging friendship and began to discuss various things. Cahill watched them, saying that the first person Rena befriended was the Baron's daughter. Leslie seemed like an innocent person to him, a fairly ordinary girl. But unfortunately, she has too low a status, and soon there will be flies around her. After all, people are weak before temptation, especially when there is no one who could support them. Gerard, sighing, said that he would watch her. Cahill already wanted to get rid of this girl. He replied that he was very sorry for the main character. The Duke was very tense while the Count said that Rena was not so weak that he had to constantly take care of her. Cahill explained that it was not that he did not trust the heroine, because even a wise person could become a victim of evil intentions hidden under good intentions. Then a familiar male voice was heard behind him, saying that there were only two people with sad expressions at this banquet. It was Ruvahala, who said that he had good news, that the conservative nobles had gone over to his side, and all because of his brother's unsuccessful deeds. The Duke knew that the boy would soon have the opportunity to demonstrate his abilities, but he thought that his brother would most likely ruin everything by asking if he had ever told him about his passions. Ruvahala explained that recently he had been hearing rumors that his behavior had become somewhat unusual, and this meant only one thing: something unpleasant was threatening them in the near future. Gerard, with a heavy sigh, declared that he was glad to be their enemy, and he wondered what could possibly have happened to the poor prince's mind. Ruvahala laughed and agreed with the guy, but then added that he still managed to find out what his brother was planning. Cahill chuckled, because he was interested in how long this amateur performance could last. Later, at the Ruav mansion, the Duke asked Rena how she liked her first banquet. She replied that she didn't even have a free minute and was very worried about so many people. He replied that she would get used to it with time, and reminded that the girl can refuse unwanted invitations. Then the main character shared that she really liked the music, and the girl became interested in whether all nobles can play musical instruments. Cahill explained that aristocrats have basic knowledge. He himself also learned to play the piano early. He even offered to play for the girl personally. They immediately went to the room where there were musical instruments covered with cloth. Rena was surprised, because it was her first time there. The Duke explained that no one had come here for a long time, because there was no need for it. With one hand, Cahill threw the cloth off the musical instrument, thinking that after his mother got sick, he had never sat down at the instrument, and he was haunted by a rather strange feeling. Sitting down at the piano, his fingers began to play the melody from memory as if by themselves. The music resounded throughout the estate, and the Duke asked the girl if he played well, and she was surprised by his skills. She leaned closer to him, saying that he played well. He, smiling, asked how much. She, without answering, left a sweet kiss on his lips. After a while, he resumed playing, which echoed everywhere. Even the maids stopped to listen to this music. They were surprised that the Duke started playing again, because they had not heard him play for a long time. The butler stopped and asked the maid if she knew this melody. She, without hesitation, answered that it was a serenade called Confession. He was sincerely surprised that the Duke suddenly decided to perform this. Looking out the window, Ardo thought that he never imagined that one day he would hear music filled with love and feelings playing in this mansion, because there were days when he thought that Cahill would be upset by Rena's departure, but these were only his experiences. Here the butler was called by a young man from the servants, who said that he had something to urgently report to him, saying that a boy wizard from Hildebrunn had come to the Duke to tell him something. Upon hearing this, the man opened his eyes in surprise. Ardo immediately opened the door where the guy had led him. It seemed strange to him that a wizard had come here, having traveled a long way just to meet the Duke. Entering the room, he saw a boy in front of him who could barely move and fell at every step. He was frightened and looked for the Duke. The butler introduced himself to him, saying that he needed to first tell the purpose of the visit. He demanded the presence of the Duke, but for security reasons they could not call him. They needed to verify the identity of the person who had come. The boy asked if he just needed to prove that he was a wizard, after which, raising his hands, he began to cast a spell. Ardo, looking around, could not believe his eyes, because he found himself in a completely different place. After all, the boy managed to use an illusion spell on such a scale. It was clear that he was a sorcerer with incredible abilities. Ardo couldn't understand what could have happened, that such a special young man was asking Ruav for help. He had to agree and say that he would call the Duke right away. But he didn't have to do this, because Kahel himself came. Having felt the magic, he asked the child in an angry voice who he was, and how he had the audacity to use magic in his house. The butler introduced him, and the boy, looking at him, realized that this was the person he needed. Rushing towards the Duke, he introduced himself as Dashar and shouted, explaining that his village was in danger and that he had come here in a hurry. The child tearfully begged for help. Kahel looked at him worriedly, asking him to calm down and explain calmly, but then, apparently due to the use of energy, his strength left him, and he slowly lost consciousness. Dashar fell right at the Duke's feet. He called out to him worriedly, not understanding what had just happened. Through his sleep, he heard voices nearby. He was surrounded by people, and he could not understand where he was now. He woke up in bed. Rena was sitting next to him, and the Duke was standing next to him with his butler. Kahel explained that his body was too weak. It was not clear why he came, but the man asked him to rest first. Rising abruptly from the bed, the boy declared that this was a very urgent matter and asked to give him time so that he could tell everything alone. The Duke agreed, asking everyone to leave the room. He sighed with relief. Now he needed to convince the man. While Rena and Kahel stood and discussed something among themselves, Dashar looked at them in detail, as if trying to read something strange that he saw. He was well aware of the Duke's curse, but this was the first time he had seen the huge seal that wrapped around his maid's body, as if protecting her from something. The most interesting thing is that the boy could not find out why the heroine had such a high-ranking spell. Turning around, Rena and Kahel saw how this boy was looking at the main character strangely. The Duke did not understand why he was looking at her like that. Covering the girl with himself, Ruav called out to the child, irritably asking him to come to his senses. He immediately woke up, and the heroine hurried to leave the room so that they could talk to each other. Kahel was ready to listen. In a hurry, the guest explained that the Crown Prince of Hildebrun contacted Santella to destroy the village of the sages. He asked the Duke to help them. The man did not understand why Santella suddenly decided to unite with the prince, because they are the Duchy of Logos. He replied that he did not know, but it was clear that this meeting took place, and the final decision was the destruction of their village. But the Santella family cannot take on the role of the villain, because they care about their reputation, and they will not openly contact the heir of another country either. They will not get their hands dirty and are counting on an army of monsters, according to the young wizard. Kahel, hearing about this, exclaimed in surprise, remembering how Rena was attacked by a monster that day, suggesting that perhaps the presence of chains on their necks indicated interference in their existence. Turning his head towards the boy, he realized that now they had a chance to find out the dirty secret of this family, and he advised him to sleep and gain strength, because the Duke himself was going to talk to the Queen. And then he asked how many people in his village were capable of fighting. He answered that there were 62. Ruav asked if they were strong. The young wizard became nervous, saying that he had not said such a thing. Kahel suggested that the boy could find out how much magic his rival had. Dasha replied that they had 3 high-ranking wizards and about 20 middle-ranking ones. The Duke replied that the rest needed to have magic stones with them, and it would be best for people to hide as soon as possible. The wizard asked if they were experiencing a shortage of military forces. Kahel asked him not to worry about it, grinning, adding that in a fight, he alone would be enough. But Dashar, jumping out of bed, explained that he was not here to ask for help, but to offer to make a deal. Holding the man by the sleeve and looking into his eyes, the boy mentioned the Duke's curse, asking if he wished to remove it, and the man, hearing this, opened his eyes wide. Looking down at the child with a menacing gaze, Ruav asked how he knew about his curse. The Duke's tone made him tense, and he stuttered and explained that he learned about the curse thanks to his abilities. After all, according to him, if you look closely, you can see the curse. He added that this is a fairly popular demonic curse, and the more Kahel uses magic, the stronger the power takes hold of him. But if he resorts to a large amount of power, The man's body will change, and the curse will transform. The Duke was very annoyed by the fact that the boy never made a mistake and hit the target everywhere. But it was unclear how he knew all this, because only his father knew about the transformation curse. Dashar explained that it would be difficult for him to get rid of the curse alone, but he could easily reduce the influence that strengthens the demonic power when using magic. He immediately clarified this point. The boy explained that it was about 70%, and smiling, Cahill said that this was the first time he had been offered something truly worthwhile. So, smiling, the Duke said that he was ready to make a deal with the young wizard. One day, in the village of the sages, they were carefully preparing for the attack, preparing cannons and much more. The elder was supervising the entire process, asking how the evacuation of people was going. The man replied that all the people were already in the underground cave, but the monsters would still sense the magical power and find them. The woman said that they had to stop them, but that was easier said than done. Now she didn't understand if it was right to give up power, because no one could help them anymore at the moment, and Dashar was their only hope. The man was also not sure if the Duke would help them. Looking at the starry sky, the elder replied that there was nothing left for them to do but wait and hope for a miracle. Markella, watching the village from above, was surprised that they somehow found out about their plan. She said that the moving thorns were a very interesting protective barrier. Leonard, who was nearby, replied that it was only to their advantage. Drawing his sword, he walked towards the three victims, who were sitting in a circle, their mouths gagged with rags, and the man was talking about how he needed to quickly complete the magic circle. With one swing, he destroyed 3 people, saying that their sacrifice for the good of society would never be forgotten. As soon as the blood hit the demonic circle, huge mutants crawled out from under the ground, their steps echoing everywhere. Markella sincerely enjoyed this sight. Leonard, looking at the mutants, ordered them to act and fight only for the Centella family to the last, until victory. Mutants of various types rushed at the village, destroying everything in their path, breaking and destroying everyone they saw in front of them. There was a lot of blood. The woman holding the dead man in her arms cried, asking him to come to his senses, but then a huge monster appeared above her, swinging a weapon at her. But, before the monster could do anything, someone cut his body in half, causing him to fall dead. It was Duke Ruav. He didn't blink an eye as he killed the creature, and asked the girl if she was okay. Dashar arrived, raising her and saying that it was very dangerous here. An elder came out to him, thanking the man for coming here. He turned away and asked to leave the formalities for later. Pulling off the crystal that protected others from his curse, the Duke ordered the evacuation of people to the dungeon. Cahill took on his true form, which was given to him by the curse. People had to be hidden so that they would not catch the eye of Ruav, otherwise the curse would affect them. And it worked. Markella, looking at him, admired his appearance and body, and Leonard was horrified by such a sudden event. He replied that he had no idea that Cahill had taken on such a form, and the man stated that they needed to get rid of him as soon as possible. The woman chuckled, explaining that the two of them were clearly not enough to stop this man. Leonard asked Markella to stop such annoying things and said that it was time to pack up shop and leave. While the Duke was fighting monsters, he was interested in the magic stone. She replied that the monsters would kidnap him from the village of the sages by digging a tunnel, suggesting that they should return very soon. Leonard declared that the goal had been achieved and they could leave. Markella, looking at Cahill in his demonic form, thought about how sorry she was to leave just like that, leaving such a beautiful demon here. Lost in thought, she remembered that she had some potion lying around in her laboratory. Smiling, the woman mentally asked the Duke to wait for her, because very soon he would receive a gift from her. One day, a letter arrived in the Duchy of Ruav. Rena thought it was from the Duke, which she had been waiting for so long. But the butler explained that this invitation was for the main character, who, upon hearing about it, was very surprised. And upon opening it, the girl read that this was an invitation from Lady Leslie, who was throwing her first party. The man was very surprised, suggesting that it would be very difficult for the girl if she could not find any friends. Rena replied that Leslie was very sociable, after which the heroine decided to ask the butler for permission to go there. He replied that if she wanted, she could go. The main character smiled with genuine joy as she said that she couldn't wait to go to her first party. On the appointed day, the girls met at the Peregrine Mansion. Leslie greeted the main character with a joyful smile. They immediately held hands. The hostess thanked her friend for the visit. She replied that she should be thanked for the invitation. The redhead said that she was looking forward to the meeting, especially since there was a person who helped her in many ways, so everything turned out the way she wanted. Rena was surprised when she heard about another person. Leslie did not immediately reveal it, hinting that the heroine would be very surprised when she found out who it was. The girl quickly wanted to take the heroine to the living room, saying that she would introduce her to the guest who helped with everything. The heroine was very surprised that they wanted to introduce her to someone. Leslie led Rena into the living room, slowly opening the door, where an older man was waiting for her, who immediately jumped up excitedly as if he was worried. The girl introduced the man to the main character, saying that he was Viscount Albert Reuben. She still couldn't understand why her friend was introducing her to him. He asked if her name was Rena. She nodded, introducing herself officially. She was surprised that he knew her. Albert, smiling brightly, said that he seemed to be the main character's father. When she heard about this, the ground seemed to disappear under her feet. Rena turned to Leslie, asking what was going on, and she quickly left the room, smiling and saying that she would leave them to talk in peace. When they were left alone, the girl could not understand at all what was going on and why this man called himself her father, but she had to pull herself together, because this could not be. Albert slowly approached her, asking her not to worry. Smiling, he explained that as soon as he looked into Rena's eyes, he immediately realized how much she resembled Eileen, her mother. He practically whispered that he really dreamed of finally seeing his daughter, and she, listening to this, could not believe it and stood like a pillar, wondering how to react. The man, opening a photo in a pendant, said that he wanted to show something to the main character. She recognized her mother in the photo, and next to it was a fragment of a letter that she sent him, and they exchanged medallions while in a relationship. He added that there might be a portrait of him in Elena's medallion. Rena, hearing how he called her mother, was very surprised. The man explained that her mother's name was Helena Arge, and she was a former noblewoman and the only daughter of Baron Arge. Rena did not understand anything, because her mother told her that her real name was Hyla, but the handwriting and portrait definitely belonged to her. The girl was tense, and she asked how the man was able to find her. He said that at the spring banquet, he saw her exit with the Duke. When he saw the heroine's violet eyes, it seemed to him that Elena had returned. Albert shared that he had sent more than one letter to the Duchy of Ruov asking for a meeting, but each time he was refused, he asked due to the circumstances, but they did not even listen to him. He explained that it had dawned on him a little later that the duchy was not favorably disposed towards him, since he was an aristocrat of the white faction. Rena thought, after all, Kahel is a very cautious person, especially if it concerns someone from the white faction. They will not approve of a meeting with him until they are sure, and the Duke kept the letter a secret, fearing false expectations. Then the man abruptly grabbed the heroine by the hand, asking if she thought that this was very strange. After all, in the duchy, in his opinion, no one would ever make a commoner a close servant. He assumed that Ruav already knew that the girl had noble roots. Albert looked down sadly and stated that if he were a noble of the black faction, he would not meet with his daughter in secret. Carefully placing his hand on Rena's hand, the man said that he was very excited before their meeting. Especially with this whole story connected with her mother, they couldn't even get married because their parents were against it. He closed his eyes with a trembling hand, saying that when his beloved ran away while pregnant, he should have understood her feelings. The heroine looked at him with sympathy, saying that she understood perfectly well what these feelings were. But lowering her eyes to the floor, she answered in a barely audible voice that, however, she could not believe in this situation. Albert understood everything and answered that Rena had the right to do so, because a man who suddenly appeared and claimed that he was your father was very suspicious. Then, an idea came to him to offer the heroine to meet her grandmother on her mother's side. He was sure that she also had a portrait of Elena. Upon hearing about this, the girl was very surprised that her grandmother was alive. He replied that for a long time after her daughter's departure, she lived in anticipation of her return. Rena knew it was very difficult for her to trust this man in front of her, even though she had imagined from a young age that her family would come to find her, and she was afraid that she might miss that chance. Albert suggested going to Grandma right now so as not to waste time, especially since she really wanted to see her granddaughter. The main character was very surprised by this. She replied that first she needed to ask permission from the butler. This outraged the man. He asked if she really had to regularly report everything about the places she visited. It seemed to him that the Duke was keeping her in slavery. She replied that this was not the case at all. Albert still didn't calm down, saying that Rena was a free person who could go wherever she wanted, because anyone who found out about this would think that the girl was being controlled. The heroine compared this to how angry Sid was with her. She couldn't understand whether she looked like she was locked up to others. But she tried to calm the man down, saying that the bright one, on the contrary, was showing concern for her. He sighed calmly, saying that in that case, they would go to Grandma's later. Putting his hand on his heart, Albert asked Rena not to tell anyone about their meeting, hinting at the bad relations between the factions. The girl agreed because she knew about it. Having bowed to the man, she said that she would contact him later because she had to go to tea with a friend. The girl promised to meet him later. As they were leaving the room, Leslie immediately rushed to Renee, asking how the conversation went. She was glad that the girl had finally met her father. While the main character was still thinking about the fact that the photo in the locket really belonged to her mother, she still found it hard to believe all of this. Smiling, she asked her friend if she was waiting for her. Leslie answered that yes, and Renee, if all of this is true, will have to tell the Duke about everything. Meanwhile, Dasher was helping Cahill weaken his curse, asking if he was really okay, since it must be hard for him to lift the curse after a heavy massacre. He replied that he had good stamina and that everything was fine. The boy explained that it would not be possible to do everything quickly because the curse was complex. He was interested in whether the man knew the one who cast it. Cahill replied that even if he had known, he would have torn him to pieces long ago, but unfortunately, they did not know who did it. His father had done a lot of research looking for whoever might be involved, but had gotten no leads. There was only one place their family couldn't look. Dashar assumed it was Santella. Cahill explained that the curse was not cast by one person, but could have been built by generations, and if it was really cast by Santella, then all the conditions were met. The boy asked if there were any pieces of equipment associated with them, and he replied that there were questionable points. It was unusual that the transformation curse was the strongest, and the reason for its strengthening was unclear. The Duke himself did not know it. Cahill suddenly chuckled, closing his eyes. Dasher asked if his head hurt, because it was a complex technique, so the side effects here were quite significant. Having finished, he explained that he had relaxed the spell as much as he could. The man praised him. While getting dressed, Ruav explained that he now needed to go to the mansion, but then the boy suddenly asked to pay attention to him and listen for a bit. The Duke asked if he had anything left to say. The young magician was interested in the reasons why Cahill had kept Rena by his side and made her his close maid. The reasons for such questions were unclear to him, and he said that it was none of his business. But Dasher explained that the main character had a much more powerful sealing technique on her. Hearing this, the Duke opened his eyes in shock, because this was a seal that the boy had never dealt with. It was not clear who had put it on and why. However, the child knew one thing, that the seal would soon be destroyed. This made Cahill think. He decided to clarify. The magician added that no one could know when this would happen. The Duke thanked Dasher for the explanation and wanted to hint that he didn't want anyone to know about the conversation, but the boy understood it anyway, and smiling, he promised to remain silent. With a smile, Cahill said that he had all the more reason to hurry to Renee after hearing this. The magician thanked the man in return for the help he had provided in the village. He said that the deal had been fair, and then asked if he could return here when everything was better. Dashar promised to cook him some delicious food. The Duke thought about it, because if you think about it, the main character's wounds after that attack healed too quickly, which was strange. But he didn't care at all what exactly was sealed there, because imagining the girl, he understood that he would love Rena as she was. Meanwhile, in the Duchy of Santella, Rian approached a maid, asking if his father had returned. She replied that he had just arrived with his daughter, and the guy wanted to visit his family members. But as soon as he wanted to open the door, his father's words about how he used demons were heard from the room. There were 3 of them in the room, Leonard, Riedel, and Markella. They were discussing the day when the monsters attacked the village, but they were all defeated by Cahill. The girl said that it was necessary to re-equip the mutants. Eavesdropping on the conversation from behind the door, Ryan couldn't understand what they were talking about at all. They were talking about monsters and some kind of magic stone. Come to think of it, the news of the village of sages had spread everywhere, and the opinion was that the crown prince should take responsibility and leave his post, so the king called the second prince. Leonard talked about how stupid Ragdriel was and how easy it was to use him. Riddell smiled and said that there was no point in worrying, because if there was only one heir left, the king wouldn't be able to do anything. Markella, with a smile on her face, suggested that they should attack the Marquise of Rognac on his return, asking her mistress not to worry, who replied that she would then leave it to her. Markella stated that there was a way to stop Duke Ruava, asking if the princess was interested. She was surprised, and Rian, who was eavesdropping on them, was very scared. The sorceress explained that it was better to stimulate the Duke because she had prepared a medicine that would increase Kahal's demonic power, and if you use it on him, you can see the return of the Black Dragon from Logos's biography. Hearing about this, the Santella family opened their eyes in shock. They began to call the witch a genius, and she bowed and replied that she was very glad that her magic could be useful to them. If the demons that could only be seen in Chardon attacked the borders, the country that was protected by force would be shaken, the helpless nobles would try to save their lives, and the death of Prince Hildebrand would become a big diplomatic problem. In a situation where the queen is dying, there will be no heir, while at the same time one of the pillars of the country will turn out to be a monster, no different from the devil. Riedel clearly enjoyed hearing the plan. With a grin on her face, she said that the direction was set, and it was worth waiting for a convenient moment. Ryan didn't understand what he just heard, and couldn't believe that his family wanted to plunge the country into chaos to change the dynasty. It was a shock to him, because they were White Wings loyal to the queen. Now in his eyes, his family were successful people, those who dream of betrayal and rejoice in it. He could not believe that these were the people he was so proud of. Then, noticing Ryan frozen in the corridor, Elliot approached him, asking if something had happened to him, but he, sighing heavily, remained silent. And then, pushing the girl with his shoulder, he walked away. She couldn't understand what was wrong with him, because it looked like he was running away from something. Elliot, looking through the crack, assumed that Ryan, being the son of the Duke, was eavesdropping on the conversation between the lady and his father. And besides, the guy refused the position of the Duke. The girl thinks that now he regrets it. She began to jump for joy, thinking that if she told Riedel about this, she could get some new position. At this time, a white carriage was racing through the forest in Logos Hildebrand on the border strip, returning from somewhere. A loud and terrible sound was heard from inside. Ruvahala, raising his head, could not understand where it came from and what made this hum in general. But then a huge monster began to appear through the trees, stomping menacingly towards the carriage, waving his axe, and then heading towards the guy, swinging at him. But then a man in a black cloak appeared out of nowhere, and with one swing of his sword, chopped down the creature, shielding the young gentleman from attack. The creature fell dead, and the unknown man headed towards the carriage, opening the door, while Ruvahala looked on in fear. When the man saw the prince, he smiled at him and asked if he was hurt. The guy nodded worriedly, thanked the stranger, and said that he was safe thanks to him. And when he took off his hood, Ruvahala recognized the defender. It was Damien, Cahill's father. He said that everything happened as his son assumed. Calming the guy down, he said that very soon they would arrive in Hildebrand. That same night, in the Temple of Logos, Mary met Riedel there, who asked her what had happened, thinking that she had come to pray to the goddess. She whispered in her ear that the operation on the border was failing, because the prince was helped by the former Duke Ruav, who dressed up as a coachman and accompanied him. The girl understood that all this was the work of Kahal. He had set up protection in advance, but she thought that the guy was in vain, hoping that they could cope with their family. Opening the door to another room in the temple, Riedel said with a smile that they had another ace up their sleeve. There was a praying nun. She had purple eyes and gray hair. She looked at the girl without interest. Kahel, hearing the mention of Rena's father, was very surprised. It was strange for him to hear something like that. The butler explained that a viscount had recently appeared who wanted to meet the main character. He had ignored him because he thought that he was aiming at a young girl, but this time a request had been received to include him in the family register as a father. The Duke, having glanced at the documents, explained that everything in front of him was a lie, because they could easily be forged. Throwing the papers on the table, he asked Ardo to collect information about this man. And then Cahill said that if Rena really was the Viscount's daughter, then it would be better to return her home. This reaction surprised the butler very much. He replied that he understood everything, adding that he had kept all this a secret from the heroine for now. Ardo shared that the girl had recently gone to a tea party, but had returned from there excited. Fortunately, she had managed to more or less adapt to the secular world. The Duke was pleased with such information. After which, turning away, he said that the Queen had urgently called a meeting and reminded the butler of his request, asking him to take care of it. He replied that he would try to find out everything and even supported the guy, saying that Rena would not leave him just like that. In the assembly hall of the palace, everyone was excitedly discussing the recent attack of monsters on Marquis Ronjak. No one could understand where the creatures came from. Someone thought that it was all because of the weakening of forces. In addition, the whole country outside was in turmoil due to the absence of an heiress. Some thought that the prince and Riedel should already be married, but others said that her power did not have the power, and it would be better to have a girl from the closest bloodline, the queen, who looked on the edge of her strength, shouted heavily at the people, asking them to be silent, because this meeting was to find her mistake. Cahill looked at her with suspicion, remembering their recent conversation. It was clear to him that the woman wanted to reveal to people the truth about what she had once hidden. Closing her eyes, the queen began her story, explaining that this was a story from the time when the previous queen was still alive, and when the current one was just born. The maid stood over the woman, panicking and asking her to come to her senses. Behind her, the crying of a newborn could be heard. The queen lost consciousness from severe pain. Opening her eyes, in a half-dead voice, she declared that she was fine, asking what was wrong with her child. She was interested in the power of authority because her daughter was obliged to be stronger than her, but the maid delayed her answer, as if she was afraid to say something. But then she was told a secret. The woman gave birth to twins who shared the queen's powers. As soon as she heard about it, she opened her eyes in shock, not believing what she heard. She ordered the one with the least power to be locked in a separate tower. When the baby was taken away, the queen ordered that she be treated as if she had never existed and had never been born, because in this country there is only one princess, Fabian Ardinia. So Hale spent 20 whole years in the tower. Her sister brought her parcels wrapped in cloth. She opened it in surprise, asking what it was. She explained that it was macaroons that she was given for lunch. It was clear that the poor thing had never tried them. And when she finally tasted the sweets, she happily said how delicious they were. Fabian couldn't believe it. Could the servants of the annex really eat up the entire budget and not even give her sister sweets? The girl was pulled out of her thoughts by the queen's voice. When the woman appeared in front of her, her voice trembled. She was clearly unhappy about something. Looking at her daughter, she suddenly asked how the princess could sit on the ground, ordering her to get up quickly. She immediately stood up obediently, and the queen turned to her daughter, asking what she was doing here all alone. Hyla, who was sitting behind a column, listened intently to their conversation. Fabian, looking away, replied that she was not alone here, explaining that she wanted to give Hyla what was at dinner. Mother, hearing this, asked in a stern voice what the girl had just said. Without waiting for an answer, the queen explained that there was no person named Hyla here. She, hearing this, did not want to believe such words and felt like an empty space. Tears appeared in her eyes, and she herself was trembling with resentment. The queen told the princess to concentrate on the coronation ceremony. And their whole life was like this. Fabian was in the public eye. Everyone knew her, and her sister Hale was literally nobody, as if she had never existed in this world. When the girl was sitting on a bench in the garden with a sad look, she was suddenly called out to. She raised her head and saw a knight in front of her with a box in his hands. He apologized for being a little late, saying that he bought her something. Inside were those same cakes, macaroons. Hyla said that when she was a child, the princess treated her to them. After eating one, the girl gasped with pleasure, after which she suddenly started talking about how her sister was now a queen, and she herself was constantly making mistakes, and the knight said that she shouldn't be careful around him. Taking the girl's hand, the guy left a gentle kiss on the back of it, saying that the only person he serves is his mistress Hyla, who, embarrassed, looked at him in confusion. After which she looked away and asked, clearly worried, whether she was only the one he served or whether there was something else. He immediately objected, saying that that was not all. Pulling Hale into his arms, he gently pressed her to himself, declaring that he loved her These words made the girl burst into tears, clinging to the man's chest. And he also said that even if the world tried to erase all information about her, he would never allow it. These words made the young lady smile like a little child. And then came the moment that struck the newly crowned queen, the day when Riddell refused to obey her, looking at her with an uninterested gaze. The former queen, watching this, saw how young Santella completely disobeyed the queen. This made the woman very angry. She blamed her second daughter for everything, believing that Fabian was tied hand and foot because of that girl. Even the maid could not understand such anger towards the second daughter. She thought that in this case, the Ardinia dynasty would really collapse. She said that she could not leave this problem without attention. Turning towards the maid, the former queen stated that in order for the divided forces to return to the current queen, Fabian, her sister must be killed. When Fabian learned of her mother's plan, she was outraged that she had hired a man to kill her sister Hala. She couldn't believe how the former queen decided to do this. Because they were related by blood, she kept yelling at her daughter and asking her to come to her senses and remember her obligations. The woman kept saying that the queen shouldn't behave like that and she should put the country first. Fabian, having fallen on the throne from helplessness, did not know what to do and how to act. The mother asked her daughter not to worry about anything and to take care of state affairs, because she would deal with the chaos that was born through her fault herself. But the girl decided to ask her if killing one's own child was a common thing, and she, in response to this, decided to simply remain silent, and then explained that she would disappear anyway, having used up all her power. And when the mother left the hall, slamming the door, the young queen ordered that the knight who guarded the extension with her sister be immediately called to her. Now the weakened queen said that she kept everything a secret after she told the knight. The princess and the fate of the country had to be entrusted to a simple warrior. She did not know whether he would be able to protect his sister or carry out the order. But that night, Sir Raphael still decided to save the girl's life, and as soon as he heard the queen's words, he immediately took Hyla away. But the old queen pursued them to the very end, because it seemed to her that the chaos in the country was due to the fact that she gave birth to twins and therefore wanted to correct her mistake. But recently, thanks to one person, Fabian was able to learn something new. A man in a black robe entered the assembly hall. The queen asked why he had come here today, but first she asked him to introduce himself, then he slowly removed the hood from his head. An older man appeared before the people, introducing himself as Isaac. Putting his hand on his heart, he explained that he was the leader of the assassins who were chasing the princess that day. Then Fabian asked him to tell her what happened that day. The knight, opening the door with a sharp movement, saw a girl sitting on the floor at the end of the room. She looked scared and was crying. He explained to her that this was the end for her. She started to turn her head and shout the name of the knight who was guarding her. The girl hoped that he would come and save her. Isaac, who was looking down at her, explained that it was useless because that guy was dead. Hearing this, Hyla opened her eyes in shock and then abruptly covered her face with her hands. Trembling with fear and pain, the man explained that no matter how strong he was, he would never be able to cope with a squad of mercenaries. Then the princess burst into tears, and he asked her not to resist, coming closer. Isaac raised his sword above himself and was about to swing it, but then he noticed something strange in the girl's behavior. After all, usually people, when they are threatened with death, cover their heads. But for some reason Hale was holding her stomach. Then it dawned on him. Stopping, the mercenary asked the princess in a barely audible voice if she was carrying a child under her heart. She looked up at him in fear, then nodded, and tears continued to flow down her cheeks. And then the man was shocked, because he only now realized that the knight they killed could be the father of this child. He was horrified, but then the door to the barn opened and he gasped. Quickly pulling off his cloak, he threw it over the princess, asking her to cover herself quickly and not make a single sound. He himself, taking his sword, cut his hand for show, letting a little blood. Then other knights appeared in the doorway, wondering if their leader had caught the girl and dealt with her. He, standing peacefully, supposedly in front of her corpse, answered briefly and clearly, yes. He noticed blood on his hand. He, without turning around, explained that the girl resisted, but the wound was not deep. The man said that he would deal with the body himself. Isaac asked the guys what happened to the knight's corpse. Hearing about this, the girl began to tremble, lying under the cloth. They replied that they left it in place, adding that the wild animals themselves would take care of it. The man, turning his displeased face in their direction, declared that they should immediately return and bury him humanely, because he had fought nobly, defending the honor of his lady. They did not understand this, but did not argue, quickly running away to carry out the order. Isaac quickly lifted Hale, giving her his hand. She looked at him in confusion, looking into his eyes. The girl asked why he suddenly decided to help her. He, lowering his eyes, answered that he also had a beloved one who was carrying a child. After which, he told the girl that to the south of here there is a place called Kerouac. The lord of those lands has nothing in common with the capital's nobles, so she will easily find shelter there, after which he looked at her belly. The girl shared. She will have a girl. Then Isaac assumed that this child would be as beautiful as her father, who bravely fought for his beloved girls. Hyla smiled and took the knight's hand, thanking him for saving her. She said that she really hoped that their child with his wife would be born healthy. He hoped for the same, and also added that he was sure that the Princess of Logos would be born in good health. The people listening to this story in the hall were shocked, because hiding such a serious matter is a great sin. The queen thanked the man for saving her sister and helping her leave, and he bowed to the queen. The woman, slamming her hand on the table, declared that somewhere in these lands there lived a princess who had inherited the blood of the Ardenian dynasty. She ordered to find this girl, but she had no idea that this person was so close and nearby. While everyone was discussing that, as it turned out, the country had a princess and they needed to find her, Cahill kept thinking that, judging by the description, that girl looked like Rena's mother. And if this is so, then his close maid is the Princess of Ardenia, and he simply cannot allow this, so that Rena, living in peace, ends up on a dangerous political platform. The guy thought that it couldn't be that the main character was a princess. He would have to conduct his own investigation. Besides, a man appeared who called himself her father. Cahill never felt the power of balance from Rena, because if she had power, it would not pass by him. When Ruav arrived at his mansion, Gerard informed him that the Santella family had not shown up today. The guy suggested that their family had learned of the princess's existence and were conducting their own investigation. The Duke replied that anything was possible and ordered his friend to investigate Santella's affairs. When Rena was sitting in the garden with a book in her hands, she was suddenly called out by an unfamiliar voice, which asked what she was doing. The girl looked up. In front of her she saw a knight, standing up from his seat. The guy said that today was a very good day, but she was wondering why the knight came to the garden, asking if she could help him with something. He, smiling, said that he was not here for that. Then, from behind his back, the young man took out a bouquet of beautiful flowers, handed them to Renee, and asked if she could accept them. She, seeing them, was very surprised, asking if they were for her. He answered that yes. And then the guy, putting his hand on his heart, admitted that he had been interested in the main character for a long time, so he decided to offer her a cup of tea with him. The girl looked at him in confusion. The Duke, going out into the garden, kept trying to find Rena, shouting her name. He was worried that she could be dragged away by other nobles, but then he heard her voice. Following the sounds, he saw a picture in front of him. A knight gives the main character a bouquet of flowers, and then he confesses his feelings to her, blushing. Cahill knew this guy. He was the eldest son of the Clint family, Eric. It was strange to hear that he had feelings for his maid. The girl, looking up at him, thanked him for his care and the bouquet, and he, smiling, replied that he knew she would like it, because he often watched how the heroine looked after these flowers. And then the guy asked Rena what her favorite flowers were, so that he could bring them next time, and the girl thought for a moment, and then suddenly remembered the color of the Duke's eyes. And, embarrassedly covering her mouth and looking away, she replied that her favorite flowers were red roses. Upon hearing this, Cahill opened his eyes in surprise and blushed. Eric, noticing how Rena blushed, thought she was very cute, and then replied that next time he would bring her red roses as a gift, but Ruav could not listen to this any longer and slowly walked towards them. But then the main character said that she didn't need anything. Then Cahill stopped, listening. The girl, putting her hand on her heart, said that she already had someone she loved with all her heart. These words made the Duke's heart tremble. That's why Rena said that she couldn't accept flowers from him. He got nervous, asking to accept at least this bouquet from him. But then Ruav came to the rescue, pushing the guy away from the girl and explaining that she didn't want to take them. The guy, noticing Duke Ruava in front of him, began to stutter, and Rena turned around in surprise, looking in his direction. Cahill explained that he had an important conversation with Lady Belrose, and he ordered the knight to return to the training camp. He immediately followed his order and left, and the man turned to the girl. Having gallantly offered her his hand, Ruav invited Renee to walk with him. She came closer and took his arm, replying that she would do so with pleasure. While they were walking in the garden, the heroine asked if the man had heard the conversation. He, noticing her expression, asked why she had such a guilty face. Because the girl had done nothing wrong. She suggested that he might have been in a bad mood. He said no, because he was the person for whom the girl had feelings. When Rena called out to Cahill, he turned towards her with a smile, and she shared that Lady Leslie had sent her wine as a gift. But she thought she couldn't handle it alone, asking if he would help her. He, smiling and leaning closer to her, replied that he would do it with great pleasure if the lady invited him, and she giggled in response. Meanwhile, all the news about the new princess was revealed by one of Santella's knights. He told Riedel that the queen had revealed all her cards. The man did not think that the head of Isaac would tell everything so easily. In response to this, the girl chuckled thoughtfully. She understood that the woman was using this excuse not to give her the throne. But the young lady had her own plan, because she sent the bottle of wine not to Lady Leslie, but to Riedel, making Rena think that it was a gift from her friend, and obviously, it would have some kind of surprise inside. In the evening, when Ruav and Rena gathered together, the girl was the first to try the drink, immediately praising it, because the wine was very sweet. The Duke explained that this alcohol was prepared in the magic tower of the Titan Empire. Cahill, reading the label, saw that it was the only drink that wizards could drink. It was known to stabilize the flow of magical power. He assumed that it had been paid for a lot, asking who had sent it. The heroine explained that it was a gift from Lady Leslie, who stopped the girl's hand when she wanted to take another sip, warning that Rena should be more vigilant, even if it was a gift from a friend, because she had become a famous noblewoman and could do something with alcohol. She, smiling, said that it was not so, because nothing could be felt. Pulling the glass to his mouth, the Duke still asked the main character to be on guard. He saw that the girl had become good friends with Lady Peregrine, and he was interested in what kind of person she saw her as. She replied that she was a very kind and good friend. This was important to Renee, because this girl was her first friend. Cahill remained silent in response to this, and then, unexpectedly for the heroine, he declared that Sir Clint was a good-natured and faithful knight. She was very surprised to hear this. The man looked away, explaining that he was talking about the guy who had recently given the heroine a bouquet. That knight was the eldest son of a famous knightly family, and in Ruav's opinion, he was also a good-looking man. The man was offering the girl to be friends with him. She was not thrilled with the idea and asked if Cahill was making fun of her. He looked at her and smiled smugly, hinting that she could do whatever she wanted, only if she could leave him. After that, she felt somehow sad, and Rena would like to return to the moment before receiving the flowers. For her, it was all too unexpected. Looking at Ruav, the main character wondered if she should refuse that night again if they met again. The Duke was not happy that she was going to see that guy again, and the girl did not know what to do. But then Cahill stood up from his seat and walked up to the main character, gently hugging her, which put her in an awkward position. He whispered in her ear that if anyone found out about their relationship, she would be in danger, so he was interested in whether she wanted to leave someone like him, because she could live much more peacefully than she did now. Rena, looking up at him, said that even if there was a life calmer than this, she would still like to be with the Duke forever. He, hearing this, could not believe his ears, and then the girl lay down on his chest and said that she loved him. The man pulled the heroine closer to him, resting his chin on her head, and declared that she was the reason for his life. Some time ago, in the Peregrine mansion, the head of the family was nervous. He was afraid that something might go wrong. But then his daughter came out of the room. He asked if she had sent a gift to her friend. She, smiling radiantly, replied that she had sent it, and even written a note so that she could have a drink with someone dear to her. The girl added that she had no idea that Rena was in love with the Duke, and then began to praise her father for taking care of the gift of wine. He was nervous, answering that it was nothing special, because she was his daughter's first friend in social circles, and then he advised her to go on vacation. Leslie, coming closer, hugged her father around the neck and told him to go too and have a good rest. The man looked confused. After that, she left. And the head of the family collapsed to the floor, as if the ground had disappeared under his feet. He was clearly very nervous about something, and did not believe that this could happen at all. Before this, the Santella family had given him this wine. The man looked at Leonard with confusion, asking if he wanted him to give this bottle to the Duke. He was wondering if it could harm Ruav. The man turned to him and replied that it was none of his business, since it was a matter between two duchies, and he advised him to pass the drink on through his daughter. He kept insisting that he shouldn't do this. They asked him to pass the bottle. Although he knew that something was clearly mixed in there, Markella was amused by the situation. She called him a poor thing. And Leonard, looking at the man, considered the situation strange. According to him, Peregrine himself is not a good person, so he said that one more sin, nothing will happen from it. He pretended not to understand what was being talked about. Then the Duke reminded that the destruction of the road, because of which the Queen almost got hurt, was planned by him. Santella said that if he had taken up acting, he would have definitely achieved success. He gasped in fear, but they suggested that he think carefully about everything. Leonard whispered to him that he wasn't forcibly pouring alcohol into the Duke's mouth, so there shouldn't be any problems here, after which he played his trump cards, mentioning his daughter, who was delighted with her entry into social circles. The Duke reminded him that, having taken off her luxurious dress, it would be sad if she again became a miserable commoner, if, of course, everything ended well. Santella frightened Mr. Peregrine by saying that his daughter could very well become a criminal who would wear rags. The man was horrified by this and did not know what to do. Leonard, looking at the Baron with a grin, said that he really hoped to see him in decent clothes at their next meeting. Now the head of the Santella family was sitting in his room, drinking white wine and telling himself that his plan was thought out to the smallest detail, remembering that a lot had happened up to this point. The moment when he was young and panicked, because then the predicted time was supposed to come, but Cahill, the little boy, was in the way. He was considered a monster who absorbed his mother's life force, his endurance, his magical power. He was gifted in everything. The uncle, putting his hand on his nephew's shoulder, tried to calm him down. The man turned towards the priest, who, with a smile, began to talk about how the ancestors had prepared a method just in case this happened. He handed the Duke a blue magic stone and asked him to think about it, saying that there was no way to get rid of a person born with strong magic. Let's continue. The man explained that, however, with each use of this magic, if a great tragedy happens, you need to spend your abilities in a hurry. There were 3 curses in this stone, and this power could be felt simply by holding the stone in your hand. Leonard was surprised, because this stone had been kept for a long time, and he wondered if it would be a waste to spend it on a small child. The priest replied that no, for the prophetic day was not far off, and without a doubt, the greatest obstacle for them was little Cahill, and they were obliged to nip it in the bud. The Duke, in response to his uncle's words, grinned and thanked him, taking the stone with the curse from him, adding that he was doing all this for Santella. At that time, in the garden of the Logos Palace, Duke Ruav, his son and the maid were walking in the garden, slowly walking along the path. The girl leaned towards the boy, asking if he liked walking around the palace with his father. He, smiling, answered that yes. Then someone called out to his father. In front of them was the Minister of Finance. He sat down and greeted the boy, who, blinking his eyes in surprise, greeted him back. The man apologized for interrupting their walk and asked Damien to spare him a few minutes to discuss their trade deal. The Duke asked his son if he could spend a little time with the maid, Mabel. He answered okay. Cahill and the girl walked around the garden and looked at the flowers around them. The boy kept asking the young maid about what kinds of flowers were in front of them now. She tried to answer all the master's questions. While they were having a nice conversation about plants, Leonard was watching them from behind a column. He carefully took a stone out of his pocket, and a stream of powerful energy immediately went towards young Ruav. Cahill's face immediately changed, which Mabel noticed. She began to ask him what happened, because he was covered in sweat. He didn't know, but he felt bad and couldn't breathe. The girl suggested going home. And Santella, watching all this, broke the curse stone, apparently so that no one would understand anything and could not somehow destroy it in the future. While Damien was talking to his interlocutor about the matter, A loud child's cry was heard in the area of the garden. He realized that it was his son who was screaming. When the man ran there, he saw his son on the ground, who was calling him shrilly and reaching out his hands to him, and on top of him was a servant who was saying strange things and behaving strangely. Her eyes were crazy, and she herself seemed to have become dependent on the young gentleman and asked the boy not to resist. He was hysterical. Tears were flowing from his eyes. Little Cahel was clearly scared. When he finally freed himself from the strange girl's embrace, he immediately rushed to Damien, clutching him tightly and crying. He was shocked and asked if he was okay. The man could not understand what could have happened to Mabel. The queen came to the terrible screams. She was wondering what the loud noise was in her garden. Seeing the whole picture in front of her, she froze in horror. The servant behaved as if she was possessed by the boy. Her Highness turned to the knights, saying that people cannot just go crazy and that someone must have set this up. She ordered them to search throughout the palace, while little Ruav trembled in his father's arms with fear. The knights ran all over the royal territory in search of the suspicious guy, and Leonard at this time calmly walked along the path. The knights, seeing him, called out to the duke, who, pretending not to know anything, pretended to be interested in what was going on. They didn't understand whether they should check Santella or not. They assumed that they shouldn't do it. Leonard, looking at the guys, said that if Santella could help, he would do anything. He stuttered and replied that the fuss would quickly be resolved, after which the man wished them hard work and moved on. He himself recalled the words that when the old sun sets and the second cold moon rises, the chosen wing will make the eternal sun rise, and it will be a white wing. He left there, being pleased with himself. Now, remembering the past and sipping wine, the man looked at the starry sky and understood that his family would soon become the eternal son of Logos. The duke was sure of this. Ruvahala arrived at the village of the sages, sitting with them at the same table. Their obvious hostility was felt. In this place, they did not hide their dislike for the royal family. The guy understood that if he hadn't been Cahel's friend, he would have been thrown out of here long ago. The elder suddenly declared that they had not yet recovered from the damage that the monsters had inflicted on them. Therefore, she asked the prince not to drag it out and to speak directly about why he came to them. He explained that this matter only concerns the crown prince, and the royal family has nothing to do with it. He received his punishment. The woman replied that without Duke Ruava, their village would have disappeared from the face of the earth, and she didn't like the fact that the assassination attempt on them would end with the prince simply being wagged with a finger. Ruvahala understood their feelings and said that he too had been attacked by monsters. The prince had a feeling that they knew who was involved in this, and the elder, looking at the boy, realized that the reason for the visit was not only an apology from the royal family. He suggested considering whether the king would care about problems not related to the royal family. The prince said that he was sent only to console the wise men, although the young man himself understood how unfair it was, so he had one suggestion. Ruvahala declared that he intended to become the next king of Hildebrunn, and to do so he needed the help of the village of sages. One of the men sitting at the table banged his fist on it, declaring that he did not wish to hear it anymore, since their wise men had decided never to interfere in politics, and the prince added that they now knew that they were not free from political problems. Then the sage turned to the elder, explaining that Ruvahala, in his opinion, was no different from other powerful people, and asked to be thrown out of the village. The boy smiled and explained that if they drove him away now, the crown prince, who wanted to kill them, would become the next ruler, and he himself would never threaten human lives if he were in power. Moreover, he added that if he succeeded in taking the throne, he promised to make the village of the sages a dominion. Upon hearing this, the woman opened her eyes in shock. The man sitting next to her noticed how the elder was hesitating and did not know what to do. He supported the prince, saying that then the kingdom would not bother them without reason, and that was enough for the conditions. She, sighing, said that promises must be kept. Then Dashar appeared in the doorway, smiling and asking if his mother had called him, and she turned to him, asking her son to help the future king return safely. Upon seeing the boy smiled happily, asking if he was a friend of Duke Ruava. Ruvahala smiled back, asking if he was the young sage who had managed to surprise Cahel himself. Dashar asked the prince to convey something to the duke. He shared that he had studied the demonic energy after the attack of the monsters and discovered an anomaly, adding that great magic was gathering in the center of Logos, in its capital. At this time, Sid stood with Rena at the gate of the Ruav mansion. The girl was wondering if the heroine would really go to meet that person. She noticed how her friend was worried about her. The girl assumed that he could be anyone and asked if she told the butler. The girl explained that just in case she said that she would go to meet with Lady Leslie, Sid understood, because they were from the White faction and it was better than getting involved in the faction fight. The girls quickly said goodbye, and the heroine left for the meeting. After some time, the main character was sitting at a table with a man who introduced himself to her as her father. He asked the girl if she liked the tea, and then asked if Duke Ruav had said anything to them. Rena replied that he didn't seem to know that she was going to the meeting, and asked if she could now introduce her father to Cahill, who became nervous and said that he himself was not ready for this yet. The girl didn't bother with it, and asked what her grandmother's name was. The man seemed not to know at first, but then pretended to remember, saying that her name was Diana. The heroine asked if she and her mother looked alike. He, laughing nervously, said that unfortunately, Elena was more like her father, because Baron Argy was an incredibly handsome man. She was surprised, because she never thought that she would hear stories about her grandparents. She became interested in how often the Viscount came to her mother. The man answered that yes, and Elena liked to serve buns with bitter black tea. The man himself spread the jam, and she said to do it just a little bit. And then he even said that Rena's mother didn't like sweets at all, but the girl knew that this couldn't be true, remembering her childhood. When the woman was cooking, the little main character watched her, asking what she was cooking. She answered that it was her favorite sweet and put a lot of sugar. Elena said that sugar is delicious and it is better to put more of it. Her mother loved sweets to such an extent that it burned her tongue. But Rena, listening to the man's story, pretended to believe him, asking if he and his mother had gone to celebrate the new year. He answered that no, which meant that Elena had not seen the fireworks. Her father said that they wanted to have a wedding and have a dance. He explained that because she was from the family of a poor baron, dancing was a rarity in her family, as was a dress. It was necessary to prepare many things. Now everything became clear to the girl. She no longer listened to this man's stories, because it was perfectly clear to her that this was not her father, but an obvious liar and impostor who had lied to her about everything. Rena, waving her hand, suddenly dropped her cup of tea. The man asked her to be careful, bending down to pick it up, and the girl suddenly called out to him, saying that he was not her father. He asked worriedly what she was talking about. The main character looked at him with suspicion, explaining that her mother knew all this, about fireworks and how to dance a waltz. The woman also loved sweets, and when she had the opportunity to buy sugar, she tried to make her favorite macaroons, which she loved so much. Rena dreamed of having a family somewhere, and that is why she wanted to trust this man so much. The girl's hands were shaking. She decided to clarify once again whether he really knew her mother. He, squinting his eyes, realized what her mother was like. And then, moving his raised cup forward and grinning, he declared that he would be very glad to have such a gray-haired, kind-eyed beauty as his mistress. After these words, the main character's head fell on the table as if by a click. Her body shook, and she could not understand what was happening to her because the girl could not move a single limb. Rena couldn't see properly either. Everything looked blurry, and the Viscount talked about how well the medicine had worked on the girl, asking if the Duke had taught her that you need to watch what you eat. The girl could only move her eyes and looked at him with obvious hostility, but he said that for him it was, in any case, for the best, and then he put his hand on her head. The Viscount assured Rena that when she woke up, she would find herself in a very good place, but the heroine was clearly unhappy with this. In the Palace of Logos, in the audience hall, the queen was sitting. She looked extremely bad and was very pale. People asked her to rest, but she insisted that she was fine. Gerard whispered to Cahill that he didn't know if the woman's body would hold up before the princess was found. Asking if her relatives needed to be invited to the palace, he replied that they were under guard, and they would need to find out where Hyla had lived before. But then Duke Santella appeared at the door, exclaiming that they had managed to find the heiress. He explained that they had found a man who had inherited the blood of Princess Hyla. Opening the door, a girl appeared in the hall. The Duke introduced her as the princess's daughter, Nadia Ardenia. The girl clearly served the church, Judging by her outfit, she really looked very much like Hale. The queen, upon seeing the girl, stated that she looked very much like her sister, and he was curious as to how Santella had managed to find this child. He bowed to the queen and said that he had asked the temple for help by sending carrier pigeons to all the parishes, and had heard that there was an orphaned nun in the southern temple. The duke added that as soon as he saw this girl, he was immediately convinced that she was definitely the daughter of Princess Hela. In the temple they said that her mother died shortly after giving birth. Gerard intervened, saying that it would be difficult to inherit the throne based on Santella's story alone, as the queen needed the ability to rule the country, and he turned around, asking if he would be convinced if the girl had the power of authority. The people around, hearing the mention of the powers of power, were shocked, and all their mouths opened. They could not believe that she had them. The duke shared that the power was weak, but still there. Probably even the special power of Duke Ruava would not affect it, and the man even offered to check it. Gerard kept telling his friend to just ignore the call, and Santella kept saying that if they were to check, it would be better to do it in a place where everyone was gathered. Cahill agreed with him. Having removed the stone that held back his demonic power, the duke turned to the young lady. Looking at her, he offered to check what Santella had suggested. The nun looked a little scared and simply stared at him. Apparently, Duke Santella did something here. Judging by the sly look that was directed at the girl, after a while nothing happened, and the force did not work. Cahill pulled the stone back onto himself. He saw that the girl really was not affected by his demonic power. She saw no point in lying if her lies could be revealed soon. The duke, turning to the queen, declared that it seemed they were not lying to her, and warned that from that day on, it would be better for this young lady to remain in the palace. She asked the new princess to stay, and everyone else to leave the room so that the queen could end the meeting, which everyone did. Gerard thought it was all too strange, because Duke Santella, who was trying to marry his daughter off to a prince, suddenly found the princess, thinking that he might have something planned. Cahill thought about the fact that now one thing was clear. Rena was not a princess. He wanted to rejoice about this, but something was bothering his soul. Suddenly, the butler ran up to the duke, shouting that they were in trouble. Bowing to him, Ruav said that there were no urgent matters requiring his visit to the palace. But the matter was completely different. The butler announced that Cahill's close maid, Rena, had suddenly disappeared somewhere. Sid, who had stopped working, did not understand why there was such a commotion around, assuming that something had happened in the mansion. Then a breathless Cahill appeared in front of her. The girl immediately thought that she had done something wrong, but he immediately explained what was the matter, saying that Rena had suddenly disappeared. Hearing this, Sid exclaimed in alarm, and the duke said that the main character said that she would go to meet Leslie, but after that, nothing was known about her, so he wanted to know if she knew anything. Cahill looked extremely worried, and sincerely asked the girl to help him find his beloved. He truly worried about her with all his heart. Meanwhile, Rena woke up in some strange room. Not understanding where she was and whether she had been kidnapped, she blamed herself for this, because even an idiot understands that people do not suddenly appear, especially fathers. In fact, she really wanted to believe that she had a family that loved her too, and if she was the daughter of a viscount, she wouldn't have to hide her relationship with the duke because she was a commoner. Sitting down, the main character understood that now was not the time to get upset, assuming that everyone in the mansion probably already knew about her disappearance, but she herself did not understand why she was kidnapped, thinking that people found out about their relationship with the duke, and there would be blackmail. Then someone entered the room, and a female voice was heard asking if she had woken up yet, suggesting that the sleeping pill was too weak. In front of the main character stood Elliot, who, looking at the girl, grinned contentedly. She said that they had not seen each other for a long time. Another familiar face suddenly appeared from behind the girl. The blonde asked Rena if she was going to despise Marvin just because she herself became a noblewoman. She butted in, insulting the heroine. The heroine screamed, asking if this performance and the kidnapping were their doing. It was not clear to her why they did it. Elliot was unhappy that Rena was calling her by name, grabbing her by the hair. She asked when she suddenly dared to call her that, but the girl was at least interested in the reason for the kidnapping. She, tearing her hair even more painfully, screamed that she was upset that the heroine had betrayed her parents and held on to the duke. These words seemed like nonsense to Renee, But then the girl calmed down, saying that she would be merciful and allow her to atone for her sins. Marvin immediately tied her mouth with a rag to keep Rena quiet. The heroine only looked at them in horror. Elliot reminded her that she was supposed to marry Viscount de Loin instead of her, but it was a shame that the wedding did not take place, so she decided to arrange a wedding ceremony right now, but she would change her husband to Lucianbane. Rena, hearing about this, was shocked, and her eyes widened. She confirmed that this man was supposed to be her adoptive father. At least she believed it, but it was all a lie. One day, Riddell turned to Elliot, saying that she also needed to slowly move to the Lucianbane estate. She replied that she liked it in the capital, and that she would not be able to serve her like that. The girl said that she should at least see her father's face. Then she agreed, asking if she would need to prepare a gift for him. The princess replied that she was already a great gift for the Viscount, and asked not to worry. While sipping tea, Riedel suggested that instead of buying a gift, they buy a new dress for the first meeting with her father, saying that he would definitely like it when he saw his daughter in a beautiful dress. And Elliot did it, but one day a maid ran into her room, saying that they were in trouble. The woman explained to the girl that the princess had deceived her. She could not believe such loud words, but then she added that the girl would have to marry Lucianbane. And he is an old bachelor who has never been married before. He himself is actually terribly ugly, and is also a cripple to boot, who spent all his money to take Elliot as his wife. The girl still could not believe such a turn of events, because her mistress kept telling her that this man was her adoptive father. Then the maid explained to the young lady for the last time that Princess Santella simply took and sold her. She couldn't stand it, and decided to go to Riedel herself, because how could a girl who looked like an angel really do that? She kept thinking that there was some kind of mistake in it. Approaching the princess's door, Elliot called out to her, but there was no answer. But the blonde heard the information. Santella was talking about the fact that Rena Belrose was locked in a hut near the Ayursky forest. The princess was spoken to by her maid, Maria, who said that Viscount Rouvan left Ardinia as soon as he received the money, and perhaps already changed his name. Riddell praised the girl, saying that she was really good at such things, but she did not understand whether Duke Ruav would really shudder because of some maid. Smiling, the princess replied that it was the first time she had seen Cahel so obsessed with someone. These words surprised Elliot very much, but she still could not believe that such a man could marry her off by mistake. She could not turn back time, but decided to do everything differently. While telling this to Renee, the girl grabbed her by the face and looked at her with a look full of madness, saying that it would be better for her to become the Viscount's wife than to die. The women slowly dragged the main character into the waiting carriage. She tried to stall for time, but Marvin convinced her that nothing would change from this. Elliot called out to the groom who was waiting for them by the cart and told him to help them. He said that his job was not to kidnap people and that he was, in fact, supposed to bring her to the Viscount. He asked her to thank him for turning a blind eye to this. Then the girl started yelling at Marvin, ordering her to use all her strength. Finally, after a while, they managed to throw the heroine into the cart. Grinning, the blonde confidently said that they would definitely not see each other again. But then someone kicked her, not letting her finish. Elliot fell down and started to complain, asking the unknown guy how dare he kick her. It was Ryan Santella. He looked at Rena and said that he was finally able to find her. Everyone around was surprised by his arrival, and he rushed to the heroine. The boy climbed into the cart and began to untie the girl so that she could free herself. She immediately recognized him, and said so when he untied her mouth. After all, Ryan was the man the heroine saw for the first time when she went for a walk with the Duke. He asked her not to be afraid of him, saying that he came to her aid. Smiling, the guy reminded her that he said that he was not a bad person. Picking Rena up in his arms, Santella told her that she had nothing more to worry about. As Ryan put the girl on the horse, Elliot rushed towards them, indignantly asking if there would be any problems if someone like the main character suddenly disappeared. He smiled and mounted his horse, realizing that Elliot did not want to go to Lucianbane's house, so she decided to use the heroine, saying that her actions were extremely obvious, after which he turned to the coachman to take them to the one he was supposed to. The man took the blonde by the arm and ordered her to follow her, while Marvin tried to intervene, asking to let her mistress go, but she was already hysterical and could not believe what was happening. Ryan took Rena to a warm place and gave her warm water to drink. The girl was still dizzy from the large amount of sleeping pills, and while drinking the water, she thought that she needed to get back to the Duke faster. Seeing the thoughtful face of the main character, the guy asked what she was thinking about all this time. She got nervous from such a question, saying that nothing special. He said that he would guess now, making a thoughtful look, and then suggested that she was thinking about Kahel. Hearing this, Rina blushed, asking in a trembling voice how he managed to find out about this. Rian, laughing, explained that it was written on her forehead. Noticing the girl's confusion, the guy suggested that she might not just be Cahill's close maid, but, for example, might turn out to be his lover. After these words, Rina's face flushed. Trembling, she asked if it was really that noticeable. He was surprised, because Ryan was just joking, and it turned out to be true. He was interested in how the heroine was able to seduce this insensitive blockhead. The girl said that it was not about that at all. Santella shared that after Rina's disappearance, the Duke became very nervous and was very worried. It was very strange for her to hear something like that. The guy said that Kahel gathered all the knights of the capital, created chaos everywhere. Viscount Reuben was ordered to kidnap the girl, but Elliot stole her. Pointing his finger at the heroine, Ryan noted that, in the meantime, he had kidnapped her again. These words made the girl tense up. And he declared with a smile that no one knew about Rina's whereabouts except him, after which she trembled with fear, asking what he would do with her. But the guy calmed her down, saying that he brought her here for safety and would soon give her to Kahel. The main character asked to give him a message so that he would know that she was okay, but Rian said that his sister might notice something, then there would be big problems. Santella, putting his hand on the heroine's shoulder, advised her to rest, warning that he would protect her and that she should not worry. Covering her eyes with his palm, the guy said that he would figure out how she could return. After a few seconds, Ryan noticed tears running down Rina's cheeks. He looked at her with longing, removed his hand, and then left. The girl kept thinking about what she should do now, because she dreamed of a happy life with the Duke, but in the end, strange things happen. While she was thinking about this, a strange and eerie whisper was heard in the room. Rina froze, not understanding whether it was because of the medicine or whether she had gone crazy. The heroine covered her ears and closed her eyes in fear. She was very scared. She could not understand whether she should now just wait for the moment when the Duke would simply come and save her. The queen brought the girl, who called herself a princess, to the arsenal where the weapons of past queens were kept, and she looked at everything with delight. The woman asked if she wanted to hold the golden sword, and she, embarrassed, asked if she could. She replied that, of course, but she doubted whether the girl would be able to lift it, because it was encrusted with jewels. To test it, she suggested that she take a regular one. The queen, smiling, explained that she had trained with this sword when she was young, and she obediently agreed and reached out her hands to it. As soon as the princess took it, she immediately fell with it onto the floor of gravity and exclaimed. The woman rushed to her, realizing that the girl might have little strength due to the fact that she lived modestly in the temple. She needed to first start training her body. After that, she offered the princess to have dinner. A maid came up to Nadia, smiled, and asked her to have a good rest today. She listened to the women and left. When the girl left, the queen smiled, saying that the Santellas had done a good job because they were able to find a child exactly like her sister. Hearing this, the servants were surprised. And she understood it very simply. Nadia could not lift the queen's real sword, so it is clear that she is not of royal blood. Queen's sword. Only women in the direct line of the Ardenian dynasty can wield it. It is the queen's weapon that can kill two-winged blood relatives. Legend has it that when the Queen of Logos summoned this sword, it appeared next to her in the blink of an eye and showed that it was capable of protecting the country, and after its abilities weakened, it became just an old legend passed down only to the queen. The maid was frightened and asked what to do if Nadia was not a princess. She, folding her arms on her chest, explained that if she died without an heir, the country would split into factions and a civil war would break out. The queen, clutching her robe, declared that she felt sorry for this girl, even if Logos fell into the hands of Santella. In order to prevent a civil war, she must leave this child as an heir. But even after her death, she asks to continue the search for the real princess, for the sake of their country and for the sake of her sister, who lived an unfair life. This is the only thing the queen could do. The servants promised to do everything possible. The maids wanted to bring the Duke food, but Ardo stopped them, explaining that the demonic power was dangerous and that they should go to their rooms. They explained that Cahill had not eaten for several days, and they were wondering if he was okay. Then Damien and Ruvahala appeared on the threshold. The former duke could not understand what was happening. The blonde immediately sensed something was wrong and covered his nose with his hand. The former duke asked if his son's Kalia was broken. Since the demonic power could be felt even through the door, Ardo said that he had better go into the room and see for himself. Cahill sat alone by the window, silently staring at one point and not moving. Pillows were scattered around. Papers were scattered on the table. Damien came up to him, sat down on his knee in front of his son, and asked what was wrong with him. If something serious, then he asked to share it with his father. He was silent at first, and then barely audibly said the name of the main character. The Duke shared in a sad voice that Rena was missing, suggesting that she might have been kidnapped. He apologized to his father because the duchy had been turned upside down because of his personal feelings. Damien gently took Cahill by the face, asking what he was saying, because no one would take the loss of a loved one calmly. The guy was surprised that his father found out about his feelings. He decided to ask how he managed to find out about this. He answered with a smile on his face that he was his father, and he could not help but notice this. The young duke knew that the kidnapper was Viscount Reuben, but he could not find any traces of him anywhere. Even her friend Leslie, who allegedly introduced Rena to her father, doesn't know anything. She tearfully regretted introducing them back then. Father knew that this could very well be the work of those beyond their reach, namely the Santella family. Cahill covered his face with his hands and said that it would be better if they asked him for something. But no one ever contacted him. He couldn't understand why they needed all this and whether everything was okay with her. Damien tried to bring his son to his senses, telling him that first he should take care of himself, because he might have to jump up at any moment and run to save his beloved. He agreed. At this point, Ruvahala intervened, asking if he could talk to him. He was surprised that this guy was also here. He asked him not to worry, because he had just drunk tea and quite a lot of cleansing potion. He came here to tell the good news that sooner or later he would become the new crown prince of Hildebrunn. Ruav was surprised that his brother backed down so easily. Ruahala explained that he would never have done such a thing in his life, and now he simply paid for his sins because his own lover stabbed him to death. When the girl stabbed him in the chest with a blade, he asked why. Cassandra quickly explained that he was the first to betray her, and she could not understand why he did this to her. She killed him with tears in her eyes because the prince had taken a new mistress and left her, which hurt the girl. Ruvahala assumed that for the prince, such an end was rather meaningless, because he lost his life due to debauchery, and he came to say that Hildebrunn would no longer encroach on the peace in Logos, and they could rest easy. But the boy saw that the Duke was worried about something else. He lowered his eyes to the floor and covered his mouth with his hand, and replied that it was all because of love. The blonde was surprised to hear this. Damien explained to Ruvahala that his close maid had been kidnapped, and then the boy remembered who he was talking about. And then he suddenly realized that the Duke loved his maid. He asked in surprise, since when Cahill had such a relationship. He thought for a moment and replied that as soon as he saw Rena, he immediately developed feelings for her. Then he gathered his strength and confessed it to her. He was afraid that it would harm her. He tried to hide her, but in the end, this happened. Now it became clear to the prince why the Duke was in such a state. Looking up at Ruvahala, Cahill asked him with displeasure what he meant by such a state. He understood that if he stayed here now, his heart would jump out of his chest. Turning around, the guy said that he couldn't help with this, and if he spent any more time here, strange things would happen to his head. But then Ruvahala remembered the letter that Duke de Char had given him. Handing it to the boy, he explained who it was from. It said that a large number of demons that remained in Chardon were approaching the capital of Logos. Damien, hearing about this, tensed up and said that this was a big problem, and they should hurry and gather defense forces for the capital, while Cahill understood that too many strange events had happened recently. Even the demons' advance into the capital was a pre-planned affair, and it was probably only a matter of time before Santella gained her power. And those who oppose this will be Ruav, protecting the queen and Rena, not knowing that she is the heir. He understood that his greed to be near her, on the contrary, exposed her to even greater danger. The groom who was supposed to deliver Elliot was caught. Riedel asked if she knew about Renee. He said that the blonde wanted to send a girl with brown hair instead of herself. The princess asked where Lady Belrose could have gone then. The man replied that he did not know, but the girl understood perfectly well that he was lying to her. He did not test them and said that a nobleman from Santella had arrived that day, and he had sent her with him. Maria was surprised and asked who he was talking about. The man said that Ryan Santella, a blond man with blue eyes, had arrived then. He couldn't help but recognize him, and Riedel was shocked when she heard about this. She didn't understand why her brother took Rena away with him and asked Maria if she knew anything about it. She replied that the young master liked to joke, but now was a very inappropriate time for it. After all, the guy had taken an important hostage when the future of their family was at stake, and Riedel couldn't understand whether he was now aiming for the place of successor, although before he loved parties more than the duchy. But it wasn't that he lacked ability, it was that he simply didn't care. But now, apparently, he realized what the Santella were like. Meanwhile, Renee was getting worse, and Ryan scolded the guy who was looking after her. He said that he gave the girl medicine, but there was no result. The guy was outraged by his stupid decision to leave her alone in such a state, shouting he ordered to bring something to make her feel better. The main character's face was burning. Ryan asked her to remember what was strange about the tea she drank on the day of the kidnapping, but the girl did not really hear him. He did not understand what he should do then. Rena started whispering strange things. The guy asked her to repeat. She slowly pulled him towards her by the shoulders, and then began to talk about how great magic was approaching, and the black wing was cursed. Ryan didn't like this at all, and asked the main character to come to her senses. It scared him. Then the girl suddenly pulled him by the shirt and stood up. There was practically no distance between them, and the guy himself froze, looking at her. He could not move. Rena, as if bewitched, looked at him with cloudy eyes and ordered him not to turn away his gaze, and to believe in what he saw. She kept telling him that he must protect Logos. The guy looked at her silently, listening to everything she said, and then replied that he would do everything as he was told. After that, Rena seemed to lose her strength and collapsed onto his lap, and Ryan watched her, repeating what the girl had told him. Young Mr. Santella could not understand who the main character really was and what she was like. Renee was getting worse and worse with every second. The young gentleman asked the girl to come to her senses, saying that he had called for a doctor and was begging her to hold out a little longer. As he sat hugging her on the bed, the roof of the building was suddenly destroyed by a huge monster that was looking right at them. Ryan hugged the girl tighter to himself. And then he remembered his sister's words, which he had overheard then. She was going to end all this and supposedly defeat Kahel, ordering Markella to summon all the huge demons during the next attack. He couldn't believe that his sister had done this, summoned mutants to a place where many people lived. After these thoughts, a pile of stones flew towards them. The young man covered the main character with himself, exposing his back to the blow. Then Riedel came through the broken wall, asking her brother if he had enjoyed the walk, because now they had to go back. Ryan glared at his sister, hugging Rena to himself. She wondered why he stole her, because his jokes had long since crossed the line. She thought that he was demanding attention to himself with such an act. Hearing this, the boy screamed, asking what Riedel was doing, because the people around him were in great danger, and he did not understand why she kidnapped Rena. She sighed heavily, and then called her brother stupid. She asked if it was not an honor to be used for a cause. Ryan continued to shout, because just recently his sister wanted to become a queen, and her words did not fit with the royal title at all. Riedel replied that it was better this way than to be a scarecrow queen who was not able to do anything alone. He kept saying that they could help Her Majesty, like the two wings of Logos, but the girl was tired of listening to this and asked her brother to stop talking nonsense because she was not going to bow down to someone weaker than her. But now it was important for her to get Rena back. Ryan hugged her tighter, asking his sister why she wanted to take her. She decided to reveal her cards, saying that this girl was Fabian's missing niece, Rena Ardenia. The guy couldn't believe it, and then connected all the puzzles together. He recalled the recent words of the main character, when she said that he should believe in what he sees. So Rian did. He believed in what he saw, and in the blink of an eye an energy sword appeared in his hand. His sister was outraged that he was going to fight her. The guy explained that he had received an order from the queen, and, as the white wing of Logos, he would protect Logos until his life was exhausted. At this time, The capital was in chaos, everything was on fire, monsters were running everywhere and attacking people, and people were screaming all around. Kahel came to the defense of Logos, trying to protect everyone from the terrible monsters with his power. Leonard did the same to divert suspicion from himself. Damien, knowing his vile nature, rushed to him and asked him to quickly recall all the demons. Because the people around were suffering, he pretended that he was not involved in this at all. Ruavu was tired of the man pretending. Although he had brought the queen's heir with his own hands, he could not understand what else he was missing and why it was necessary to summon these creatures. Leonard, looking at Damien with a crazy look, said that they needed Kahel, namely, the life of this monster. He, as a father, was greatly angered by these words, and he said that he did not have time for him. The man, turning towards his son, said that he does not even pay attention to Kahel, although now he really needs his father's help. Hearing this, Damien turned around in his direction in excitement. Noticing that something was really wrong with the young duke, he immediately rushed to him. Kahel explained that his demonic power was uncontrollable, and the mutation was progressing much faster than usual. Trembling all over, the duke said that at this rate, he himself did not know when he would lose control of his power, but asked his father not to worry about him, but to take care of the people around him. Damien hesitated, but his son reassured him with a smile and reminded him that he had always been better off alone, and he said he understood and would do his best. But Kahel had one more request. If his father found Rina, he would have to take her to a safe place. Getting ready to leave, the man reminded that his son was dear to him in any case and asked not to overdo it. The guy was already having a hard time containing his powers. They were taking over him, which meant that he would soon change his appearance and completely turn into a demon. A man nearby cried out in horror when he saw what was happening to the duke and called him a monster, who grinned and said it was dangerous here, explaining that he would not harm anyone and asked him to follow the soldier. When he called him a monster, Kahel remembered Rina's words. She kept saying that she wasn't afraid of him. Now he was thinking about whether she would say that she loved him or run away if she saw him like that. Almost completely transformed into a demon, Kahel still fought against the monsters, trying to protect the people. But then one of the creatures in front of him spoke to him, saying that he was magnificent. The demon spoke about how the duke surprisingly managed to maintain his sanity. Despite having taken the medicine, he did not understand what was being said, but then he was reminded of the wine he drank with Rina. The monster asked him if Kahel really should stay here and if he needed to save his little defenseless bird. If he didn't save her, she could become food for the demons. These words made Ruav very angry. He didn't know what to do and how to act, thinking about the bright image of Rina. The guy couldn't understand why something was always happening to everyone he loved. With each passing second, the human image disappeared more and more. He could no longer bear it and shouted Santella's name out of anger throughout Logos. Rina, waking up, saw ruins in front of her and Rian fighting with her sister. This was possible for her without much effort, while her brother was straining himself so as not to die at her hands. The main character could not understand what happened during the time she was unconscious. Nearby, Rina heard the voices of people from the village, and carefully getting up, wanted to head towards them. They were discussing the duke, who suddenly turned into a demon. They were outraged by this, and could not understand how they themselves allowed this to happen. The men assumed that it was Duke Ruav who brought the demons to attack Arden. They planned to kill him as soon as possible. The people agreed with this idea and ran to carry out the plan. Rina, hearing about this, trembled with fear, covering her mouth. She could not understand what it all meant, and did not believe that Kahel would do this to poor people. She wanted to go to his aid. But then a voice was heard from behind. The girl said that the main character would hardly be able to go anywhere in such a state. Turning around, Rina saw Maria in front of her. She asked if she needed help. The girl felt something was wrong and refused help. But then Maria grabbed her, covering her mouth with her hand, saying that she shouldn't refuse and create unnecessary problems. They knew that the main character was Kahel's weakness. The girl asked not to resist and stand still, watching the moment of glory of her mistress. Then Riedel appeared, with a smile on her face, praising Maria for being able to catch Rina. The princess's dress was covered in blood. The servants immediately asked what happened. She replied that it was the first time she had seen her brother try so hard. Somewhere in the ruins lay Ryan's body. He was unconscious and covered in blood, but according to his sister, he should wake up, but not soon. Returning to Renee, the princess said that she was leaving her to Maria, and she herself needed to fulfill their long-standing dream. Riedel suddenly soared into the sky on snow-white angelic wings, which very unexpectedly appeared behind her back. She declared that she would drive out the devil and return back. At this time, people surrounded Kahel, pointing various weapons at him and shouting threats that they would kill him. He had already completely taken on a demonic appearance, having lost his human appearance. In front of the people there was a huge and terrible dragon, but his mind still thought adequately, and he asked people to disperse, but when he tried to speak, people thought that he wanted to eat them. Here in the sky the image of an angel appeared. It was Riedel, in her bright guise. The people, noticing her, immediately exclaimed joyfully, realizing that she wanted to defeat this demon. Kahel was only interested in one thing. Where is Rena now? She answered that she doesn't know, and was indignant when he asked questions, after which she shot lightning at him, calling him the devil. She pierced him, causing him to scream. Riedel insisted that her Logos did not need people like him, so Kahel would have to disappear without a trace. She considered him disgusting. After such speeches, joyful cries were heard from the people. They asked their princess to finally destroy the monster, to kill Kahel Ruava, the demon that suddenly appeared before them. The crowd cheered, asking to kill the Duke right now, because they considered him a demon. Kahel understood that the situation was not the most pleasant. He had lost a lot of blood, and his left hand did not move at all, and because of unnecessary movements people could get hurt. He could only shoot magic arrows. Riedel scoffed at his attempts to attack her, asking if he would really do that. She turned her gaze to Maria, who was holding the main character hostage, and explained to the Duke that her servants might get scared for her and kill his beloved girl. Turning around, the guy saw Maria holding a knife to Rena's throat. She tried to beg to be let go, and then, taking a closer look, she realized that it was Kahel in front of her. He realized that his beloved saw him in such a guise, which he did not want, because it was not him, but the guise of some kind of monster. The Duke thought that she would frighten him and wanted to hide. But Rena suddenly screamed at the top of her lungs for Ruav to run, and she didn't care that there was a knife at her throat. Maria told her to stand still, pressing the blade harder. The main character screamed that the most important thing to her was the Duke's safety. These words struck him right in the heart, and the blade slightly cut her delicate skin. Kahel understood that she was sacrificing herself for him again, worrying first and foremost about him and not herself. But now the man decided to act in his own way, asking her not to move. The dragon descended to the ground. He lay down right in front of Maria and Rena, telling the girl that there would be a scar on her neck, adding that it would be enough for him that the heroine would not be harmed. And then the Duke turned to Riedel, asking if all she wanted was his life. She flew over him, and he continued, saying that by killing him, she was trying to show herself as a hero and get the country. Kahel, in this case, asked to take his life, but to spare his beloved, because she is an ordinary person who does not pose a threat. The princess found this funny, because the maid was telling her master to run away, and her master was giving his life for her. She thought that this girl had made him too soft, and he, smiling, said that she couldn't understand that. Swinging her sword, Riedel replied that she didn't need to know that, because all she wanted was to be free from insignificant power. She was ready to destroy the demon Kahel by directing her sword and energy flow at him, and was very close to doing so. But then something strange happened. Rena somehow managed to escape from Maria's hands. She screamed in pain, because the girl had burned her palms. The main character was heading towards Riedel with her head down. She understood that she felt an aura that was unknown to her, but to which she was definitely accustomed. Only later did it become clear to her. When the main character raised her head, Riedel saw that she felt the power of the queen herself in front of her, and this angered her, because she had not felt it before. She was enraged that this girl was blocking her path. Now her target was not Kahel. Swinging her sword again, the girl angrily rushed at Rena, calling her a girl who sold her heart to the devil. But then a sword appeared out of nowhere in the hands of the main character, and she, raising her head, fearlessly put it in front of herself. This made the princess laugh, because she thought that she would not be able to defeat her with some old sword. This sword sparkled with lightning, as if it was saturated with strength and energy, and then was able to resist the flow of energy that Riddell directed at the girl, and only now did it dawn on her what kind of sword it was. She couldn't believe that this weapon, which existed only in legends, that this very sword of the queen, the girl was able to defeat Riddell with one movement of her hand. She fell to earth. She had practically no strength for battle. Rena did not spend much time on her because she had more important problems. She immediately rushed to Kahel, hugging him in his demonic form. He was practically without strength and responded to her with his last breath. The girl pressed herself against him, trying to help with her energy. After a couple of seconds, Renee managed to return Duke Ruavu to his human form. He whispered, calling her queen, looking into the girl's eyes. After he called her queen, the people around were shocked and everyone was discussing it, because she even managed to return to her human form, which means she is not an ordinary person. People understood that, apparently, a real queen was now standing before them, who would be able to save them in the future. Then Riddell also woke up and tried to get up. The people asked the queen to protect them, because the demons were still there. Rena saw that Santella had woken up. She, looking at her with madness, did not understand why on earth she became a queen at all. Standing on her feet, Riddell shouted an order to the demons throughout Logos to kill Rena immediately and finally end everything. And then, with unreal speed, all the creatures rushed towards the main character and the Duke, who, looking at this, kept telling his beloved that it was dangerous here, but she asked him not to worry. Raising her hand, the girl cast a special circle, saying that such a thing would no longer work, after which all the creatures around seemed to turn to ashes, dissolving into thin air. People were delighted with such magic and were glad that everything was finally over. Riddell could not believe that this girl destroyed dozens of demons with one movement of her hand. The princess was disappointed because she had put in so much effort, and in her entire life she would not be able to get rid of the queen's influence. Leonard, fearing for his daughter, immediately rushed to her. It was important for him to know if she was hurt. The people around them were looking at them strangely. Whispers began to circulate. Duke Santella was nervous, because people saw that Riddell had just given the demons an order. It was clear to them that they had set a trap to kill the queen. Damien stopped the man while the people around him were indignant. He said that it seemed like things were very confusing here, but Santella turned around aggressively and told Ruav to shut his mouth. Tom didn't like this. He asked him to at least bend his knee now, and not pointlessly make the situation worse. Damien explained that this was a warning. Leonard was afraid. He understood that they had to retreat, buy time and find a chance to fight back, because a man could not let his child, whom he raised with such difficulty, just disappear. But now it was impossible, because they had lost the demon army and society had a negative opinion of their family. He did not understand how it was possible to turn the tide of the battle in such a short time. Riedel suddenly spoke up, crying, talking about how Santella had tried so hard to escape from the queen's grasp. Her eyes were fixed on one point, and the girl herself said that she was born exactly for this. All kinds of magic was imposed on her body, and so many hours of training were spent, but it was destroyed with just one movement of the hand. Anger permeated her body, tearing herself away. Riedel declared that she could not just give up. Her voice sounded throughout Logos. The princess threatened to kill everyone around her. Her father tried to stop her. Rena turned in her direction. There was no concern in her eyes. She carefully placed Kahel's body on the ground and calmly walked towards the girl. After all, there was no need to run away, and there was no need to be afraid either. She decided to confront Riedel while she was screaming that she would kill her. Shouting her name, Santella sent a powerful stream of her powers at her, while she stood there, barely reacting to it, because she knew that she could protect everything. Using her power, Renee managed to redirect Riedel's energy back at her, striking her right in the heart, causing her to collapse to the ground. Leonard, seeing this, fell down after him, exhausted, because he knew that now everything was over for their family. He suddenly turned to Damien, asking if he hadn't been unhappy all this time. Stammering, Santella explained that they were the wings of the Logos, the strongest and most beautiful creatures on this earth, because from the moment of birth, regardless of their will, they lived in the oppression of one woman. He replied that Leonard still did not know why they suddenly submitted to the queen. The man did not understand what the former duke was talking about. He explained that the legend only briefly described the battle between the creatures, which brought disaster to people. For the people suffering from the two beasts, the goddess sent a representative, a queen, who had the power to destroy them. Santella did not understand why he was telling him what he already knew. Then they explained to him that they were not creatures that could be divided into angels and demons. The two beasts were originally demons, otherwise they would not have been able to calmly control magic, because humans are originally close to demons, just covered with beautiful skin similar to human. Leonard did not want to accept this, crying. He told her not to lie to him, because Santella are beautiful white. Damien said that the essence itself cannot be hidden by color. Instead of the new life provided by the goddess, they decided to atone for their guilt and live for humanity. But Santella broke this sacred oath. Not only did they take the lives of innocents as before, but they also placed it on the shoulders of their little daughter, who had just become an adult, which Ruav believed was Leonard's great sin. As Damien walked away, the man seemed to be trying to convince himself that he had done all this only for Riedel, but it was nonsense. Ruav, approaching Reyna, called her queen, explaining that Santella had lost her fighting spirit and no more battles were planned. She, closing her eyes, said that Duke Ruav had suffered greatly. Looking at Damien, the main character asked to take him to the palace so that he could have a good rest there. The man, bowing to her, said that he understood. And he himself asked the new queen what she was going to do now. She answered that she didn't know, but now she needed to return to where she belonged, to the palace. Cahill was haunted by nightmares, surrounded by corpses that told him that he was a monster that should not exist. He was scared and couldn't believe that this was really happening to him. They all followed him and kept repeating their own thing. The nightmares asked Cahill to look at himself, because he is a monster, a huge demon who makes everyone around him suffer just by existing. And attempts to hide one's ugliness behind love are ridiculous. Ruav slowly turned around, as if afraid to see something there. The voices kept saying that in the end, his beloved would also die because of him. Rena's body lay in front of him, and everything around was covered in blood. He did not understand why she was bleeding. The guy rushed to her body, not understanding if all this was his fault, if he was next to her, and if he really was a monster that was causing harm to everyone. Cahill blamed himself, saying that he should have distanced himself from the girl. Looking at her unconscious face, Ruav kept apologizing and apologizing, saying that it was all his fault, tears streaming down his face. He believed that if he really loved her, he would have sent her away. Then Rena's voice was heard from somewhere, asking Cahill to wake up. The man did not understand where the sound was coming from. She seemed to extend her hand to him from above, saying that everything would be okay. After this, Cahill opened his eyes in fear, finally waking up from a terrible dream. The main character was sitting next to him. He was wondering where they were. The girl was looking at him with a smile, saying that she was very worried, because the Duke did not wake up. He, without saying anything, with one movement of his hand pulled Rena to his bed, leaving a gentle kiss on her forehead. He was glad that the girl was safe and sound. She hugged him back. Looking into his face, Rena explained that they were now in the palace, and his curse was lifted with the help of the queen's power. He was surprised, because Fabian had no strength left. He thought that the girl meant Nadia. The main character said that the girl originally did not have royal blood, and it was Santella's plan. Now she was punished and was expelled from the palace. And only now did it dawn on Cahill that what he saw before losing consciousness was not a dream. She replied that it would take a long time, because it would take a long time to explain. Her mother was the twin sister of Queen Fabian. Renee managed to confirm all the facts about her mother, especially since the very sword that only a queen can hold appeared in her hands. Rena shared that the queen had appointed her as her successor and acting queen, after which the Duke hurried out of bed. And then he got down on one knee in front of the girl and addressed her as if she were a queen. She felt incredibly awkward and unusual. Rena asked him to get up, and he asked for forgiveness for all his actions, because he did not know that she was a queen, and that is why he treated her so rudely. The girl began to get nervous. She asked if he would now call her by her first name, and Cahill, without looking up, replied that he would not. While he was talking about being her servant now, bitter tears began to flow down Rena's cheeks. When the Duke raised his eyes, he became worried. She said that she wanted him to call her by name, because she really thought that the Duke would not wake up. She admitted that she had a desire to be the first person he saw after waking up, and now Cahill doesn't even call her by name. He said that he was wrong, and asked her to stop crying. Rena, looking up at him, asked him to kiss her. The Duke, embarrassed, said that her request was sudden and he could not treat the queen so rudely, but she, with tears in her eyes, explained that it was an order. After thinking for a few seconds, Cahill replied that he would follow her order and pulled her into a kiss, holding her tightly by the waist. The girl asked if this request was impossible to fulfill. He, smiling, answered that no, because no matter what anyone said, he would become the queen's lover, because until now there had been no marriage between the duke and the queen. Ruav buried his face in her shoulder and asked Rina to make him her lover. She became embarrassed and said that she would be happy if she could marry the duke. He laughed and said that it sounded like a proposal of marriage. Cahill admitted that he was afraid that the heroine would die. Even now he wants to kidnap her, so that no one would look at her and she would only be in his arms. He was wondering if the girl loved him too. After all, if Rina accepts such love, then he will propose to her. Putting her hand on his face, the man asked if she would marry him. The heroine, with tears in her eyes, answered that she would. Cahill said that it would not be easy, because such a marriage would be the first in history, but the girl did not let him finish. Rina pulled him towards her, hugging him around the neck, and with a smile asked him to call her by name when they were alone, and said that there was no need to worry, because they would no longer be haunted by difficulties. Meanwhile, Damien stood outside the door of the room, knocking on the door and telling the queen that she should not be alone with the duke for long, and he told his son that he should not leave a scratch on Renee. The main character and Cahill visited Rian. He told them that he became a duke. They discussed the upcoming wedding. Rian was the current head of the Santella family, and he was not against this marriage. He also said that those who were involved in the uprising have already been punished, and even the temple is a little wary. The dark sorceress Markella, who was involved in this, due to excessive use of magic during the large-scale summoning, was ultimately unable to control the demons and was consumed by the monster she had spawned. And the boy himself looked closely at the power. Their father said that Riedel's blessing was disobedience, but he thought that it was a curse, the same as Cahill's. And Rina cut his sister's curse with her sword, and he, as Duke Santella, thanked her for this. She asked what condition Riedel was in now. Ryan explained that her mind had reverted to the time when she was 10 years old. She had lost her accumulated memories and knowledge, even all her powers. However, unlike her previous self, she has become quite kind, and despite being sent to an isolated estate, she gets along well with everyone there and studies hard, and will soon behave like everyone else. Rian asked if Rina was okay, since she had spared his sister and even kept the title for the Santella family. She, smiling, explained that she did this because there were still many problems in Logos that needed to be solved, and if one of the great pillars of the spirit collapsed now, there would be chaos. Looking up, the main character said that Duke Ryan would have to work hard because Santella needed to atone for all her remaining sins. He laughed, answering that he would do everything. And then he turned to Cahill, asking if he was busy preparing for the engagement, adding that he would try to work twice as hard for the sake of his friend. He became embarrassed and stood up from his seat, and then said that if his father were not against the marriage, he would not be so busy. Ryan laughed, saying that he didn't think at all that Damien would be against this wedding. He was wondering if they had gathered the young nobles to have a banquet. The girl said that she didn't like it. Looking down at the floor, Rina recalled the day they had scheduled the banquet. The young future queen was surrounded by men, many of whom wanted to dance with her at least once, and she felt very awkward, but then attention switched to another person. Rina noticed how everyone was distracted, and she tried to see who exactly had come to the banquet. It was Duke Cahill Ruav. The people around, noticing him, immediately gasped in delight, because now there was no curse, and he did not scare anyone. Rina thought that even without his demonic power, Cahill attracted other people's gazes. Within seconds, the young duke was surrounded by girls who wouldn't let him pass, while the main character remembered how no one could get close to him in the mansion, and then she remembered that she had dispelled the demonic power. Now the girl was haunted by a feeling of loneliness. She never thought that she could become unnecessary to Cahill. The men around her noticed her condition and asked what happened. Rina said that she was not feeling well and decided to leave the banquet. They stood in shock. Then Cahill noticed her departure, who was surprised by this. He rushed after her, grabbing her hand and asking if something was wrong, thinking that those men had been rude to her. But when Rina turned around, the guy saw that she was crying. The girl looked extremely upset. As he was telling this, Ryan asked if since the queen had started crying, no one had even thought of objecting to the marriage, and he suggested that this was the real reason why Damien had decided to hold the banquet. The girl admitted that she had started crying without realizing it. Kahel, without embarrassment, kissed his beloved on the forehead, saying that he would always be with her. The heroine was embarrassed because he did this right in front of Duke Santella. A couple of minutes later, the servants arrived and announced the arrival of the nobles. Rina stood up and said that she would step away for a while. Rian asked her not to hurry, and he turned to Ruav, asking what he should call him now. Santella understood that since he was marrying the queen, it meant that he was passing on the post of duke to another person. He confirmed this, saying that his father had taken on this responsibility again because his mother had become better and they had returned. Ryan knew that Damien had given up his post because of his wife's health. The guy asked to convey his congratulations to her. Cahill said that his mother had recovered thanks to Renee too. Santella chuckled, saying that he would have to try very hard. He was worried whether Ruav would cope. He was indignant, and Rian directly said that he only looked great on the outside, hinting at something personal between Rina and him, because Cahill had no experience at all. The Duke, covering his face, which was red with embarrassment, looked up at Santella, asking if they could learn anything, who laughed loudly in response. The time for the coronation had come. There was silence in the hall. Rina was greeted by the queen herself, and all the closest people who were familiar to her gathered around. The queen slowly walked down to the main character, looking at her with a smile. She reminded that they first met exactly like this. The woman admitted that she was very sorry. And she regrets that she didn't recognize Rina right away that day, because she looked so much like Phoebe's sister. Crying, the woman asked if Helen was offended by her, because if it were not for Phoebe herself, she could have lived peacefully in the palace, and it was especially a pity that she, having given birth to such a beautiful daughter, left the world so quickly. Rina shared that when the power of authority was released, her childhood memories of her mother sealing the powers came back to her, because if the power was released, people would notice that the main character is a blood relative of the queen. The woman wanted to hide it because her child had to live peacefully. Using his powers, she tried to seal the power of power, but it was difficult to do because there was a lot of it in the child. Elena knew that if she sealed her abilities, she herself could get hurt. With tears in her eyes, she asked her daughter not to worry, knowing that she would not be able to be there when Rina grew up, but she would still always protect her. The woman wanted her to find loved ones and do what she loved. And the fact that the villagers avoided the girl was a side effect of the sealed power of power. And if the mother looked after the main character, she knew for sure that her sister was sincerely trying for her sake. The queen said that she wanted to look forward to the country in which Rina would rule. Having placed the crown on the girl, Phoebian blessed the new queen. The main character, turning to the people, heard enthusiastic cries. Then Kahel arrived, extended his hand to her, and asked the new queen to take it, and she smiled and agreed. She explained that she was still a very incompetent queen and asked if he could help her in ruling, and he agreed.